Chapter 182. Xiao Lulang wished he could find a hole to hide in. Gu Jiao left in a good mood and hummed a tune while washing the dishes. The next day, Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong went to the Imperial College. Gu Xiaoshan ate quickly while Gu Yan ate very little. They had already taken their school bags and left. Xiao Lulang didn't take the expulsion document written by Zheng Sai to heart at all. He was too familiar with the rules of the directorate. Zheng Sai's method could fool others but not him. A real expulsion document must have the chancellor's signature and seal. It was worth mentioning that after Zheng Sai bullied students and bribed the account books, his chancellor's signature was taken away by the emperor. Zheng Sai's real plan was to scare Xiao Lulang and let Xiao Lulang and little Jing Kong leave on their own. Then, he would report that they had voluntarily withdrawn from school. Xiao Lulang sent little Jing Kong to the door of the elementary school. "Don't cause any more trouble today." Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes. "Then can I do it tomorrow?" Xiao Lulang. The older he got, the more troublesome he became, right? "Go to class," Xiao Lulang said sternly. "Oh." Little Jing Kong hugged his bag of books and walked away slowly. "Wait." Xiao Lulang stopped him. "Hand over the stone in your pocket," Little Jing Kong said seriously. "Little stone said it wants to go to class today." Xiao Lulang was expressionless. "Do you want to use the slingshot too?" Little Jing Kong choked. "How did you know I brought the slingshot? I hid it so well." Xiao Lulang. If you can fool me once, do you think I'll let you fool me again?" In the end, little Jing Kong's equipment was successfully taken away by Xiao Lulang. Little Jing Kong carried his school bag and walked forward with his head drooping. He sighed as he walked. Sigh. It was quite difficult. Xiao Lulang looked at the slingshot in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The older this little guy got, the more crafty ideas he had. First, he was angered by His Majesty, this big scumbag. Then he was scared by Marquis Xianping, this big killing god. Zheng Sai was really sick. For at least a month, he would not be able to come out and cause trouble. There was less snow in the first month than in the 12th month, but the weather had not completely warmed up. Yao Shi sat in a warm room to make clothes for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had grown taller again. Who knew if it was because she had been malnourished in the past, but she had only begun to grow properly now. Yao Shi did not like to make clothes that were too big for her daughter. She would only make clothes that were just right for her daughter. This way, the clothes would not be able to be worn in a month or two. "Where did the gold thread that old madam sent over go?" Yao Shi asked Nanny Fong. Recently, Yao Shi had been very popular in front of old Madame Gu, and old Madame Gu gave her a lot of good things. Old Madame Gu did this not because she liked Yao Shi, but because she enjoyed the way Yao Shi served her obediently. Yao Shi's massage skills were really good, and the snacks she made were delicious. I remember putting it in the basket." Nanny Fong looked in the embroidery basket. Yao Shi said, "If you can't find it, then use the silver thread first. I will embroider the cloud pattern first." She was old, and her memory was not very good. Recently, Nanny Fong had been a little forgetful. Nanny Fong handed the silver thread to Yao Shi. Yao Shi threaded the needle and was about to insert the needle when the young maidservant outside the door opened the curtain. "Madam, old madam wants you to go to Pine Crane Courtyard." Yao Shi put down the needle and thread in her hand. "I know. Go and tell her that I will be there immediately." Yes. The young maidservant left. Nanny Fong felt sorry for her. "You just came from Pine Crane Courtyard. It's too tiring." Yao Shi smiled faintly. "What's so tiring about it? I am just being a filial daughter-in-law in front of her. Which daughter-in-law doesn't do this? Speaking of tiring, how can it be as tiring as Jiao Jiao?" Nanny Fong was powerless to refute. Eldest Miss had indeed suffered. In the early years, she had a mental illness and was bullied by the bastard Gu family in her hometown. Later on, although her mental illness was cured, her husband had to study. Now all four of them were studying. She didn't take a single copper coin from the Marquis' estate. Everything was earned by herself. "All right, let's go to Pine Crane Courtyard. Don't let old madam wait for too long." Yao Shi tidied up the clothes she had made for her daughter, put on a cloak, and went to Pine Crane Courtyard. When she arrived at Pine Crane Courtyard, she found that Concubine Ling was also there. Concubine Ling's complexion was not very good. "Mother." Yao Shi bowed to old Madame Gu. Concubine Ling stood up with a smile and bowed to Yao Shi. Madam. Yao Shi nodded. Seeing that Yao Shi was giving Concubine Ling face, old Madame Gu was very pleased and had someone serve Yao Shi tea. Yao Shi sat down and a servant served hot tea. Yao Shi took a sip and asked old Madame Gu, Mother, why did you call me over? Old Madame Gu looked at Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling smiled and said, Actually, I am looking for Madam. I have something to ask of you. Yao Shi looked at her suspiciously. What is it? Concubine Ling pinched her handkerchief and covered her mouth and nose as she coughed a few times, panting. Isn't it the first month of the lunar month? The day after tomorrow is the death anniversary of the late Madam. Originally I was in charge of this, but I caught a cold a few days ago and it hasn't improved. It's fine if I am sick, but I am afraid that I will ruin the late Madam's memorial. Yao Shi said, So you want me to go? Concubine Ling coughed a few times and said, Madam was good friends with sister before she married into the manor. I think that if I let you do it, sister will not blame you in the underworld. Yao Shi almost laughed. Did Concubine Ling not know what kind of reputation she had been carrying all these years? The late Madam probably thought that she was the one who caused her death, right? If she went to pay respects to the late Madam, wasn't she afraid that the late Madam's coffin would suddenly flip over? Old Madam actually agreed. She really didn't know what she was thinking. Concubine Ling said with a surprised expression, Madam, don't tell me that you are unwilling to pay respects to sister? Yao Shi said, How can that be? I am just worried that the late Madam doesn't want to see me. The 3 young masters must have gone to her grave to complain about my vicious stepmother, right? She must be very angry with me. I am afraid that if I go, she will not be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Old Madame Gu frowned. Concubine Ling looked at old Madame Gu and said to Yao Shi with a smile, It is precisely because of the misunderstanding that Madam wants to go to sister's grave to explain it clearly to sister. She said it as if the late Madam could really hear her. Old Madame Gu did not say a word of disapproval from the beginning to the end. It seemed that Concubine Ling had already convinced her first. There was no point in her persisting. Yao Shi leaned slightly to the side in her chair and bowed to old Madame Gu. If mother does not object, then daughter-in-law will agree to this matter. However, this is the first time daughter-in-law pays respects to the late Madam, and there is only a day and a half left to prepare. Daughter-in-law is worried that there will be mistakes. Mother, please ask Concubine Ling to guide me more. She was so humble that old Madame Gu felt very comfortable listening to her. Moreover, this daughter-in-law was right. There were less than 2 days left. Old Madame Gu could not help but look at Concubine Ling. You have been sick for more than a day or 2. What were you doing so early? Shouldn't you have made preparations early? Concubine Ling never expected that Yao Shi's light words would be able to deflect 1,000 pounds with little effort. This caused old Madame Gu to be dissatisfied with her. If something really went wrong, it would not be good for Yao Shi to take the blame alone. But fortunately, Concubine Ling picked up the teacup, lowered her eyes and took a sip of tea. Madam, why don't you come to my room? I will tell you about the worship in detail. Yao Shi stood up. Nanny Fong whispered, Madam, do you really dare to go? Yao Shi said in a low voice, She took me away from old Madam's eyes. If something really happens, it will all be her responsibility. Nanny Fong thought about it and agreed. Yao Shi went to Concubine Ling's place. Old Madame Gu was still worried. She was worried that Concubine Ling would be confused by her illness and not understand what she was saying, so she let her trusted nanny go with her. Old Madame Gu only hated Yao Shi and thought of ways to torture Yao Shi, but she would not secretly harm Yao Shi. Therefore, with her trusted nanny there, Yao Shi was not worried that Concubine Ling would play tricks. However, Yao Shi was still cautious. She did not believe that Concubine Ling would be so generous. Concubine Ling took out a box. This is the key to the storehouse. I have put the offerings inside. I have also prepared the carriage and manpower. Early in the morning the day after tomorrow, Madam can just go. Do the 3 of them agree? Yao Shi was referring to the 3 young masters of the Gu family. Concubine Ling smiled and nodded. They agree. I have already discussed it with them. This was even more strange. The 3 of them had always thought that she was the one who killed their mother and wanted to kill her. Why would they agree to her going to worship their mother? At night, she asked Nanny Fong to bring people to check all the things that Concubine Ling gave her. The offerings were not poisonous, the paper money was not tampered with, the wheels of the carriage were in good condition, and the coachman was an honest person in the residence. There was nothing wrong with everything. Was she thinking too much? Was concubine Ling really so kind? Chapter 183. The Gu family's graveyard was located in a piece of land with good feng shui in the south of the capital. It was said that the grandfather. The Gu clan's title of Marquis started from the old Marquis generation. After 3 generations, the Gu clan's title would be demoted. To put it simply, Gu Chongqing would be the last Marquis of the Marquis' household. If he did not make a great contribution, then his son would become an earl, his grandson a viscount, his great-grandson a baron, and when it came to his great-grandson, he would become a commoner again. Of course, in Zhao country, there were also families like the Ding General Manor and the Zhuang family that had been prosperous for hundreds of years. Yao Shi had woken up very early. She wore a simple white skirt with cinnamon branches wrapped around her waist, and an apricot-colored jacket. She did not wear any gold or silver ornaments, only 2 white jade hairpins. A young maidservant brought in a rouge box. Yao Shi waved her hand. There's no need for cosmetics. She was going to visit someone's grave, not to visit someone. Yes. The young maidservant resentfully took the rouge box and retreated. The sky is gloomy. I'm afraid it's going to snow again. Nanny Fong came in from the outside and rubbed her old hands that were stiff from the cold. Madame's clothes are too thin. Put on the cloak. Yao Shi nodded and put on a white satin cloak. It was impossible to pick out anything wrong with the way she was dressed. In the end, Nanny Fong was afraid that she would catch a cold, so she had the servants prepare a few more hot water bowls and hand warmers for her. When Yao Shi arrived at the front gate with the rabbit fur and hand warmer, Gu Chongqing and his 2 brothers had also arrived from their own courtyards. Gu Chongqing's expression did not change. However, Gu Chongfeng and Gu Qinglin's expressions did not look too good. Gu Chonglin coldly glanced at Yao Shi and harumphed. Really, concubine mother, why did you let her come? Isn't it better for us to worship mother ourselves? Gu Chongqing looked at him seriously. Get in the car. Gu Chonglin said unhappily, I didn't say anything wrong. She was the one who killed her mother. She still has the face to visit her mother's grave. Gu Chonglin thought so too, but his elder brother was here. He didn't want his younger brother to be punished by his elder brother again. Gu Chongfeng tugged at his younger brother's sleeve. All right, let's get on the carriage first. If we get there late and it snows, it won't be easy to travel. Humph. Gu Chonglin angrily glared at Yao Shi and angrily got into the carriage. Gu Chongfeng got into the same carriage as him. Gu Chongqing rode his horse. Madame Yao and senior servant Fong sat in another carriage. And there were 2 other carriages pulling the offerings for Madame Ling. Why suffer such grievances? Nanny Fong's heart ached as she helped Yao Shi sit down on a stool. It's nothing, Yao Shi said. She had long since gotten used to these words. At first she would feel hurt and aggrieved, but now she was already numb to it. She wasn't the one who killed the late madam. She knew that she was innocent. More than 2 hours later, the group arrived at Eastern Moon Village. The graveyard was in a forest behind the village. Gu Chongqing and the other 2 got out of the carriage. Madame Yao also got out of the carriage. She ordered people to bring down Madame Ling's offerings and planned to go to the grave to burn incense for her. Gu Chonglin stepped forward and blocked her path. I won't allow you to pay respects to my mother. You don't deserve it. Madame Yao finally understood that concubine Ling called her over to use her stepson to humiliate her. Madame Yao calmly said, I promised the old madam that I would burn incense for the late madam. Go away. Gu Chonglin reached out to push Madame Yao, but Gu Chongqing strode over and grabbed his younger brother's wrist. Do you want to cause trouble in front of mother's grave? Gu Chonglin angrily withdrew his hand. Madame Yao handed the incense and paper money in her hand to Gu Chongqing. Then I won't go. I'll have to trouble the air to convey my sincerity. Gu Chongqing took the thing she handed over. Madam, go to the carriage and wait. It's windy outside. Madame Yao looked at him strangely. He was actually concerned about her. Did he really become obedient in front of his mother's grave? Madame Yao didn't say anything and turned to get into the carriage. I shouldn't have let her come. Gu Chonglin muttered. Don't talk so much. Gu Chongfeng said. The Marquis' estate hired nearby villagers to guard the Gu family's ancestral grave. Every grave was cleaned very well. The three brothers paid respects to Madame Ling and their great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Then they went to the village to take a look as usual. The Gu family's ancestors weren't from Dongyue village, but he had received the kindness of the local villagers. These years, the Gu family's ancestral grave had been well protected thanks to the villagers guarding it. Madame Yao brought the gifts in the carriage to the villagers one by one. In the past, it was Concubine Ling who did this. The villagers all thought that Concubine Ling was the true madam of the Gu family. When they saw Madame Yao, they asked her if she was a concubine of the Gu family, which made senior servant Fong angry. This was Concubine Ling's second move. She was using the villagers' unintentional words to make her feel bad. Madame Yao wanted to laugh. In the end, Concubine Ling had never been a mother. She didn't understand that for a mother, to be able to break the curse that her son wouldn't live past 15 and recognize her own flesh and blood, she had nothing else to ask for in this life. After visiting the villagers, it was a bit late. It was time for them to return home. Not long after they got on the carriage, it really started to snow. They hadn't eaten at noon, so they were hungry and cold. Madame Yao had a maidservant bring a box of pastries to the three brothers. Gu Chonglin sneered. I don't eat the food she makes. Gu Chongqing frowned with a complicated expression. Eldest brother, it's outside. Come sit in the carriage. Gu Chongfeng said to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing lightly said, no need. How could people who were on the battlefield care about a little bit of wind and snow? Madam, they don't want to eat. The maidservant brought the pastries back. Then forget it. Madame Yao took the box of pastries back. In reality, she didn't make them herself. She wasn't so kind as to make pastries for her stepson. She brought them from the manor. She ate 2 pieces herself. Recently, her appetite hadn't been very good, so she didn't eat much. She gave them all to senior servant Fong and the other maidservants. The snowy weather caused the carriage's journey to slow down. Unfortunately, there wasn't a decent restaurant in the wilderness, and Gu Chonglin didn't fancy the food in the ordinary tea stalls. Thus, the three brothers starved all the way to the city. On the road back to the Marquis' Fu, there was a stall that sold crispy duck. Gu Chonglin usually liked to eat the duck from that stall. After being hungry for so long today, he couldn't bear it anymore and said to Gu Chongqing, eldest brother, I'm about to faint from hunger. Let's go in and eat something. Gu Chongqing looked at his 2 younger brothers who were starving and nodded. He rode his horse to Madame Yao's carriage and said, Eat something before going back? Madame Yao wasn't hungry, but she was tired after sitting in the carriage for a day. The group got off the carriage and asked for 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. The 3 brothers were in one room and Madame Yao was in the other. Madame Yao didn't eat anything and ordered a table of food for senior servant Fong and the accompanying servants. The room was very stuffy. She also wanted to go to the toilet, so she went to the guest room in the back of the 1st floor. When she came out and walked to the main hall, a man's voice suddenly called out to her, Yao. Madame Yao hadn't heard this voice for many years, but she still recognized it immediately. Madame Yao's expression changed and she turned around in a daze. Yao, it really is you. A man wearing a navy blue robe walked over with large strides. He was around 30 years old and had delicate features. He was handsome and spirited. His figure wasn't as tall as Marquis Gu, but he was still tall. Madame Yao regained her senses, but when the man came close to her, she still restrained herself and took a few steps back. The man's expression darkened and then he said with embarrassment, I was rude. I haven't seen you in so many years. In a moment of excitement, I almost forgot my manners. Please forgive me. As he said this, he cupped his hands and bowed. Madame Yao dodged to the side and did not accept his greeting. Don't be like this. The man looked at Madame Yao with a complicated gaze. Yaora, have you been well these years? I heard that you married into Marquis Ding and Manor. Has the Marquis treated you well? Madame Yao lowered her eyes and said, I have been very well. The man smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. If you say it like this, then I can be at ease. Following this, the two did not speak. The scene was very awkward. Madame Yao pinched her handkerchief and said, I need to go. A trace of disappointment flashed through the man's eyes. My mother often asks about you. Madame Yao's steps stopped. The man smiled bitterly and said, in truth, I have also gotten married these years. I have my own wife and children. I'm sorry. Madame Yao closed her eyes and said, that year, it was the Yao family that first broke off the engagement. The one that should say sorry is me. You don't need to blame yourself. The man sadly said, my mother caught a cold before the end of the year. After that, she was not very well. Recently, she has been muddle-headed and has been calling out your name. The two families had been in contact for a long time. The marriage between Madame Yao and the man had been decided long ago. The man's mother was very satisfied with Madame Yao. Every day, she hoped that this daughter-in-law would marry into the family as soon as possible. She said that she would definitely treat her as her own daughter. Unfortunately, this marriage was ruined in the end. Rather than saying that it was Marquis Gu's bullying, it was better to say that it was the Yao family's attempt to curry favor. She had been angry, she had hated, and she had also been annoyed. Now she had calmed down. You? The man awkwardly scratched his head. Saying this might be too abrupt. I truly did not expect to meet you here. But since we have met, I still want to ask you. Can you go see my mother one last time? His mother was about to die. The doctor had said that it would happen in the next few days. But his mother had been unwilling to close her eyes the entire time. His mother was in pain. He was also in pain. He looked at Madame Yao and hesitated for a moment before saying, as her son, I have not given her a single day of glory and wealth. I don't want to be unable to satisfy even one of her wishes. After all, Madame Yao had been engaged to him. Logically speaking, they should avoid each other. However, his mother had indeed treated Madame Yao as her own. She was a very kind woman. Even now, Madame Yao could still feel the warmth in her heart when she thought about it. If she had married him back then, perhaps her days would have been very different. Where do you live? Madame Yao asked. The man's eyes lit up. Have you agreed? Madame Yao paused. I will consider it. I will not necessarily go. But it's fine. It's fine if you can't go. I live on Clear Wind Street in Clear Moon District. The man reported his address. Madame Yao did not expect that he would live in such a poor place. I will be leaving first. Madame Yao said to him. Oh, you take care. The man emotionally sent Madame Yao off with his eyes. Madame Yao entered the main hall and went upstairs. On the other side, the three brothers of the Gu family had finished eating. The group sat in the carriage and returned to the estate. Madame Yao first went to report to old Madame Gu. Hearing that nothing had happened along the way, old Madame Gu was very gratified. Marquis Gu had Huang Zhong return to the estate to pass on a message to Madame Yao. The Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War had some conflict. Marquis Gu was currently handling urgent matters at the Ministry of Works and might not return tonight. He told his wife to rest first and not wait for him. Madame Yao was restless in her room. Whenever she closed her eyes, she would think of Madame Jeanne, her former future mother-in-law. Granny Fong. Madam, what is it? Granny Fong opened the curtain and came in. Madame Yao put on an outer robe. Prepare the carriage. I am going out. It's so late. Where's Madam going? Eldest Miss and young master should be resting now. Granny Fong thought that Madame Yao was going to Jade Water Alley. Madame Yao said, don't ask so much. Find a tight-lipped carriage driver. Granny Fong opened her mouth. Oh. Madame Yao rode the carriage to the Jeanne estate. She knocked on the peeling door. Who is it? It was a woman's voice. Madame Yao didn't say anything. The door creaked open, and a woman wearing plain clothes walked out. She looked prematurely aged. The woman was about the same age as Madame Yao, but she looked more than 10 years older than Madame Yao. Madame Yao guessed her identity and opened her mouth. Just as she was about to say who she was, she heard the woman turn her head and say, "Master, there is a guest." Zhenping quickly walked out. When he saw Madame Yao, he was surprised at first, but then he happily walked forward. "It's cold outside. Quickly come in and warm yourself." Then he said to his madam, "It's the Marchioness." The woman bowed to Madame Yao. Madame Yao slightly nodded. It was very clear that the woman had heard of Madame Yao. She tactfully carried the half-washed clothes from the front yard to the rear yard, and didn't appear in front of Madame Yao again. Chapter 184. Come in. Zhenping smiled and said, turning to the side to lead the way for Yao Shi. Yao Shi's carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. She didn't even bring senior servant Fang. She stepped into the courtyard. If she didn't come, Zhenping would be nervous. If she really came, Zhenping would be even more nervous. The reason was that the courtyard was too simple and crude. Yao Shi's expression didn't change at all. If he knew that Yao Shi had been to a courtyard that was even simpler than this one, and that her daughter, son-in-law, and son had all lived there, he would understand why Yao Shi was so calm. Zhenping welcomed Yao Shi into the main room and said nervously and excitedly, "There's no hot tea." "Wait a moment. I'll have Wuxia boil a pot." "She's called Wuxia?" Yao Shi looked at him and asked. Zhenping was stunned. He didn't mean to say his wife's name out loud. He felt that this wasn't very appropriate, but since he had already said it, he couldn't take it back. He braced himself and said, "Yes, Wuxia. She's not from the capital. She's from outside the capital to do business. She's a very good person," Yao Shi said. Zhenping didn't know how to respond to this. He stood there awkwardly for a moment before suddenly remembering the important matter. He said to Yao Shi, "My mother is in the room next door. I'll take you there. Our home is too simple and crude. I've neglected you. I didn't think that you would really come. I'm very happy that you came." Zhenping's words were incoherent. Yao Shi wanted to say that he didn't need to be nervous, but when the words reached her lips, she felt that she would be the same. Zhenping lifted the thick curtain and allowed Yao Shi to enter the room first. Yao Shi slightly bent her body and walked under the curtain that he had lifted. This was the first time the two of them were so close to each other after more than 10 years. The tip of Zhenping's nose was filled with her scent, but Zhenping did not allow himself to lose his composure. He tried his best to prop himself up high and not touch her. After Yao Shi entered the room, he also entered the room. The room was filled with the smell of medicine. She had suffered a stroke before the end of the year, so it was easy to smell after lying down for so long. However, this room didn't. It could be seen that the husband and wife took good care of her. Old Madame Jeanne was lying on the sickbed. Her hair was white and her face was pale. She looked haggard. Yao Shi's memory was pulled back to more than 10 years ago. Old Madame Jeanne had a very fierce personality. When she worked, she was stronger than a man. Who would have thought that there would be a day when she was lying on the sickbed like this? She moaned intermittently, as if she was enduring great pain. Yao Shi did not dare look a second time and quickly lowered her eyes. The tip of her nose began to sting. Zhenping came to the front of the bed, leaned over and gently touched his mother's forehead, saying, "Mother, look who's here." Old Madame Jeanne looked in the direction that Zhenping was pointing at. In the blink of an eye, her turbid eyes shone with surprise. Yao Shi took a deep breath and held back her tears. With a normal expression, she walked over and said with a slight smile, "Elder Madam, it's me." Old Madame Jeanne reached out her hand, wanting to sit up and take a good look at Yao Shi. Yao Shi sat down on the side of the bed and moved closer to her, saying, "Don't get up. It's snowing today. It's very cold." "Yao still loves me dearly," Old Madame Jeanne said with a hoarse voice. After the stroke, she could not speak clearly, but it was clear that she was very happy. Yao Shi married into the Marquis's household when she was 17. When she was 18, she only had Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. After 15 years, she was only 33. Time had treated her especially well. It did not leave many traces on her face, except that her eyes no longer had the innocence of a young girl. But this was not a problem for old Madame Jeanne. Old Madame Jeanne took Yao Shi's hand and was as happy as a child. You and Pinger are married? Yao Shi was startled. She turned her head and looked at Zhan Ping in confusion. Zhan Ping whispered, "My mother is suffering from dementia. She can't remember many things clearly, or she can't remember them clearly." Yao Shi understood. It was indeed easy for people to be like this when they were old. Yao Shi looked at old Madame Zhen's expectant eyes and nodded. "Yes, we are married." Zhan Ping's heart skipped a beat and his eyes turned red. Old Madame Zhen smiled like a child. Old Madame Zhen was not dissatisfied with her daughter-in-law Wuxia. Wuxia had been taking care of her husband and children, serving her parents-in-law all these years. She was a bit dull, but her conscience was unquestionable. It was just that old Madame Zhen knew Yao Shi first. She did not think that her son's marriage with Yao Shi would change so drastically. She had long regarded Yao Shi as her daughter-in-law. One year, old Madame Zhen fell down from the ladder and was seriously injured. Coincidentally, Zhan Ping was in the provincial examination. In order to not distract Zhan Ping, Yao Shi secretly came out of Yao Shi's house every day to take care of old Madame Zhen. The two were not mother and daughter, but they were more like mother and daughter. Later, the Yao family came to cancel the marriage. Old Madame Zhen was sadder than her son. This matter became her long-cherished wish. Usually, she did not mention it, but after her dementia, she could not help but ask about Yao all day. "Why did you not marry Yao? Then you can't call me old madam anymore. You should call me mother." Old Madame Zhen said like a child with a serious face. Yao Shi nodded with sobs, "Yes, mother." Zhan Ping turned his back and used his sleeve to wipe his tears. "Ah." Old Madame Zhen smiled happily. Yao Shi put her skinny old hand into the quilt. "Be careful not to catch a cold." "I'm not cold," old Madame Zhen said with a smile. She thought of something and raised her right hand with difficulty to turn the pillow on the left side. "What do you want?" "I'll help you." Yao Shi stood up and said, "Box there, there's a box under it." Old Madame Zhen said with difficulty. It was a simple action, but it almost drained her of all her strength. Yao Shi leaned over and took out a small flat box from the left side of the pillow. This box was a bit old. It was carved with a pattern from more than 10 years ago. The paint on it had also faded. It could be seen that old Madame Zhen often took it out to look at it. Old Madame Zhen took the box. Her hands were trembling, but even so, she still insisted on opening it. Inside was a pair of gold bracelets. The quality was excellent. The style was very old. Old Madame Zhen picked up the bracelets with trembling hands and pulled Yao Shi's hand. Because of her trembling hands, she did not put it on for a long time. Yao Shi saw that beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. "Mother, let me do it," she said. "It's done." Old Madame Zhen finally put the bracelets on Yao Shi. "I said that I'll give it to you when we get married. Our family is not well off, so you have to suffer." Zhan Ping failed the provincial examination and could not recover from the setback. He did not pass the examination for many years. Later, he thought it through and gave up the imperial examination. Old Madame Zhen had prepared this set of head ornaments more than 10 years ago. She took all her dowry and melted it in the shop. A pair of gold bracelets was made. Yao Shi's name was engraved on it, Yao Shi. This pair of bracelets had been lying beside old Madame Zhen's pillow for more than 10 years. Old Madame Zhen would take it out and touch it when she was bored. Zhan Ping always knew that his mother had a very precious box, but he did not know that it was a wedding gift for Yao Shi. Of course, when Wuxia married into the family, old Madame Zhen did not treat her badly. She lent money to buy a pair of gold head ornaments for Wuxia. But the meaning was different. Yao Shi had been holding back since she entered the room. But now she could not hold back anymore. She hugged old Madame Zhen's hand and tears fell down. Old Madame Zhen was frightened. "Yao Shi, why are you crying? Do you not like the bracelets?" Mother will buy you a new one." Yao Shi shook her head with tears in her eyes. "No. I like it very much. I really like it. Thank you, mother. I am too happy." Old Madame Zhen waved her hand. "Ah, what is there to be happy about a pair of bracelets? When Ping passes the examination, I will let you be the wife of the examination and give you a lot of jewelry." Yao Shi chatted with old Madame Zhen for a while. Old Madame Zhen was sleepy. She held Yao Shi's hand and fell asleep. Yao Shi stayed in the room until old Madame Zhen started snoring. Then she gently took her hand out and tucked old Madame Zhen in. Throughout the entire process, Zhenping, who was in the room, was neglected by his mother. Let's go out and talk. Yao Shi wiped her tears and said to Zhenping. Zhenping opened the curtain and let Yao Shi go out first. Then he followed her out. The two came to the central room. There was hot tea in the central room, but no one was there. Yu Xiu must have made the tea and left after putting it down. Zhenping took a deep breath and said to Yao Shi, sit. Yao Shi shook her head. I have to go. I'll return this to you. As she spoke, she took off the bracelet on her hand. Zhenping hurriedly grabbed her hand. He wanted to stop her, but when he realized that his actions were inappropriate, he let go. Sorry. It's fine. Yao Shi shook her head slightly. She knew his character very well. He wasn't a frivolous person. Zhenping said, the bracelet is for you. Take it. My mother will only be at ease if you take it. Otherwise, if you return it to me and she finds it at home, she will be agitated again. Yao Shi thought about it and didn't insist. I'll send you off. Zhenping saw her intention to leave. No need. Yao Shi said. Zhenping smiled. No, that door bolt is broken. Even Yu Xiu can't open it. With your strength, you might not be able to open it either. Yao Shi didn't refuse. The two stepped into the corridor and went to the front yard. The residence was very quiet. Zhenping suddenly opened his mouth. Actually, I didn't expect that. My mother always wanted me to take the imperial examinations. She told me in the past that I shouldn't force myself if I didn't want to. We don't have to study to live. I thought that she was sincere. Today, after hearing his mother's words, he knew that her long-cherished wish was not only not being able to marry Yao Shi as her daughter-in-law, but also not being able to see her son take the imperial examinations. He felt very guilty. Yao Shi asked, what did you do after you stopped studying? Zhenping smiled. I did everything. I went to a private school to be a teacher. I went to an inn to be an accountant. I also went to the docks to carry goods for people. Now, I'm making a small living selling tea. As he spoke, he scratched his head. Actually, life isn't as difficult as it seems. Business has been pretty good these past 2 years. I bought a residence on East Street and will be moving there next month. That's great, Yao Shi said. After that, there was another period of silence. Yao Shi opened her mouth. Back then, my eldest brother. Zhenping waved his hand and interrupted her with a smile. It's all in the past. Yao Shi said guiltily, I'm sorry. Zhenping was Zhenping's only son. It could be imagined just how much heartache she had experienced when Zhenping's engagement was cancelled by the Yao family, and his legs were broken by Yao Yuan. But after she developed dementia, she forgot all of this. She forgave him. Yao Shi's throat swelled with pain again. We're here, Zhenping said. He glanced at Yao Shi. His eyes were also red. He quickly lowered his head. I'll open the door. The two did not say anything that they should not say. This might be the last time they would see each other. Some things that were missed were missed. There was no possibility of starting over. However, just as Zhenping was about to open the door, the sound of a carriage came from the door. Here. Right. It's here. I heard that man say it with my own mouth. It was Marquis Gu and Gu Chonglin. Yao Shi's expression changed. Although Zhenping did not recognize their voices, he inexplicably felt that they did not come with good intentions. His action of opening the door stopped and he turned around to look at Yao Shi. Yao Shi did not expect that her conversation with Zhenping in the restaurant would be heard by Gu Chonglin. And Gu Chonglin even brought Marquis Gu to catch her adultery. Yao Shi suddenly realized that things might not be so simple. She asked Zhenping in a low voice, why did you go to that restaurant today? Zhenping said thoughtfully, a customer asked me to go there to discuss business, but it was very strange. I went there and did not see him. Yao Shi said, is it a customer that you just met recently? Zhenping said, that's right. What about it? Could it be that there is a problem with that customer? Now that things had developed to this point, if Yao Shi still could not guess that it was concubine motherling's doing, then it would not make sense. I don't have time to explain right now. Is there a back door? She asked. She could not let Marquis Gu see her here. Marquis Gu would kill Zhenping. Zhenping said awkwardly, there is, but there are piles of firewood. I need to move the firewood away before I can open the door. Hey, open the door. You inside, quickly open the door. Gu Chunlin began to slam the door. Huang Zhong kicked the door open. Yao Shi's expression changed. Just as she was about to find a room to hide, the door was kicked open with a bang. Chapter 185. Zhan Ping looked at the three people who had barged in with a panicked expression. He had never seen Marquis Gu before, and Yao Shi did not have a chance to tell him. "Who are you?" he asked. Gu Chunlin ignored him and stepped in. He looked around. "Where is the person? Where did you hide the person?" Zhan Ping calmed himself down and looked at him. "Who is it? Who are you looking for?" Marquis Gu and Huang Zhong also walked in. Marquis Gu's gaze fell on Zhan Ping's face. His cold gaze revealed a trace of ill will. Of course he recognized the person in front of him. Although he had never seen him before, he had investigated him. When Gu Chunlin had told him that Yao Shi had met with a man in a restaurant and that man had invited Yao Shi to his address, he had instantly guessed that person's identity. In reality, Marquis Gu did not know that Yao Shi had an engagement. He never thought that the Yao family would be so shameless as to hide the fact that Yao Shi had an engagement with someone else and marry Yao Shi to him afterwards. He had accidentally heard concubine Mother Ling mention that little Ling Shi had told her that Yao Shi seemed to have been engaged to someone else. He did not know if this was true or false. Thus, he went to investigate and followed the vine to find the melon. A poor scholar who could not lift a hand or carry a shoulder. His family was not wealthy and his appearance was not as good as his. Marquis Gu felt that the other person was not a threat at all. In addition, Zhan Ping had already married someone else and did not have any private contact with Yao Shi, so he did not do anything to Zhan Ping. If it were not for today's matter, he would have already forgotten about Zhan Ping. "Has my wife Yao Shi ever come here?" he faintly asked. The words wife Yao Shi caused Zhan Ping to freeze. He never would have thought that this tall and mighty man was Yao Yao's husband. Marquis Dingen wore a black brocade robe and a silver fox cloak. His features were resolute and he was handsome. Although he had entered middle age, he was still tall and sturdy. His presence had not decreased. "Never," Zhan Ping said. "How could she not be here? I saw her leave with my own eyes," Gu Chunlin said domineeringly. Although Gu Chunlin did not resemble Marquis Gu as much as Gu Yan, it was not difficult to tell that he was Marquis Gu's son. When he mentioned Yao Shi, he did not call her mother or madam. Zhan Ping could guess what kind of life Yao Shi was living in the Marquis manor. Zhan Ping felt terrible in his heart, but he tried his best not to show it on his face. He said, "Could it be that the madam of your residence must come to my place when she goes out?" Gu Chunlin said disdainfully, "I saw the two of you talking in the restaurant this afternoon, and you even asked her to come to your house. Don't try to quibble, my two brothers and I heard it." The one blocking the back door should be the other young master of the Marquis estate. Since things had already reached this point, Zhan Ping's stomach was filled with bitterness, as well as a trace of anger. What kind of stepson would do such a thing, bringing his own father to catch his own stepmother's adultery? Zhan Ping clenched his fists and said, "That's right. I met the Marchioness by chance this afternoon and chatted with her for a bit. That's all, nothing else." Gu Chunlin, "You clearly asked her to come to your house to see your mother." Zhan Ping, "I did say that, but the Marchioness rejected me. She said that it was not suitable for us to have any more contact." Gu Chunlin, "How come I didn't hear that?" Zhan Ping, "That's not clear." Gu Chunlin still wanted to argue with him, but Huang Zhong had already looked around the residence. When he returned to the courtyard, he shook his head at Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu frowned and said to Zhan Ping, "I've disturbed you." Gu Chunlin, "Father, look again. I heard it with my own ears." Marquis Gu shot daggers at him, and Gu Chunlin resentfully shut his mouth. Marquis Gu said in a bad mood, "Why haven't you returned to the carriage yet?" "Oh." Gu Chunlin unwillingly returned to the carriage. He kept feeling that something was wrong. Yao Shi must have been hiding somewhere. He really did hear that man ask Yao Shi to come to his house to visit his mother. Yao Shi's appearance did not seem like she had firmly rejected him at all. Marquis Gu also planned to leave. Zhan Ping called out to him, "Marquis Gu, Madam and I no longer have any relationship. I hope that Marquis Gu will not misunderstand her." Marquis Gu coldly said. This Marquis knows his own matters. There is no need for you to tell me what to do. Zhenping lowered his eyes. Marquis Gu flicked his sleeves and left the courtyard, getting into the carriage. Only after the carriage was far away did Zhenping dare to close the courtyard door. He turned around and looked at the boundless night sky. His eyes were filled with endless worry. Yao Shi was indeed not in the residence. Otherwise, with Huang Zhong's abilities, there was no way that he could not find her. Just now, when the door had been kicked open, a tall figure had descended from the sky, carrying Yao Shi and leaving by leaping onto the walls. Yao Shi had never experienced something like this before. She was like a kite flying through the cold wind. She did not know if it was because of the cold or because she was scared. When she finally landed on the ground, her legs were so weak that she almost collapsed. A large strong hand supported her arm just in time. Yao Shi looked at the other person in shock. Her mouth gaped open in disbelief. Gu Chongqing's expression was as he said, "Quickly return to the residence. Father is about to return." The shock in Yao Shi's heart could not be any greater. She never expected that the person who took her away at such a critical moment would be her stepson Gu Chongqing. "How did you, madam?" "Madam." Nanny Fong ran over from the other end of the alley and bowed to Gu Chongqing. Then she said to Yao Shi, "Madam, get in the carriage." Her carriage was originally parked near the Zhen residence, but now it was here. Yao Shi had many doubts in her heart, but Gu Chongqing did not say anything. He turned around and disappeared into the night. Yao Shi got into the carriage with the help of Nanny Fong. Nanny Fong handed her the water bag that had been kept warm under the hot water. "It's hot. Madam, drink some hot tea to calm down." Yao Shi took the water bag, pulled out the cork and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Finally, she felt her breathing return little by little. "Nanny Fong, what's going on?" Nanny Fong slapped her thigh and said, "Aya, this servant also doesn't know. Just now the carriage was parked over there. Suddenly, the heir came over and told this servant to come to this alley to pick you up. At that time this servant thought it's over. The heir found out. This servant didn't care too much and did as the heir said. Madam, where did you go just now? Why were you with the heir? Will the heir tell the Marquis and make him suspicious of you?" Yao Shi was silent. So Gu Chongqing specially came to save her. He also heard her conversation with Zhenping and knew that if she went out, she must have gone to the Zhen residence. But didn't he hate her the most? Why did he help her? Yao Shi was puzzled. Yao Shi did not immediately return to the estate. Instead, she went to Jadewater Alley. Marquis Gu waited for Yao Shi at the estate for a long time. When he did not see her return, he also went to Jadewater Alley. "Have you been here the whole time?" Marquis Gu asked. Yao Shi's expression did not change. "Otherwise? Where does the Marquis think I went?" Marquis Gu returned to the estate and violently beat Gu Chonglin. "Don't learn bad things and slander your mother. Who gave you the guts?" Gu Chonglin was whipped by his own father's leather whip. Gu Chonglin cried out in grievance, "I didn't slander her. I saw her leave the estate with my own eyes. She was sneaking around. With one look, I could tell she wasn't going to do anything proper. You still dare to quibble." Marquis Gu raised his hand and whipped him again. Gu Chonglin exploded, "If you don't believe me, go ask eldest brother and second brother. They also heard it. Yao Shi made an appointment with that man. She went to meet that wild man in secret." Coincidentally, at this time Gu Chongqing passed by the door. Gu Chonglin felt as if he had been pardoned and cried out, "Eldest brother is here. Ask him." "What is it?" Gu Chongqing walked over. Marquis Gu said, "This brat said that when you were in the restaurant, you heard Madam discussing a private meeting with a strange man." Gu Chongqing said, "I didn't hear it." Gu Chonglin was incredulous. "Eldest brother, you're lying. I heard it all. Your hearing is better than mine. How could you not have heard it?" "You heard wrong." Gu Chongqing finished speaking and bowed to Marquis Gu. He turned and returned to his own courtyard. Marquis Gu really did not show any mercy this time. Gu Chonglin was beaten very badly. Actually, Gu Chongfeng also heard it. It was just that Gu Chongfeng had gone to take on a mission to pay off a debt, and was not in the estate. This time, although there was no danger, it allowed Yao Shi to once again see concubine Ling's methods. She was more and more certain that this concubine was not simple. Of course she was vicious enough. It was not strange for her to deal with Yao Shi, but for her to use Gu Chonglin, who she had raised single-handedly, it could be seen that this woman did not have a heart. What loving mother, what pampering, it was all a facade. Gu Chonglin being raised into a cripple, half of it was because of the old madam, and the other half was because of this concubine. On the other side, the news that Gu Chongqing had the hidden guard investigate finally made progress. Study. The hidden guard bowed to Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing said calmly, "What happened? Did you find those people from back then?" The hidden guard said, "Madam has a servant girl called Guizhi. She married far away and her whereabouts are unknown. However, this subordinate found that her younger brother was guarding the ancestral grave in the Ling family. This subordinate asked him about Madam and concubine Ling." Gu Chongqing said, "Get to the main point." Hidden guard said, "Yao Shi had not seen Marquis before she married into the family. Yao Shi and Marquis are innocent. Yao Shi had an engagement before." This point, Gu Chongqing had already confirmed it when he saw Zhenping and Yao Shi interact last night. Yao Shi and Zhenping had not only had an engagement before, they had truly fallen in love with each other. The two had been forced to separate, and the Yao family had done bad things to Zhenping. The hidden guard said, Madam had indeed asked Yao Shi more than once to let her be Marquis' second wife. Madam did not know that Yao Shi was already engaged. Seeing that she could not refuse, Yao Shi confessed to Madam that she was about to get married. That day, concubine Ling was also there. Gu Chongqing frowned. So concubine Ling knew that Yao Shi was engaged. The reason why she did not say it in time was probably because she did not think that the marriage would succeed. There is one more thing. The hidden guard said, Marquis saved concubine Ling before. When did this happen? Gu Chongqing asked. The hidden guard said, many years ago. Even old Madam Ling did not know about this. This subordinate only found out after investigating concubine Ling's birth mother. It was after Madam and third young master's 1-month birthday. Madam was carrying third young master back home. Concubine Ling accidentally fell from the attic. It was Marquis who caught her. Concubine Ling might have been thinking about her brother-in-law at that time. Gu Chongqing's eyes became colder and colder. Continue. The hidden guard continued, also, it was her birth mother who suggested that concubine Ling should be Marquis' concubine. Old Madam Ling and old Madam Gu did not think of this at first. Her birth mother succeeded in persuading them, but at this point the hidden guard suddenly paused. Gu Chongqing looked at him coldly. But what? The hidden guard said, before concubine Ling got married, old Madam Ling gave her a bowl of infertility medicine. She could only get on the sedan after drinking it. Otherwise, the marriage would be cancelled. Gu Chongqing asked, she drank it? Yes. The hidden guard nodded. But Shitzi must not have guessed that old Madam also gave her a bowl of infertility medicine on the night she married into the Marquis' mansion. Old Madam Gu looked unreasonable, but the hidden guard did not think that she was so scheming. Gu Chongqing was also very surprised by this fact. He did not expect his grandmother to do this. In his mind, his grandmother was a gentler and kinder old woman than old Madam Gu. Who would have thought that the two of them would tacitly do this to concubine Ling without any discussion? The two elders were trying to protect their grandsons and grandsons. This was the truth of why concubine Ling could not have children for so many years. She told the three brothers that she would never have children in this life. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not. Gu Chongqing did not know what to say for a moment. As a woman she was very sad. But if it was not for her greed, how could she have ended up like this? The hidden guard said again, I have carefully investigated the rumors about Madame Yao these years. It was concubine Ling who sent people to spread them. Although I do not have enough evidence, the letter that framed Madame Yao for seducing Marquis should also be concubine Ling's writing. I see. Gu Chongqing was not too surprised by this result. But if she had coveted his father for a long time, then her mother had unintentionally become a thorn in her side. How did my mother die? Did she really die of illness? The hidden guard thought for a while and shook his head. I am afraid you will have to ask concubine Ling. The day before Madam died, concubine Ling accompanied old Madam Ling to the mansion to visit Madam. Madam's condition deteriorated rapidly that night. Chapter 186. Gu Jiao hadn't seen Yao Shi for a few days. Although Yao Shi had come over last night, Gu Jiao had gone to the emergency room and missed Yao Shi. Gu Jiao calculated that Yao Shi should have finished her medicine. After breakfast, she carried the small basket and went to the Marquise Fu. Yao Shi had been tricked by concubine Ling last night and was both shocked and angry. She fell asleep very late and didn't even go to old Madame Gu's morning visit. Nanny Fong sent someone to tell old Madame that she had caught a cold. She was afraid that old Madame would come back in 2 days to pay respects. If it was in the past, old Madame Gu would definitely think that Yao Shi didn't care about her mother-in-law. However, Yao Shi's performance these days had successfully won old Madame Gu's trust. Not only did old Madame Gu believe her, she also had a servant send a good quality ginseng to Yao Shi. It wasn't that she loved Yao Shi, but that the sooner Yao Shi got better, the sooner she could come and set the rules for her. Gu Jiao came at the right time. Yao Shi had just woken up and was drinking some porridge after washing up. When Yao Shi saw her daughter, her eyes couldn't help but fill with a smile. She walked over and took her daughter's hand into the warm room. "Why did you come over today? Is the medical center free?" "The medical center isn't busy," Gu Jiao said. Yao Shi and her daughter sat down on the stools by the table. She didn't like to sit on the official's chair. There was always a tea table between the official's chair and the chair, making people feel like they were separated. Gu Jiao put the small basket on the table and said to Yao Shi, "Your complexion is not good." Yao Shi touched her cheek and smiled. "I slept late." "Why did you sleep so late? Is there something bothering you?" Gu Jiao didn't know what happened to Yao Shi yesterday. Yao Shi thought about it and didn't know how to explain it to her daughter. Her daughter already had a hard time. She didn't want her daughter to worry about her. On the other hand, she couldn't mention her relationship with Jinping to her daughter. However, even if she didn't say anything, it didn't mean that Nanny Fong wouldn't say anything. After Nanny Fong returned to the estate last night, she had coaxed and pestered, and even guessed the ins and outs of the matter. She felt that there was nothing that she couldn't tell eldest Mississippi. It's all because of concubine Ling. Nanny Fong gritted her teeth and told her about how concubine Ling had schemed against Madame Yao. "Originally, we thought that she would do something to the offerings, tamper with the carriage, or use the 3 young masters to humiliate Madame. Who would have thought that this wretched person would secretly investigate Madame, and even use Madame's previous marriage to make an issue out of it? Ever since Madame married into the Marquis' household, she no longer had any contact with the Jean family. But there were some things that it couldn't explain clearly. There must be a grudge in Master Ho's heart. Even if Master Ho was not angry, how could Madame not be angry? It wasn't easy for Madame to gain old Madame's trust. If she was caught by Marquis and 3rd young master yesterday, all her hard work would have been for naught. The more Nanny Fong thought about it, the angrier she became. She didn't understand how that person surnamed Ling came up with so many bad ideas. If the heir hadn't appeared in time, things wouldn't have ended well yesterday. It's all thanks to the heir. In fact, it didn't matter if Madame Yao's hard work was for naught. She was worried that a vicious woman like concubine Ling would use this matter to slander her children. At that time there would be rumors in the household. Gu Jiao and Gu Yan were bastards and not Marquis Gu's flesh and blood. Madame Yao felt a wave of lingering fear when she thought about how her children almost had to bear such dirty water. Because of this, when Nanny Fong's words were full of gratitude towards Gu Chongqing, she didn't refute it. No matter what happened in the past or in the future, at least for this matter, she really should thank him. Gu Jiao remembered it in her heart. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered the dream of returning to the Marquis' household. In the dream, the person who instigated her relationship with Gu Jinyu and led her step by step to oppose Gu Jinyu was concubine Ling. In the beginning, Gu Jinyu treated the timid her quite well. In the dream, Madame Yao and Gu Yan had passed away, and she was brought back to the capital by Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu also treated her well. After all, his wife and child had passed away. She was the only connection between Marquis Gu and Madame Yao in this world. She was the proof and crystallization of his relationship with Madame Yao. When Marquis Gu saw her, he would think of his wife who had passed away early and would repay all his longing for his wife on her. She was also very reliant on Marquis Gu. In the dream, she had a very harmonious relationship with her father and younger sister in the first 2 years. She couldn't compare to Gu Jinyu in anything, so Gu Jinyu was not jealous of her. On the contrary, Gu Jinyu worked very hard to teach her. But no matter how Gu Jinyu taught her, she could not learn. Gu Jinyu was very patient and loving towards people who could never surpass him. On the other hand, concubine Ling had always been a threat to Gu Jinyu. After Madame Yao passed away, concubine Ling worked hard to promote herself to the head wife. She worked hard in the household for more than 10 years and coaxed old Madame Gu and the Gu brothers into obedience. She was indeed only one step away from being promoted to the head wife. But Gu Jinyu did not want to see her promoted to the head wife. The two of them fought back and forth and turned the world upside down. In the end, the her in the dream became their cannon fodder. And now, because of the appearance of Madame Yao and the present her, the two of them had an even more troublesome enemy, so they stopped fighting each other. Oh! Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement. Madame Yao was worried that her daughter was disturbing concubine Ling. She looked at Nanny Fong bitterly and said to Gu Jiao, "Once bitten, twice shy. Mother won't be fooled again. Mother will deal with her. Don't worry." Concubine Ling had been in the capital for more than 10 years, and had the powerful Ling family as her backing. It would be very difficult for Madame Yao to pull her down in a short period of time. "Okay, I'm not worried," Gu Jiao said. She took out 2 bottles of medicine from the medicine box. She also removed the packaging and put them in porcelain bottles. "This is a new medicine. Use it the same as before." This medicine looked different from the previous one, but Gu Jiao had changed the medicine for her once, so Madame Yao did not suspect anything. Gu Jiao paused as if she thought of something. She said to Madame Yao, "That's right, Grandaunt has something that she wants me to give to you." "What is it?" Madame Yao asked. Gu Jiao opened the medicine box and took out a packet of medicine powder. "Grandaunt said that you can understand it." Madame Yao took the small packet of medicine. Her little heart began to beat faster. Was the old madam giving her advice again? She did not have time to ask her for advice yesterday, but the old madam had already seen through her. Madame Yao's eyes flashed. She cleared her throat and said, My courtyard has rats. I'll ask Grandaunt for some rat medicine." Gu Jiao, "Oh." Gu Jiao got up and bid farewell. As soon as Gu Jiao left, Madame Yao could not wait to deal with concubine Ling. Concubine Ling had played such a big trick on her. She had been holding it in for an entire night, so she was furious. The old madam was her reassurance. With the old madam's advice, she was not afraid of anything. "Where is concubine Ling?" Madame Yao asked with great ambition. Nurse Fong was startled. "Madam, what do you want to do?" "Madame Yao, drug her." Nurse Fong hesitated. "This is not appropriate, right? You drugged her last time. If you drug her again, it won't be so easy to succeed." Concubine Ling was now very vigilant. All of her food was strictly controlled, and she would not be tricked by Madame Yao again. Madame Yao frowned and said, "Since the old madam asked me to drug her, it means that this method must be the most effective. She should be the one to force it down." "Nurse Fong, are you sure that the medicine was given by the old madam? Why do I feel that there is something wrong with the eldest Mrs. Eyes?" Madame Yao thought carefully. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. "Give me the cloak. I want to pay respects to the old madam." Madame Yao went to old Madame Gu's pine crane courtyard and brought the snacks she made. They were actually leftovers from yesterday. The weather was cold, so they were not bad. Madame Yao carried the food box and bowed to old Madame Gu. "Mother, your daughter-in-law has come late. Thank you for the ginseng. I feel much better after eating it." Madame Gu was very pleased with Madame Yao's words and attitude. Old Madame Gu glanced at Madame Yao indifferently and said, "There is no need to rush over. If you are sick, rest for a few more days. Otherwise, people will say that I am mean to my daughter-in-law." Madame Yao smiled slightly. "What are you saying? It is your daughter-in-law's fortune to be able to serve mother. Mother is blessed, so your daughter-in-law can also benefit from being by your side." No matter how many times one tried to flatter him, it was impossible to penetrate him. Old Madame Gu looked at the food box in her hand. Yao Shi smiled and walked forward. "Daughter-in-law made the desserts that you like." Old Madame Gu happened to be a little hungry. Madame Yao opened the snack box and took out a few plates of exquisite and delicious snacks. She said to old Madame Gu, "By the way, why don't I see concubine Ling? Why are you looking for her?" Old Madame Gu asked. Madame Yao said, "I forgot to return the key to the small storeroom to her. There are also some parts of this month's accounts that I don't understand. In the past, concubine Ling was the one who did the accounts, so I wanted to ask her." Old Madame Gu said indifferently, "She will be here soon. Wait here." Madame Yao bowed. Yes. With old Madame Gu's approval, Madame Yao sat down at Pine Crane Courtyard with a clear conscience. Not long after, concubine Ling arrived. She was stunned when she saw Madame Yao. Madame Yao smiled and said to her, "It has only been a day. Why is concubine Ling looking at me like this?" Gu Chonglin had come to complain to concubine Ling early in the morning, saying that Madame Yao was not a good person. She had secretly met with a wild man and even let Madame Yao escape. Concubine Ling already knew that her plan last night had failed. She lamented that Madame Yao was really lucky. She could not even kill her like this. Concubine Ling said without batting an eyelid, "Nothing. I heard that Madame was sick. I did not expect Madame to come pay respects to old Madame while sick." She was not afraid of infecting old Madame Gu with her illness. Madame Yao said, "Concubine Ling, you are quite concerned about my courtyard." As soon as she said this, concubine Ling's expression tightened. She did not come to Pine Crane Courtyard just now. Logically speaking, she should not know about Madame Yao's illness. However, she had said it so rashly. Was she not saying that she had been monitoring Pine Crane Courtyard? Concubine Ling could monitor Madame Yao, but she could not monitor old Madame Gu. Old Madame Gu frowned. Concubine Ling quickly said, "I heard from the Marquis. The Marquis went to the Yamen this morning and I met him." Madame Yao was shocked. The Marquis did not return to the residence last night. Something seemed to have happened at the Ministry of Works recently. The Marquis went to Bai Shui Alley and brought her back to the residence. He did not even enter the main gate before going to the Ministry of Works. Concubine Ling's words were making things worse. Old Madame Gu was not stupid. How could she not see that concubine Ling was trying to justify herself? Old Madame Gu's face turned colder. Concubine Ling was extremely embarrassed. She scolded Madame Yao in her heart. What kind of medicine did Madame Yao eat? She was getting more and more difficult to deal with. Madame Yao tried to smooth things over. "Forget it. Maybe one of the maids in my courtyard let it slip." Concubine Ling did not do it on purpose. "Mother, I am tired of eating too many snacks. I will go and make some flower tea for you." Not only was Madame Yao good at making snacks, but the tea was also very fragrant. Old Madame Gu nodded. Madame Yao went to the tea room to make a pot of flower tea. "Concubine Ling, do you want a cup?" Concubine Ling did not dare to drink Madame Yao's tea. Madame Yao said, "This flower tea is made from dried flowers that Mother personally chose. It is much more fragrant than the dried flowers I bought outside." If Concubine Ling did not try Madame Gu's things, wouldn't she be disrespecting her? Moreover, Concubine Ling thought that Madame Yao should not have the guts to poison her in front of Madame Gu. Madame Yao was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. She did not think as thoroughly as Concubine Ling, so she did not have as many scruples as Concubine Ling. She put the powder that Gu Jiao gave her into Concubine Ling's tea. One dared to give and the other dared to take. Concubine Ling was still very careful. After taking a sip, she waited for a long time. When she did not feel any discomfort, she took a second and third sip. It had to be said that Madame Yao's tea skills were indeed superb. She hated Madame Yao so much, but she could not help but drink the whole cup. Until night, there was no bad news from Concubine Ling. Madame Yao was puzzled. Could it be that the old madam did not give her poison? The abnormality happened the next day. Concubine Ling came to greet Madame Gu early in the morning. When she smelled the smell of steamed buns, she suddenly vomited. Madame Gu made her feel very uncomfortable, but she still asked someone to call the doctor over. The doctor took the pulse and immediately said to Madame Gu, "Congratulations, Madame Gu. Concubine Ling is pregnant." Chapter 187. Old Madame Gu looked at the doctor in shock. "What did you say? Pregnancy pulse?" The doctor said, "Yes, old madam, it's a pregnancy pulse." Old Madame Gu said, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The house doctor smiled. Although my medical skills aren't that great, I can't make a mistake about the pregnancy pulse. Congratulations, old madam. You are going to have a baby grandson. Old Madame Gu's expression became strange. She never expected that she would have another grandson at this age, especially when the one who gave birth to her grandson was concubine Ling, who had been forced by her to be infertile. Could it be that the medicine had lost its effect? The doctor did mention that the effect of this medicine varied from person to person. Some people would not have children for their whole life, and very few people would get pregnant again after a few years. Forget it, if it lost its effect, then so be it. In the past, she did not allow concubine Ling to give birth to her child because Gu Chongqing and his brothers were still young. Old Madame Gu was worried that concubine Ling's son would threaten the three brothers' status. Now that Gu Chongqing had been conferred the title of heir apparent by the emperor, he was the rightful heir of the Lord Protector's manor. Gu Chongfeng and Gu Chonglin were also grown up. It did not matter if they had another little brother. Considering that concubine Ling had taken care of the three brothers for so many years, it was not impossible to give her a son for the rest of her life. Thinking about it, old Madame Gu suddenly had some expectations for the child in concubine Ling's belly. How many months? She asked the doctor. The doctor said, from the pulse it should be a little more than a month. A trace of panic flashed across concubine Ling's face. But I just had my period a few days ago. The doctor smiled. That's also true. Old Madame Gu nodded thoughtfully. That's right. When I was pregnant with concubine Shu, I also had my period. I almost thought that I was not pregnant. Concubine Ling wanted to say something but stopped. Old Madame Gu took concubine Ling's hand and said gently, no wonder you were not feeling well recently. So you are pregnant. Recuperate well and give birth to a fat grandson for me. The Marquis's estate will not treat you unfairly. This was not a question of mistreatment, but concubine Ling clenched her fists. Suddenly, a servant reported from outside. Old Madam is here. Old Madame Gu had already accepted the child in concubine Ling's stomach and was in a good mood. Let her in. Concubine Ling panicked. She grabbed old Madame Gu's hand and said, I don't want to see Madam. Yao Shi was faster than her. Before she finished speaking, Yao Shi had already lifted the curtain and entered the room. Madame Yao handed the hot water bottle to senior servant Fang, who had followed her in, and smiled at concubine Ling. What's wrong with concubine Ling? Why do you suddenly not want to see me? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? Why was concubine mother lying down? You look so pale. As Yao Shi spoke, she looked at the doctor in the room and then looked at old Madame Gu. Mother, did something happen to concubine mother? Old Madame Gu gave a rare smile and said, concubine Ling is pregnant. She is more than a month pregnant. Concubine Ling looked at Yao Shi in panic. Yao Shi asked strangely, is there a mistake? Ever since the Marquis came back from the mountain villa, he has never rested in concubine mother's room. How could concubine mother be pregnant? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression changed. Marquis Gu had lived in the mountain villa for half a year and returned for 2 months. If Marquis Gu had touched concubine Ling before that, then concubine Ling should have given birth by now. Concubine Ling's face was as pale as paper. Old Madame Gu's face was as black as charcoal. Is what you said true? Yao Shi had a wronged expression. If mother doesn't believe me, you can call the Marquis over and ask him. Old Madame Gu naturally sent someone to call the Marquis's estate's heir. Marquis Gu was badly battered by his superior in the Ministry of Works. He didn't even have time to eat breakfast when he heard Huang Zhong report. Marquis, old Madame sent someone over. What is it? Marquis Gu asked with a headache. Huang Zhong said. She said that something urgent has happened in the estate and wants you to go back immediately. Marquis Gu frowned. Can I go back now? Huang Zhong smiled bitterly. Old Madame wants you to go back no matter what. Marquis Gu face-bombed. What is it? Huang Zhong said awkwardly. I asked, but he said old Madame didn't say anything. Old Madame wants to ask the Marquis in person. Marquis Gu's head was about to explode. Why did everyone come to find him at this time? Who did he offend? Marquis Gu returned to the Marquis's estate in a mess. In Pine Crane Courtyard, old Madame Gu had the servants invite a few skilled doctors to take concubine Ling's pulse. Without exception, they all said that it was a pregnancy pulse. This time there was no doubt that she was pregnant. After all, this was related to her son's reputation. Other than the few people in the room, old Madame Gu didn't let anyone else know. She said that those doctors were all given hush money by old Madame Gu. In Zhao country there was a tradition that people couldn't talk about it until they were 3 months old. The doctors only thought that the Gu family was the same. They tacitly accepted the money and left happily. As for the fact that Marquis Ding and Sfu didn't have a child in the future, that wasn't strange. Pregnancy was a difficult and risky matter. No one could guarantee that the child would be born smoothly. Marquis Gu entered Pine Crane Courtyard. Old Madame Gu's trusted mama had been waiting in the central room for a long time. Marquis, you finally came back. Old Madame has been waiting anxiously. Marquis Gu said, No, I just met a few doctors at the door. Is my mother's health not very good? It's not, old Madame. Old Madame Gu didn't know how to explain inside. Marquis, go in and take a look. She opened the curtain and let Marquis Gu enter the room. There were only 4 people in the room. Old Madame Gu, Yao Shi, Mama Fong and concubine Ling, who was lying on the bed with a pale face. Marquis Gu first bowed to old Madame Gu. Mother? He then walked to Yao Shi's side. Seeing that Yao Shi was unharmed, he relaxed. He looked at old Madame Gu again. Mother, why did you call your son back in such a hurry? Did something happen? Old Madame Gu said seriously. Have you been to concubine Ling's room in the past 2 months? Marquis Gu glanced at Yao Shi. Mother, why are you asking this? Old Madame Gu said with a heavy face. Don't look at your wife. Tell me honestly, have you been there or not? Marquis Gu coughed lightly and said, I went once. Did you leave a room? Old Madame Gu asked. Of course not. Marquis Gu's body shook. I was just passing by. Lin happened to be in her courtyard and called for me. I went in and said a few words to Lin before leaving. At that time, Gu Chonglin had not recovered from his injuries and was sitting in a wheelchair. The top he was playing with flew to the roof. He went in and picked up the top. Old Madame Gu said seriously, Don't say this because your wife is here. Marquis Gu's expression became serious. I didn't. Leave first. Old Madame Gu said to Yao Shi. Yes. Yao Shi bowed and turned to walk out the door. Marquis Gu gently pulled on her sleeve and whispered in her ear. I really didn't. Believe me. Yao Shi did not speak. She pulled back her sleeve and silently left the room. Tell me the truth. Old Madame Gu looked at her son. Marquis Gu was anxious. Son is telling the truth. Old Madame Gu's white eyebrows furrowed. So the child in her stomach is really not yours? Marquis Gu was stunned. What child? Old Madame Gu said unhappily. She is pregnant more than a month. She had finally accepted this child, but it turned out to be a bastard. Old Madame Gu was furious. Marquis Gu looked coldly at concubine Ling. Although he did not like concubine Ling, it did not mean that he would allow her to cheat on him. Concubine Ling had already fainted from anger. She only woke up now. When she opened her eyes, she was met with Marquis Gu's death stare. She trembled and almost fainted again. She climbed up from the bed and knelt on the edge of the bed to grab Marquis Gu's hand. Marquis, I am not pregnant. I am not. Marquis Gu coldly retracted his hand. Whether you are pregnant or not, don't you know in your heart? I am really not. Concubine Ling felt wronged. This was much more wrong than when she was poisoned by Yao Shi. Instead, people thought that she was playing the victim. Her heart was filled with this man. She had admired him since she was a teenager. In order to marry him, she had schemed. How could she betray him? She choked. Marquis, it doesn't matter if others don't believe me. You must believe me. Unfortunately, Marquis Gu did not believe her. Concubine Ling shouted, It's Madame. It must be Madame. She did something. She made me flower tea yesterday. There is something wrong with the flower tea. That flower tea is mine. Old Madame Gu was furious. Concubine Ling hurriedly said, I mean, when she made the tea, she did something. She drugged my tea. Is there a drug that can make people pregnant? Old Madame Gu expressed that she had never heard of such a drug in her life. Did Concubine Ling think she was a fool? This was naturally not a drug that could make people pregnant. It was just a drug that could forcefully change a person's pulse. Concubine Ling was more miserable. Not only did her pulse change, but she also had the side effects of the drug. Even the symptoms of early pregnancy were matched. Concubine Ling turned to look at old Madame Gu. Mother, don't you remember that I took the infertility drug? How can I be pregnant? Old Madame Gu snorted. Maybe the drug's effect has worn off. This was the first time Marquis Gu heard about the infertility drug. But it was not important. This damned woman had cheated on him and was pregnant with someone else's bastard child. He was so angry. Concubine Ling saw that the two did not believe her and gritted her teeth. Fine, you don't believe me. You both think that I cheated on Marquis Gu. Then find the adulterer. She was not like Yao Shi, who had an old lover. Marquis Gu called Huang Zhong and asked him to find Concubine Ling's adulterer. What is this? Huang Zhong braced himself and went to find the adulterer. The first place he searched was Concubine Ling's residence. It was not that he suspected that the adulterer was hiding here, but since this was where Concubine Ling lived, there would definitely be some clues left behind. Just as Huang Zhongqian stepped into the courtyard, a petite figure leaped over the wall and into the courtyard. She came to Concubine Ling's yard, intending to put the evidence of Concubine Ling's crime inside. But she saw a person. Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing had also just arrived. The curtains were so thick that no light could pass through. The room was dark, but Gu Chongqing still recognized Gu Jiao at a glance. The two of them stared at each other for 3 seconds. Gu Jiao, I'm here to put something in. Gu Chongqing opened his mouth, coughed lightly and said seriously, what a coincidence, me too. Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing. Gu Jiao. Why does this happen every time I do something shady? Does she not deserve to do the task alone? Gu Jiao silently put the evidence forged by the old chancellor into the drawer. Gu Chongqing also put his own evidence in. The two of them were silent for a while. Gu Jiao. Let's not put them together. Gu Chongqing, that's true. The two of them took out their evidence at the same time. One of them put it in the wardrobe, and the other under the pillow. Huang Zhong is here. Gu Chongqing heard the movement outside the yard and hurriedly reminded Gu Jiao, intending to take her out. But when he turned his head, there was no sign of Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing. That's not necessary. In Pine Crane Courtyard, concubine Mother Ling had already regained her wits. Yao Shi was only able to harm her because of the old madam's convenience. If she really wanted to extend her hand into her courtyard, it would be impossible. Otherwise, why would she drug her in the Pine Crane yard? Search. She wanted to see what Huang Zhong was able to find out. Marquis. Madame Gu. I found it. Huang Zhong rushed in with 2 boxes in his hands. Concubine Ling frowned. What was going on? Marquis Gu and Madame Gu opened the boxes. The two of them first opened the box that Gu Jiao had given them. In the dream when they returned to the residence, Concubine Ling had been secretly looking for medicine to treat her infertility. But Concubine Ling was very careful. Every time she read the prescription, she would immediately destroy it. Gu Jiao forged a new one for her. The old chancellor was very skilled and knew how to make old prescriptions. He even made prescriptions from more than 10 years ago. In addition to the prescriptions, the old chancellor played 2 roles and wrote dozens of sentimental love letters. The old chancellor came from a poor family. Before he became successful, he used to earn money by writing romance novels. The sales volume was always the highest. His writing style was very good. Chapter 188. Marquis Gu slapped on the table. There are witnesses and evidence. What else do you have to say? Those words were obviously the handwriting of Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling herself was stunned. For a moment, she suspected that she had lost her memory. Did she really write it? Of course, this adulterer didn't exist. In order to make the whole story more reasonable, the old chancellor finally wrote a letter of severance between the two of them in a very sad tone. Basically it said, I've had enough of this kind of shady days. I can't stand you returning to another man. Goodbye, the love of my heart. Don't come to me. I will go to a place where there is no one and end the rest of my life with the memories of the two of us. These letters are the proof that I have stayed in your world. I hope to leave them with you and cherish them. Well, he even filled in the hole of why Concubine Ling was holding the love letter he wrote. If there was no love letter from Concubine Ling, then it could only be regarded as the adulterer's one-sided statement. Concubine Ling just didn't admit that it was written for her. It was because of her handwritten reply that this romantic story had a sense of immersion and persuasiveness. Marquis Gu. No wonder I couldn't find the adulterer. It turned out that the adulterer had left the capital. Marquis Gu fumed. Not only was he angry that Concubine Ling cheated on him, but he was also angry that the adulterer's writing was much better than his. He couldn't write such a mushy sentence. I'll take a small note and write it for Madam in the future. Marquis Gu was absolutely angry that Concubine Ling cheated on him. But he could still be distracted at this moment, which meant that Concubine Ling didn't have much weight in his heart. It was purely a matter of a man's face. In contrast, it was old Madame Gu who was beside him who was very angry. Concubine Ling was too shameless. Wasn't the man at home good? Why did he have to cheat outside? Which wild man outside could be compared with her son? She trembled all over and pointed at Concubine Ling's nose. I used to think that you were a good person. I treated you like my own daughter. I didn't give you a lot of food and clothes. Although you are only a concubine, you have a better life in the mansion than the legal wife. In the end, this is how you repay the Marquis. Auntie Ling thought to herself, that's right. She's even more glamorous than the legal wife. Isn't that because she drank the childless soup? If she also gave birth to a son to compete with Gu Chongqing and his two brothers for the family business, would old Madame still think so highly of her? She didn't say that out loud. Old Madame Gu would not feel ashamed even if she told her. She would only think that she was shameless and insatiable. Back then, she was the one who begged to enter the Lord Protector's manor. She was also the one who willingly drank the contraceptive soup. Nothing was more important than the Lord Protector's manor and her sister's child. Could it be that she was farting? Actually, Concubine Ling had never said these words, but old Madame Gu was only willing to believe what she wanted to believe. She just thought that Concubine Ling had said it. When she drank the infertility medicine, Concubine Ling had also widened her teary eyes and looked at old Madame Gu pitifully. She didn't refuse because she couldn't. It was definitely not because she was willing to do so. However, old Madame Gu wanted it to misinterpret it as voluntary. Old Madame Gu could tolerate Concubine Ling framing Yao, but she would never allow Concubine Ling to let her son down. Concubine Ling said sadly, "Don't you understand what kind of person I am? Why would I do anything to let the Lord Protector down?" The evidence was conclusive, but old Madame Gu didn't listen. Concubine Ling had poured dirty water on Yao back then, and now she had poured it back 10 times to herself. Concubine Ling's fingernails dug into her flesh. Fine, you say that I'm pregnant. Then I'd like to see if I can give birth to a child in 10 months. However, did she really have 10 months to prove the truth of her belly? Marquis Gu opened the second box. There were actually 2 account books inside. The first book was the Lord Protector's Manor's account book. It was obviously not the public account book, but Concubine Ling's private account book. It recorded that Concubine Ling had embezzled as much as 200,000 taels of silver from the Lord Protector's manor. One had to know that Lord Gu's annual salary was only a few hundred taels of silver. It would take him 500 years to save this amount of silver even if he didn't eat or drink. A portion of the money was for her to supplement her brother's living expenses. Compared to the down-and-out Yao family, Concubine Ling's 2 brothers who lived separately from the Lord Protector's manor lived a much better life. It was also at this moment that old Madame Gu felt that Yao was much more reliable than this Ling. At least Yao wouldn't use the Lord Protector's manor's hard-earned money to supplement her family. There was also a part of the silver that Concubine Ling had converted into gold bars and deposited in the bank. This was for herself. Old Madame Gu didn't know what she was saving this money for. Could it be that she was planning to elope with that wild man? Old Madame Gu was about to die from anger. The remaining 10,000 taels of silver were recorded in a more interesting way. She didn't know what it was used for. Only the names of a few servants were recorded. Zhangde. Lord Gu muttered this name. He felt that it sounded familiar. Huang Zhong said, "Lord Gu, is it that little Zhang?" Lord Gu pondered little Zhang. Huang Zhong explained, "Zhang Budo. That guy who won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. He's quite good at drinking. He used to be in charge of the warehouse. After that, he chauffeured carriages for the previous madam for more than a year." Lord Gu had an impression of him. He loved to drink and always caused trouble. Later, he was sent back to the warehouse by Madame Ling. Is he still in the manor? Yes, Huang Zhong said. What about these people? Lord Gu handed the account book to Huang Zhong. These people are all here. This one called Lu Chun. Huang Zhong wasn't sure. She's not here anymore. But I know where she lives. Old Madame Gu's trusted nanny said from outside the curtain. Huang Zhong and the nanny split up to look for people. Most of the servants in the account book were found. There were a few who were missing, but it didn't affect the final investigation. Lord Gu confronted them in front of concubine Ling. They didn't admit it at first. Lord Gu said coldly, "It's fine if you don't admit it. It's written here. How much silver did you take? Immediately return it to me. If you don't return it, I'll take it that you stole it. I'll report it to the officials. I'm the Lord. If I report it to the officials and arrest people, I'm afraid they won't be able to come out alive." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Zhang Budo was the most cowardly. He was the first to kowtow and beg for mercy. "Have mercy, Lord Gu. I'll tell you. This money was given to us by concubine Ling. She told us to spread the news that Madame killed the previous Madame in the manor and all over the capital. She also told us to break third young master's favorite inkstone and frame little young master." A nanny said. "She told us to tell second young master and third young master that once Lord Gu has a new madam, he won't want them anymore. If the new madam gives birth to a son, Lord Gu's manor will belong to the younger brother." Another nanny said. Among these people, there were some who had served Gu Changfeng and Gu Changlin closely. Gu Changfeng and Gu Changlin had a great prejudice against Yao. On one hand, it was because of old Madame Gu and the Ling family. On the other hand, it was because of the incitement of these servants. However, their incitement was very skillful. It was all guided by concubine Ling behind the scenes. She was able to make the two brothers listen to her and not betray the servants. A manservant said, "Also that time when we locked the dark room, third young master didn't have enough strength and didn't close the door tightly. It was concubine Ling who told us to close the door tightly. Even Gu Changlin didn't know about this matter. He really thought that he had closed the door tightly. Gu Yan couldn't open the door. His heart disease acted up and he almost died inside. Lord Gu also almost beat Gu Changlin and his two brothers to death. Gu Chongqing was always by the old Lord Gu's side. Concubine Ling couldn't do anything to him, so she extended her control to Gu Changfeng and Gu Changlin. Every time the two of them were wronged by Lord Gu and cried that their father was bad and they didn't want their father anymore, the servants would say, "It's not Lord Gu's fault. Lord Gu used to treat you very well. It's because Yao gave birth to a younger brother for you that Lord Gu ignored you." The two children vented all their anger on Gu Yan. Poor Gu Yan at such a young age. He skipped to find his older brother, but in return, he was abused by his older brothers. Marquis Gu's anger finally exploded. He stood up and kicked concubine Ling in the chest, causing her to flip over. Concubine Ling fell heavily to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment when her heart was truly cold was now. When he believed that she was pregnant with another man's bastard child, he wasn't even this angry. However, she only dealt with Yao and Gu Yan a little, and he was so angry? Weren't that slut and her son fine? Weren't they doing just fine? Was it because of the 200,000 taels? She was like a cow or a horse in this family. Even her right to be a mother was taken away. Was she not worth the money? Why did you do this? Lord Gu looked at concubine Ling in confusion. Why? Concubine Ling smiled. Of course it's because of you, Lord Gu. From the moment I fell from the attic and was caught by you, I wanted to marry you. But why are you my brother-in-law? When I saw elder sister with you, I was so jealous that I almost went crazy. Elder sister is dead. Elder sister was very good to me when she was alive. But I'm not sad, not at all. Because I know that my chance has come. Lord Gu had people take concubine Ling away. Concubine Ling's crimes were unforgivable. But first, she was the Ling family's daughter. Second, the three sons did not know of concubine Ling's crimes. If they rashly dealt with her, the sons would not believe it and insist that Yao sure did something to her. Then the misunderstanding would become even deeper. Lord Gu suddenly felt very tired. He had not heard many rumors about Yao Shi. First, no one dared to say it in front of him. Second, Yao Shi never complained to him. He would occasionally hear the servants gossip, but he would send them away on the spot. Lord Gu, how should we deal with these servants? Huang Zhong asked. Lord Gu impatiently said, They're just a few servants. You even have to ask this lord about this? Yes, yes. Sigh to be blamed, how pitiful. Huang Zhong punished the servants who should be punished and sold the ones who should be sold. In short, they were not allowed to take half a step into the Lord Gu Fu. Lord Gu. Huang Zhong said, It's late, you should go back and rest. Unknowingly, it was already midnight. Yao Shi had already returned to her courtyard. Old Madame Gu was so angry that she had a headache. After returning to her room and taking medicine, she also went to rest. Lord Gu was exhausted, but he did not go to rest. Instead, he went to Gu Changfeng in Gu Chenglin's courtyard. Gu Changfeng had just returned from a mission and was almost drained dry. His face was pale, but it matched the appearance of someone who was woken up in the middle of the night. Lord Gu, call your eldest brother over. His aura was not right. The brothers looked at each other, not understanding what had happened to their father. Gu Chenglin said, Eldest brother went to the military camp. Lord Gu said tiredly, All right, I'll talk to you two first. Lord Gu did not mention concubine Ling's affair. First, it was dishonorable. Second, it was not good to talk about it in front of the children. He only talked about concubine Ling's embezzlement of money, and how she bribed the servants to create rumors and sow discord. The two brothers were stunned. Little Madame Ling had passed away early. When concubine Ling entered the Fu, the two brothers were still at an age where they relied on their mother. They absorbed their mother's warmth from concubine Ling. In their hearts, concubine Ling was their second mother. Gu Chenglin stood up from his chair. I don't believe it. Concubine Ling would not do that. It must be Yao Shi. It must be that bitch Yao Shi who slandered concubine Ling. Who are you calling a bitch? Lord Gu also stood up coldly. This time, Gu Changfeng stood in front of his younger brother. He would not allow concubine Ling to be wronged, and he would not allow his father to punish his younger brother for a crime that should not be committed. For the first time, Lord Gu felt a different aura from his second son, but he did not think too much about it. He clenched his fists. The evidence is conclusive. Those servants are still being punished in the stable. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. Gu Chenglin said. They were all bribed by Yao Shi. Whatever Yao Shi told them to say, they said it. I don't believe their words. I want to see concubine Ling. I will ask her myself. I only believe her. Lord Gu flew into a rage. Unfilial son. Gu Chenglin ignored him. In Gu Chenglin's heart, concubine Ling was much more important than his biological father. When he was sick, it was concubine Ling who took care of him without caring for him. When he missed his mother, it was concubine Ling who hugged him all night. When he was beaten by his biological father for no reason, it was concubine Ling who comforted him, coaxed him, and made delicious food for him. Concubine Ling was the person who treated him the best in this world besides his biological mother. He only wanted concubine Ling. Gu Chenglin rushed to concubine Ling's courtyard. Gu Changfeng was also very worried about concubine Ling's condition, so he followed along. Concubine Ling. Gu Chenglin arrived outside the courtyard. The guard stopped him. Third young master, you cannot go in. Out of the way. Gu Chenglin rudely pushed the guard who was guarding the door. However, he could not push him. Gu Changfeng walked over and moved his fingertips. The guard felt something hit his knee and his body bent. Gu Chenglin took the opportunity to push him to the side and entered the courtyard with Gu Changfeng. Concubine Ling. Concubine Ling. Gu Chenglin hurried to concubine Ling's room. The room was quiet. There was no light, only a thin ray of moonlight shone in from outside the door. Concubine Ling? Gu Chenglin called out softly. Concubine Ling sat in front of the dressing table with her hair disheveled, staring at the bronze mirror in a daze. In just a short day, she no longer seemed to be young and beautiful. Concubine Ling. Gu Chenglin came behind concubine Ling. Concubine Ling was very quiet. However, it was not difficult to see that she had cried bitterly just now from her red and swollen eyes. There was also blood at the corner of her mouth. Gu Chenglin's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He knelt down on one knee and looked up at Concubine Ling with heartache. Concubine Ling? Did father hit you? He's too much of a bastard. I won't talk to him anymore. I don't want him anymore. Concubine Ling's eyes were red and filled with tears. She raised her hand and caressed Gu Chenglin's cheek. Silly child. Gu Chenglin pressed his cheek against her palm and said solemnly, they said that you framed Yao and even forged evidence to slander you. Concubine Ling, don't worry, I won't be fooled. Father was deceived by that vixen. I will think of a way to clear your name. Concubine Ling said. Didn't you think that she was stupid and couldn't do anything to frame people? Gu Chenglin snorted. That was in the past. When I saw her secretly meeting with someone and making me miss, I knew that she wasn't simple. She's not a good person. Concubine Ling, if the manor can't tolerate you, then I won't stay. I'll take you away. I'll take you away from the Marquis's mansion. Concubine Ling smiled bitterly. You are the son of the Marquis. The Marquis will not let you leave the Marquis's mansion. You will be caught. Gu Chenglin choked and quickly said. He can't catch me. Let's go to the Ling family and hide. Grandmother will definitely make the decision for me. She will make the decision for you, but she won't make the decision for me. My value was already squeezed dry the moment you grew up. Concubine Ling looked at him with tears in her eyes and choked. Let Concubine Ling hug you again. Gu Chenglin nodded, wrapped his arms around Concubine Ling's waist, and buried his head in her arms. Suddenly he felt a pain in his chest. Everything happened too quickly. Before Gu Chengfeng could react, Concubine Ling's dagger had already stabbed into Gu Chenglin's heart. Gu Chenglin looked down at the dagger in his heart and raised his head in disbelief. Aunt Mother. Chapter 189. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Concubine Ling did not show any mercy. She really planned to stab Gu Chenglin to death. The viciousness in her eyes was completely different from the gentleness in the past. Gu Chengfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled her away. Gu Chenglin fell into a pool of blood. He opened his sad eyes and stared blankly at Concubine Ling, who had fallen to the ground with a triumphant expression. They had all let her down. They had all let her down. Then she would destroy them all. Didn't these two old farts treasure Gu Chenglin the most? Then she would kill him. And Gu Chenglin, he loved her the most, as if he loved his own mother. This stab must have hurt Gu Chenglin badly, right? Do you really think I like you very much? If it wasn't for the sake of staying in the Marquis's mansion, would I be willing to look at you? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Concubine Ling laughed crazily. A strong wind blew outside the room, blowing all the curtains. Her laughter was like the wail of a malicious spirit. The concubine who thought she loved them was only using them as tools to gain favor. How ironic, how humiliating. The two brothers had suffered a terrible blow. It was not an exaggeration to say that the sky had fallen. Gu Chengfeng's mind was completely numb. He instinctively patted Gu Chenglin's pale face. Third brother. Third brother. Gu Chenglin's situation was very bad. Blood dyed his clothes red, and his breath was rapidly weakening. Gu Chengfeng rushed out of the door with him in his arms. Doctor! Call the doctor! The manor doctor had experienced a day full of ups and downs. First, Concubine Ling was mysteriously pregnant. Then the third young master was stabbed in the heart. He felt that he was getting old and could not adapt to the life in the Marquis's manor. The doctor hurriedly checked Gu Chenglin's injury. Logically speaking, the knife should be pulled out and then stitched up Gu Chenglin's wound. However, the knife was stabbed in the wrong place. It was almost stabbed in his heart. If it was pulled out, the blood would not stop. But if it was not pulled out, Gu Chenglin would not be able to hold on for long. In other words, Gu Chenglin was hopeless. The doctor said sorrowfully, "Please forgive the old madam for being powerless." What happened? Marquis Gu rushed in anxiously. Just now, when the two brothers went to find Concubine Ling, although he was half dead with anger, he did not expect that something would really happen. Seeing Gu Chenglin covered in blood and with a knife in his heart, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Among his four sons, he doted on Gu Yan the most, but that didn't mean he didn't dote on the other three. Huang Zhong! Quickly call for the imperial physician! He roared. Huang Zhong left without stopping for a moment. As soon as Huang Zhong left, Gu Chongqing entered the residence. It was true that he had gone to the barracks, but he felt uneasy, so he came back. He was a warrior. He had killed people and been injured before. The moment he saw Gu Chonglin, he knew that Gu Chonglin was beyond saving. Even the most experienced medical officer in the military camp could not treat injuries of this degree. At first, Gu Chonglin was only bleeding from his wound. Soon, his body began to tremble and he began to vomit blood. Gu Chongfeng blamed himself to death. It was all his fault. He did not keep an eye on his third brother. If he was even a little bit vigilant towards concubine Ling, like he was towards concubine Yao, he would have reacted. Gu Chongfeng held Gu Chonglin's hand, big drops of tears falling down. Gu Chongqing clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with endless coldness. At that moment no one knew what he was thinking. He suddenly strode forward. His hands went around Gu Chonglin's back and knees, and carefully picked him up. "What are you doing?" Marquis Gu asked. "Taking him to a physician," Gu Chongqing said seriously. Marquis Gu said angrily, "What physician?" "Huang Zhong has already gone to call for the imperial physician. He is so seriously injured. Don't move him." He was a martial artist. He still had this common sense. People who were seriously injured should not be moved casually. It was easy to tear the wound. Gu Chongqing said. "The imperial physician can't save him." Marquis Gu was furious. "If the imperial physician can't save him, then the physicians outside can? Don't you know what time it is? Which physician would open the door and wait for you to treat him?" Gu Chongfeng also looked at Gu Chongqing. Eldest brother, Gu Chongqing did not explain. If that person could not save him, then all the imperial physicians would be useless. He did not know how good that person's medical skills were, but he knew the ceiling of Zhao country's imperial physicians. They could not treat this kind of injury. Gu Chongqing was a person who valued rules. No matter how close he was to Marquis Gu, he had never openly disobeyed his father. This was the first time that he was so determined to go against Marquis Gu. "Unfilial son, come back." Marquis Gu went forward to grab him, but was blocked by Gu Chongqing's hidden guards. Gu Chongqing's hidden guards were given by the old Marquis. They only listened to Gu Chongqing. Marquis Gu was so angry that he stomped his feet. He cursed his own father hundreds of times in his heart. "Am I still your biological son?" Gu Chongqing wrapped Gu Chonglin in a cloak and carried him out of the fu. The cold wind rustled. He carefully protected his younger brother in his arms. He could feel that Gu Chonglin's breathing was slowly weakening. This was not just a matter of the injury. Gu Chonglin himself seemed to have lost the will to live. "You can't die. I promised mother that I would take care of you too." He forced himself to calm down. In fact, because he was too worried about Gu Chonglin, he did not notice a familiar breath not far away. Gu Chongfeng saw his older brother arrive at Bai Shui Alley. He was shocked. Gu Jiao slept until midnight. Suddenly, she was awakened by a knock on the door. She went to open the door first. She was not afraid that someone would rob her in the middle of the night. She could rob them back without worrying about the other party reporting to the authorities. She opened the door and saw Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing was holding a bloody youth in his arms. Gu Jiao had beaten Gu Chonglin before. Of course she recognized him. She was not surprised that this kid had been stabbed. Gu Chongqing's expression was very complicated. He understood the discord between Gu Chonglin and the siblings. He also understood that Gu Jiao was not very willing to see Gu Chonglin, but he had no other choice. He looked at Gu Jiao. He opened his mouth and said with difficulty, "Please save him." On the roof not far away, Gu Chongfeng's heart felt like it was being stabbed by needles. Was this still the arrogant big brother? Was this the cold-faced Yama in the military camp who never bowed his head to anyone? He was actually begging a little girl in such a low voice. What would she do? Would she refuse big brother? Gu Jiao opened both doors. "Come in." Gu Chongqing carried Gu Chonglin into the courtyard. Xiao Lulang also woke up. He walked out in thin clothes and glanced at Gu Chongqing and Gu Chonglin, who was in his arms. Gu Chongqing had come here to take care of Gu Yan who had acne, so Xiao Lulang knew him. But Xiao Lulang had never seen Gu Chonglin. Gu Chonglin was injured. and blood was dripping from his wound. Xiao Lulang did not ask much. He said to Gu Jiao, "Go to my place. I'll carry little Jing Kong to your room." Gu Jiao replied, "Okay." Xiao Lulang went back to the house and carried the sleeping little Jing Kong to Gu Jiao's east room. Gu Chongqing carried Gu Chonglin into the west room. Gu Jiao took out a kind of light blue paper that Gu Chongqing had never seen before from the small medicine box and spread it on the bed. "Okay, put him on the bed." Gu Chongqing put Gu Chonglin down gently and looked at Gu Jiao. "Can he be saved?" Gu Jiao took out disinfectant and disinfected her hands. "It's hard to say. Light the lamp." Gu Chongqing hurried to light the oil lamp on the table. Xiao Lulang found the rest of the oil lamps in the house and lit them one by one. Gu Jiao said to Xiao Lulang, "You go to sleep first." Then she said to Gu Chongqing, "Go and boil some water." "Okay." Gu Chongqing agreed. The two of them went out. Gu Jiao put on a pair of gloves and began to check Gu Chenglin's injury. She cut open Gu Chenglin's shirt with a pair of scissors. The doctor in the house gave him some hemostatic powder, but the effect was minimal. Blood kept oozing out. Fortunately, the doctor did not pull out the knife impulsively. In this situation, if he pulled out the knife, he would definitely die from excessive blood loss. Without an X-ray, Gu Jiao could only judge the position of the knife based on the length and angle of the knife. She did not know if Gu Chonglin was lucky. The knife was less than half an inch away from his heart. Gu Jiao put him on an intravenous drip and gave him a shot of epinephrine. Then she took the test paper and went out. She said to Gu Chongqing and Xiao Lulang, who did not listen to her and went back to sleep, "He needs a blood transfusion. I'll collect your blood types." The two of them did not understand what blood types were. However, there were blood transfusion treatments in the military camp. Most of them used internal force to push blood into the other party's body. However, the mortality rate of this treatment was very high. Gu Jiao collected the blood from the four people's fingers. The result was that none of them matched. The old lady and Gu Yan were not considered. They did not meet the requirements to donate blood. Gu Chongqing asked, "We are brothers. Can't my blood be used?" Gu Jiao said, "This is very complicated. Even if Gu Yan and I are fraternal twins, our blood types may not match." Gu Chongqing was confused. Dripping blood to identify relatives meant that they were blood relatives. Didn't this mean that their blood could match? Patients who lost too much blood in the military camp were treated with the blood of their loved ones. The casualty rate was much lower than that of outsiders. This was because relatives were affected by genetic factors. The probability of having the same blood type was higher, but it was not absolute. Lu Quan. Gu Jiao thought of the old chancellor's steward. He was in the prime of his life and could donate blood. Gu Chongqing planned to go next door to find Lu Quan. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Quan standing at the door with a cold face. Gu Chongqing was slightly stunned. "Why are you here?" Gu Chengfeng's gaze was cold. "I should be the one asking Big Brother. Why are you here? Didn't Big Brother say that he was going to bring third brother to find a doctor? Is it here? What doctor is there here? A little medicine boy from Miracle Hand Hall?" Gu Chongqing faintly felt that this younger brother was not the same as usual. His aura was a little dangerous. However, his mind was filled with Gu Chenglin's injury. He didn't think too much about it. He said, "I don't have time to explain to you. Get out of my way." Gu Chengfeng said, "I won't. Big Brother, you betrayed us long ago." Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. Yao Shi is innocent. Mother's death has nothing to do with Yao Shi. Gu Chengfeng clenched his fists. So Big Brother accepted them. Even if Mother wasn't killed by Yao Shi, third brother was seriously injured by that girl. How much do you hate third brother? Doesn't Big Brother know? I think Big Brother has been bewitched by that girl. You only remember that you have a younger sister, and don't remember that you have two younger brothers. Gu Chongqing said coldly, "Shut up. You said before that you only have two younger brothers and no third brother. You don't have a younger sister. You've forgotten these words." Gu Chengfeng's eyes were like torches. "Fine. Then let me ask you. Did she say that she could definitely cure third brother? She didn't, right? Then if she purposely killed third brother, we can just say that third brother's injury was too serious. There was nothing we could do to save him." Gu Chongqing's patience had reached its limit. "She's not as bad as you say. Third brother's life is at stake. If you don't get out of my way, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Changfeng threw caution to the wind. Fine. Then big brother will give it a try. Big brother, if you don't protect third brother, then I'll protect third brother. Today, I definitely won't let anyone hurt. Before he finished speaking, a small figure suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed him with a needle. You, Gu Changfeng turned his head. His body tilted and he fainted. Gu Changqing caught him. Gu Jiao put away the needle and took some of Gu Changfeng's blood. Gu Changqing was shocked. Weren't you in the house? How did you? Gu Jiao spread her hands. Oh, I went in through the back door. She went to the old chancellor's house from the back door and came out from the old chancellor's house. She sneaked an attack on Gu Changfeng. Gu Changqing looked at the unconscious Gu Changfeng. It's okay. It's just a little sedative. Gu Jiao said and looked at the test paper in her hand. Oh, we don't need to find Lu Quan. Gu Chengfeng's blood type matched Gu Chenglin's. Gu Changqing carried him in. Xiao Lulang brought a set of dry clothes over. Gu Chenglin's clothes were soaked in blood and couldn't be worn anymore. Gu Changqing left in a hurry and didn't think so thoroughly. He looked at Xiao Lulang seriously and didn't have the unfamiliarity and vigilance from the first time they met. Thank you. Gu Jiao said, you can all go out. The operation process was too bloody and violent. She didn't want to leave any psychological trauma for the patient's family and her own family. The two went to the central room. When Gu Jiao drew blood for Gu Changfeng slowly woke up. He couldn't move because of the sedative. He looked at his and Gu Chenglin's arms that were pricked with strange things, as if his blood flowed into his brother's body. Gu Jiao didn't care whether this guy would have psychological trauma or not. Gu Jiao raised the scalpel and said lightly, I'm going to start the operation. Gu Changfeng snorted. In the next second, Gu Jiao pulled out the dagger. Blood splattered 3 feet. Gu Changfeng. Chapter 190. All the novels that can't be found online are here. The wound was deep and wide, and the dagger itself was not clean. Gu Jiao wanted to clean the wound, and the flesh was torn open. That scene was unforgettable. Because the wound was too close to the heart, Gu Changfeng felt that he saw his brother's beating organ. He didn't know if it was his illusion or not. Gu Chengfeng's hands and feet were cold. After that, Gu Jiao began to sew the wound needle by needle. Gu Chengfeng lay weakly on the rattan chair, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He wanted to close his eyes, but he felt that it was too cowardly. He saw the flesh being torn by the needle and thread, and he heard a sticky and squishy sound. He felt terrible. Looking at Gu Jiao's calm face, those who didn't know would think that she was sewing clothes. When Gu Jiao finished the last stitch, Gu Chengfeng fainted. For a long time in the future, he could only be a vegetarian. Gu Jiao walked out of the house. It was already dawn. Xiao Lulang went to make breakfast for the family, and Gu Changqing had been wandering around the central room. When he saw Gu Jiao, he looked nervous. How is it? Here you are. Gu Jiao wrapped the dagger that she took from Gu Changlin in a cloth and handed it to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing didn't want this dagger, but after all it was the weapon that concubine Ling used to hurt Gu Changlin, so he took it. Gu Jiao said, he's alive for now, but he's not out of danger yet. In the next 3 days, if he doesn't have any symptoms of infection or adverse reactions, and can wake up, then he's really fine. So the next 3 days were the most critical period. Gu Changqing understood and said to Gu Jiao, then since it was so dangerous, naturally they couldn't send him back. The doctors in the house were not skilled enough, and the imperial doctors were not enough. The main thing was that Gu Changqing had never seen those strange things that Gu Jiao used. He was afraid that the imperial doctors wouldn't understand. Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said, send him to the clinic. I'll be there during the day, and let Dr. Song be on night duty. Dr. Song was the disciple of the county's Huichun Hall, and he was trustworthy. He knew how to use her medicine. Gu Changqing said, okay, I'll listen to you. Gu Jiao went to the old chancellor's house next door to borrow a carriage. Gu Changqing carefully carried Gu Changlin into the carriage. Gu Changfeng woke up and weakly got into the carriage. Gu Jiao still had to tidy up the house and deal with the medical supplies, so she said to Gu Changqing, you go first, I'll be there in a while. Gu Changqing nodded his head, okay. It wasn't far from Bishui Alley to the clinic on Xuanwu Street, but in order to not let the patient in the carriage be too bumpy, Lu Quan made the carriage go steadily and slowly. Inside the carriage, Gu Chonglin was still unconscious due to the effects of the medicine. Gu Chengfeng's tranquilizer didn't have much effect left, but when he thought of the scene of Gu Jiao operating on Gu Chonglin, he felt his arms and legs go soft and his scalp tingle. It wasn't that he had never seen a doctor treat people, but that girl was different from other doctors. What was different about her, Gu Chengfeng couldn't say for a while. Gu Chengfeng's gaze fell on Gu Chenglin's face. "Big brother, how is third brother?" Gu Chongqing said. "He hasn't passed the critical period yet." Gu Chengfeng snorted. "I knew it. How could she treat third brother so seriously? 3 days of critical period. Any accident is possible." Gu Chongqing's gaze turned cold. This is already the result of her efforts. If she didn't do her best, you would be looking at a corpse right now. Gu Chengfeng was at a loss for words. Gu Chongqing said sternly, "I don't want to hear these kinds of words in the future." Gu Chengfeng unwillingly turned his face away. The carriage went on for a while. The atmosphere inside the carriage was incomparably heavy. Gu Chengfeng opened his mouth again. "Big brother, have you never suspected her identity? How could a wild girl from the countryside have such ability? Big brother, don't you think she's very suspicious?" Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Chengfeng with a cold gaze. "She saved third brother, and also saved me." Gu Chengfeng was stunned. After Gu Chongqing sent Gu Chonglin to the side room of the clinic, he had Gu Chengfeng take care of him while he himself returned to the Marquis's estate. Marquis Gu was about to die from anxiety. He was blocked in the estate by Gu Chongqing's hidden guards and couldn't take a single step out. The sky was already bright, but he didn't know what happened to Gu Chonglin. That stinky brat's wings had hardened. He actually dared to disobey his father. Just as Marquis Gu was about to faint from anger, Gu Chongqing returned. Marquis Gu was so angry that he pointed at his nose and scolded, "Unfilial son! Unfilial thing! Where did you take your brother?" Gu Chongqing said, "He's at the clinic. His life has been saved for now." Saved? Marquis Gu couldn't believe it. The imperial physician had come in the middle of the night, and after hearing the location of the wound described by the estate physician, he had basically concluded that Gu Chonglin had no way to live. Not to mention finding a physician from the capital, even if they called the divine physician from Chan country, it would be useless. "Well, you're not lying to me, right?" Marquis Gu was so agitated that he stuttered. "Which clinic is your brother in?" "Miracle Hand Hall," Gu Chongqing said. Miracle Hand Hall. Why did this name sound a little familiar? Whatever. Marquis Gu flicked his sleeve. "Huang Zhong. Prepare the horse. Go to Miracle Hand Hall." Gu Chongqing called out to him, "Father, is concubine Ling still in the Fu? Why do you still care about that woman?" Marquis Gu was angry at the mention of that woman. She had done so many evil things, dying 100 times was not too much. In the end, she was still a member of the Ling family. He had originally planned to let the Ling family know before dealing with her, but unexpectedly, she had injured Gu Chonglin in such a short time. She knew that she had no way to live, so even if she died, she wanted to drag someone down with her. All these years, she had been doing her best to suppress her anger and dissatisfaction. She had suppressed it so well that no one had discovered it, and only at the last moment did she completely explode. This kind of person was simply too frightening. Marquis Gu said, "In a moment when your grandmother wakes up, someone will naturally report to her what happened last night. You don't need to worry." The old madam could ignore whether concubine Ling had bullied Madame Yao and her stepson, and could also ignore her instigating the relationship between Madame Yao and her stepson. However, Gu Chonglin was the old madam's lifeblood. Concubine Ling stabbing him was practically cutting off any chance of survival. The old madam would not let her go. Gu Chongqing went to concubine Ling's courtyard. Concubine Ling had laughed crazily for half the night, and now she finally stopped. She sat on the bed and hugged a pillow as if she was hugging a child. She patted it lightly and hummed. Her room was a mess. There were bloodstains that belonged to Gu Chonglin on the ground. Gu Chongqing crossed the threshold with a cold expression. With his back to the light, his tall body cast a long shadow on the ground, which spread to concubine Ling's body. Concubine Ling raised her head in a daze. Her hair was disheveled, her clothes were messy, and her eyes were dull. But soon she revealed a happy smile. "Ah, brother is here." Gu Chongqing coldly walked into the room and stopped 3 steps in front of her. Concubine Ling smiled and said to the baby in her arms, "Big brother is here. Quickly call him big brother." Gu Chongqing said, "Don't pretend. I have something to ask you." The crazy smile on Concubine Ling's face froze. The corners of her mouth relaxed little by little, and a trace of viciousness gradually condensed in her dull eyes. She mercilessly threw the baby in her arms to the ground and looked at Gu Chongqing. "Oh, what does the heir want to ask me?" Gu Chongqing's expression did not change at all. "Did you kill my mother?" Concubine Ling was stunned for a moment, then covered her face and laughed crazily. She laughed so hard that her whole body was trembling, and tears were flowing from her eyes. Ha 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 ha. The entire courtyard was filled with her maniacal laughter. Even though it was broad daylight, it was still creepy to listen to. The maids in the courtyard were so scared that they hugged each other. Gu Chongqing looked at her expressionlessly and did not interrupt her. After she had laughed enough, she wiped the tears on her face, looked at the tears on her fingertips and said, "I want to kill my sister. Does she still have a chance to live so long?" Gu Chongqing said lightly, "If it's not you, who is it?" Concubine Ling smiled and said, "Why don't you ask me if your mother died of illness?" "Did she?" Gu Chongqing asked. Concubine Ling smiled gently and looked into Gu Chongqing's eyes. "No, she didn't. She was killed by someone. As for who it was, you can guess it yourself." Gu Chongqing looked at her without blinking, as if to distinguish the truth in her words. "Do you suspect that I'm lying?" Concubine Ling sneered and said, "A person's words are good when he is about to die. I've admitted to all the other crimes, why not admit to this one?" Gu Chongqing said seriously, "The night before my mother's illness worsened, she only saw you and my grandmother. Are you implying that my grandmother is the murderer?" "Ha ha ha." Concubine Ling trembled with laughter again. "If you think so." "It's okay," Gu Chongqing frowned. What did Concubine Ling mean? Was she saying that the murderer was not her, nor his grandmother? But why did his mother's illness deteriorate after his grandmother and her came? La. Concubine Ling picked up the pillow she threw on the ground and held it in her arms again. "Do you want to know who killed your mother? Come here and I'll tell you." Gu Chongqing looked at her coldly. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Concubine Ling looked aggrieved. "You're not that fool, Gu Chonglin. How can I hurt you? Come closer and I'll tell you." Gu Chongqing was still unmoved. "Well, forget it. Since you came to see me off, I'll tell you who killed your mother. That person is..." Concubine Ling sneered and said a name. Gu Chongqing's body shook. "You're lying." "Ha, ha." Concubine Ling laughed crazily again. Gu Chongqing knew that he couldn't get anything else out of her. Perhaps this woman was really crazy. She didn't know what she said at all. He turned and left the room. When he crossed the threshold, he looked at Concubine Ling one last time. "Before you married into the manor, did you really want me to call you aunt?" Concubine Ling's body stiffened. "I want to eat that. The red fruit on the tree?" "Yes." Little Chongqing nodded. "Call me aunt and I'll pick it for you." Little Chongqing thought about it and said in a childish voice, "Aunt?" "Ha ha." The young girl tied the skirt around her waist. "Ah, miss, what are you doing? You can't be like this." The servant girls were scared half to death. This was too improper. "Move." The young girl climbed up the tree and picked a few red begonias for the 3-year-old little Chongqing. The young girl's eyes were pure and her smile was bright. This was her best years, her most beautiful appearance. Gu Chongqing left. Concubine Ling sat on the bed in a daze and hugged the pillow in her arms. Suddenly, she buried her face in the pillow and burst into tears. Little Jingkong woke up and found himself lying on the bed in Jiaojiao. He scratched his little head in confusion. This was strange. Didn't he sleep in his west room with his bad brother-in-law? Why was he in Jiaojiao's room? Could it be that Jiaojiao missed him so much that he brought him here in the middle of the night? Little Jingkong nodded solemnly. Yes, it must be so. Little Jingkong lifted the quilt in a good mood and started a lively day. He found that his little clothes were neatly placed on the chair beside the bed. He tilted his head and picked up the little clothes, saying proudly, "Jiaojiao is so considerate." Then, He frowned and said disdainfully, "My bad brother-in-law isn't so considerate." Xiao Lulang had just opened the door when he heard the little guy complaining about him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "What did I do? I brought the clothes here, okay?" "Humph." Little Jing Kong turned his face away and continued to put on his little clothes after a while. He shook his head and showed off, "I slept with Jiao Jiao last night." Xiao Lulang, "Haha, you think too much. Jiao Jiao didn't sleep at all." Chapter 191. Little Jing Kong put on his clothes and pulled up his pants. He jumped on the bed and continued to show off. "Jiao Jiao carried me here." Xiao Lulang, "Heh?" Little Jing Kong raised his chin. "Jiao Jiao even brought me my clothes. She's so considerate." Xiao Lulang, "Heh." Little Jing Kong got out of bed and started to look for Gu Jiao. "Where's Jiao Jiao?" "She went to the clinic," Xiao Lulang said. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. Oh, he wasn't in a good mood when he didn't see Jiao Jiao in the morning. He glanced at his bad brother-in-law. "Jiao Jiao and I slept together." "You didn't." He was in a good mood when he showed off. Xiao Lulang swore that if the little monk dared to show off for the third time, he would tell him the truth. Fortunately, Little Jing Kong shook his head and went to find someone else to show off. Since Gu Jiao wasn't around, Xiao Lulang made breakfast. The whole family looked at the big black lump in the bowl and collectively lost their appetite. It was rare for the old lady to wake up so early, but this was what you made me eat. Little Jing Kong's little face scrunched up. He wasn't a picky eater, but he didn't eat poison either. "Why aren't you eating?" Xiao Lulang asked. Everyone's mouth twitched and gave him a sidelong glance. "Don't you know why you're not eating? Why don't you take a bite and show us?" Xiao Lulang also refused in his heart. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the family still braced themselves and ate the unknown paste in the bowl. Other people's culinary skills were getting better and better, but Xiao Lulang was getting worse and worse. Gu Yan was so disgusted by the taste that he rolled his eyes. "I have to take 2 more heart medicine." After an indescribable breakfast, the family left Xiao Lulang and had a small meeting. Little Jing Kong stuck out his tongue and said, "Bad brother-in-law, you're not allowed to enter the kitchen anymore. If I fainted in class today, it must be because I ate his breakfast and got poisoned." Gu Yan, Gu Xiaoshan, and the old lady nodded in unison. They unanimously decided to blacklist Xiao Lulang in the kitchen. As long as he did not starve to death, he was not allowed to enter the kitchen again. After missing Xuaningxiang, the whole family began to miss the old chancellor. Even the old lady, who was inexplicably angry whenever she saw the old chancellor, felt that at least the guy's culinary skills were reliable. The old chancellor was very busy these days. He was busy playing hide and seek with the emperor. He couldn't really let the emperor find out about Jadewater Alley, so after moving out of the inn, he rented a small courtyard in the suburbs. That courtyard was signed by the guarantor and registered in the yamen. The emperor followed the clues and found this place in a few days. On the first day, the old chancellor was not here. On the second day, the old chancellor was still not here. On the third day, the fourth day. On the fifth day, the 2 eunuchs who were squatting nearby finally saw the old chancellor. One eunuch was responsible for delaying the old chancellor, while the other eunuch rushed back to the palace to report to the emperor. Just like this, on an ordinary afternoon, the emperor saw the old chancellor whom he had not seen for 3 years. The old chancellor looked much older than 3 years ago. Nonsense, he deliberately blew the cold wind for an hour on the way here. His hair was messy and his mouth was blown. "Your Majesty." The old chancellor walked down the carriage and bowed to the emperor. With his appearance, how could the emperor bear for him to bow? He hurriedly supported him with both hands. "My dear minister, please get up." The old chancellor displayed his palace-level acting skills. His eyes were red and glistening with tears. "I'm no longer a minister in the imperial court. Calling me your dear minister is too serious. It's windy outside. My dear minister, you need to take care of your body. Let's talk inside." The truth was that the emperor had been waiting here for 15 minutes. It was so cold that his teeth were chattering. The 2 of them entered the house. The house was simple and crude, but it was cleaned up by Lu Quan. The emperor thought it would be warmer after entering the house. Unexpectedly, he thought too much. There was no charcoal brazier in the house, so the temperature was almost the same as outside. The emperor was shivering from the cold. He felt that the old chancellor had a hard time these few years. The old chancellor's reaction was very calm, as if he was used to such a bad living environment. He said gently, "Your Majesty hasn't drunk the tea I made for a long time. Lu Quan, boil a pot of water and bring it over." Yes. Lu Quan went to the kitchen to boil a pot of water. The old chancellor personally brewed a pot of Longjing tea. The emperor was used to the good tea in the palace. Drinking this kind of old tea was no different from drinking rancid water. He finally couldn't help but ask, "My dear minister, why are you living such a poor life?" Even if the old chancellor was an honest official who only took the imperial court's salary, he shouldn't be in such dire straits. An ordinary official's family had to raise a huge harem. However, the old chancellor's wife died early and he didn't have a son. His salary was enough for him to live a rich life. The old chancellor thought to himself, "Wasn't he robbed by your mother? Forget it, he's not your biological son." Speaking of the current emperor's life experience, it was actually a little pitiful. His birth mother was only a little palace maid who got pregnant with the late emperor's favor by chance. In the harem of Zhao country, the concubines below the third rank weren't qualified to raise the emperor's son. After he was born, he was sent to concubine Jing's palace and was raised by her. The old chancellor smiled and said, "I feel that this kind of simple life is very good. It makes one feel peaceful. The imperial court has been going through ups and downs for so many years. It's rare to have such a peaceful time." When he said this, His Majesty really felt a little touched. As the emperor of a country, he had never had a peaceful day from the imperial court to the harem. When he was waiting for the old chancellor in the cold wind, he had the least distracting thoughts in his heart. Sitting in the room now, he didn't have to worry about the imperial court's situation. It was really a steal of leisure. The emperor suddenly felt that this room didn't seem so unbearable. "My dear minister, did you come back to the capital to see Elder Feng?" He had heard the news of Elder Feng's death. He felt sorry for such an excellent talent. The old chancellor nodded. "It's for Elder Feng. I also want to see your Majesty." The emperor sighed. "I've reopened the Directorate of Imperial Studies. However, I feel that something is missing without my dear minister." The old chancellor said, "There are many talents in Zhao country. Your Majesty will definitely find a suitable person to take over the Directorate of Imperial Studies." The emperor sighed again. "Sigh, my dear minister. I'm afraid you haven't heard about the Directorate of Imperial Studies." The old chancellor was stunned. The Directorate of Imperial Studies. Did something happen again? The emperor told him about Zhang Sai's messy accounts. Not only did he embezzle and take bribes, but he also changed the results of the Imperial Studies supervisor without permission. How can I let such a person take over the Directorate of Imperial Studies? I really want to kick him out of the Directorate of Imperial Studies. The old chancellor hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Everyone makes mistakes. Zhang Sai took bribes a few years ago. Now that he has turned over a new leaf, why don't Your Majesty give him another chance? As for changing the results of the Imperial Studies supervisor, I believe Zhang Sai won't be so muddle-headed. There might be some misunderstanding." What kind of joke was this? Without Zhang Sai's black and bad deeds, how could he, a white lotus, be white? The old chancellor said a few more good things about Zhang Sai. Finally, the emperor dispelled the idea of abolishing Zhang Sai. After that, the emperor talked to the old chancellor about inviting him back to the Directorate of Imperial Studies. The Directorate of Imperial Studies supervisor hasn't been open for a long time. People's hearts are scattered. Imperial tutor Zhuang's first grandson, Prince En, has returned from Chan country. He entered the Directorate of Imperial Studies with first place. The emperor stopped here and looked at the old chancellor affectionately. "We are currently in need of people. I hope that my beloved minister can return to our side and help us stabilize the country of Zhao." The old chancellor did not immediately agree. His Majesty's gaze fell on the old chancellor's complicated expression and asked, "Beloved minister, are you still upset about Aheng's matter? Does my beloved minister not want to return to the Directorate of Imperial Studies because that is where Aheng's accident happened?" The old chancellor was silent. His Majesty did not force him and stood up to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly turned around. Hung Spirit in heaven must also hope to see the Chancellor return. The old Chancellor's expression became even more sorrowful. His Majesty sighed and left. Confirming that the carriage was far away, the old Chancellor's expression changed in a second. Lu Quan, take out the drumstick. I'm starving. Gu Jiao did not sleep well last night. During the day, there was nothing to do in the medical clinic. She returned to her own small courtyard to rest. After sleeping for about 2 hours, she was woken up by a knock on the door. Miss Gu, come out for a moment. It was Xiao Sanzi's anxious and careful voice. Gu Jiao also had a morning temper. She impatiently pulled her small ears and went to open the door for Xiao Sanzi with a dark face. Xiao Sanzi was startled by her frightening aura. Miss Gu, what's the matter? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Sanzi embarrassedly said, that person from last time came. Which person? Gu Jiao asked him with a dark face. Xiao Sanzi swallowed his saliva and thought to himself, can you not have such a dark face? I feel like my life is in danger at any moment, Xiao Sanzi boldly said. It's that Lu Yisheng. He came to get medicine again. Second boss is not here, so shopkeeper Wang does not dare to get medicine for him. He is thinking of a way to send him away. Gu Jiao remembered. That patient with chronic cholecystitis was quite handsome and was hard to forget. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay, bring him to my consultation room. Xiao Sanzi giggled. All right. He was a warm-hearted person. Gu Jiao was thirsty, so she went back to her room to drink a few mouthfuls of water before going to the consultation room. The first time Gu Jiao asked him to enter the consultation room, he had rejected her. This time he agreed without hesitation. He was still wearing the same clothes as last time, but there was an extra patch on the sleeve of his inner shirt. His face was no longer sallow but more rosy. He looked more handsome than before. When he saw Gu Jiao walk in, he stood up and greeted her. Miss Gu, have a seat. Gu Jiao sat down opposite him. He also sat down. Gu Jiao observed his complexion. How do you feel? Lu Yisheng touched his right upper abdomen and said, I feel much better. It doesn't hurt so much here. The first day he took the medicine back, he did not have much hope. It sounded very contradictory. He knew that no doctor in the capital would treat him with the right medicine, but he always hoped for a miracle. Perhaps he was disappointed too many times, so every time before decocting the medicine, he told himself that the medicine would not be effective this time, as if he would not be disappointed. The first night he took the medicine, he did not feel much better. The next night he had a better appetite. On the third night, he almost did not feel any pain and had a good night's sleep. After that he got better day by day. Today he only felt a faint pain occasionally. Gu Jiao expected that his treatment would be effective. Gu Jiao pointed to the pulse pillow on the table. Put your hand on it. Lu Yisheng was still not used to a female doctor feeling his pulse. He hesitated for a moment before slowly putting his hand on it. Gu Jiao's cold fingertips touched his pulse. Seeing no evil, Lu Yisheng lowered his eyes. His pulse was still stable, except that it was beating a little fast. Gu Jiao withdrew her hand and used her fingers to open his eyelids to take a look. This action caused her body to lean towards him. The girl's breath was pervasive like the fragrant grass after the rain, clean and fresh. Lu Yisheng's eyelashes trembled. Gu Jiao let go of him and said with satisfaction, not bad. Continue to take the medicine. I'll give you another one to protect your liver. Lu Yisheng opened his mouth. Gu Jiao promptly said, no extra money. Oh. Lu Yisheng breathed a sigh of relief. Last time the medicine cost 100 copper coins. He only brought 100 copper coins today. Gu Jiao wrote a prescription. She wrote the prescription with a charcoal pencil. Her handwriting was not bad, but the way she held the pencil made Lu Yisheng curious. Was there anyone who held a pencil like that? This time it's for 7 days, Gu Jiao said. Lu Yisheng said, but I only brought enough money for 5 sets of medicine. Gu Jiao did not raise her head and said, then you can owe me first. I'll pay you next time. Lu Yisheng suddenly sneered. Aren't you afraid that I won't come if I have the prescription? Gu Jiao said, other than the miracle pharmacy, who else in the capital would dare to give you the right medicine? Lu Yixing laughed again. This time it was a self-deprecating laugh. He looked at Gu Jiao. But miss, are you really not afraid of getting into trouble? Gu Jiao handed him the prescription she had written. This is my problem. You're the patient, so you don't need to worry. Lu Yixing took the prescription. The handwriting was not very beautiful, but it was vigorous and powerful. He held the prescription tightly and said coldly, if you really get into trouble because of treating my illness, I won't do anything. Gu Jiao said okay. Lu Yixing was very surprised by this answer. He looked at Gu Jiao. Although this was not the first time he saw her, this was the first time he really looked at her. She looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old. She had a calm temperament that did not match her age. She had an eye-catching red birthmark on the left side of her face. If a normal girl looked like her, she would probably hide at home and not dare to go out. However, she was not timid at all. Her body had a very unique aura. Do you have any other questions? Gu Jiao looked at him. Lu Yixing looked away and said, no, I just hope you don't regret it. If you think that I'm from the Lu family and want to bet on me, then I advise you to give up. The Lu family will never be able to make a comeback, so don't help me in my hour of need. It won't bear fruit. Gu Jiao said, okay. He had said everything he needed to say. If she did not believe him, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yixing turned around and left. The moment he was about to cross the threshold, Gu Jiao said casually, do you want to make a bet? Chapter 192. Lu Yixing, what are we betting? Gu Jiao. We're betting that one day I'll call you Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang? Am I that kind of person? Lu Yixing laughed to himself. He lived like a dog and was trampled on by others. It was lucky that he didn't die. His smile disappeared. Also, Zhao country doesn't have a prime minister. Gu Jiao looked at him with her chin in her hands. It was fine if he didn't believe it. Not long after Lu Yixing got the medicine and left, Madame Yao also came to the clinic. Yesterday, in order to interrogate Marquis Gu better, old Madame Gu sent her away. She only heard about Gu Chonglin when she went to greet old Madame Gu in the morning. Concubine Ling loved this youngest son the most. Who would have thought that she would stab Gu Chonglin in the heart? When old Madame Gu heard the news, she fainted. Madame Yao was naturally very surprised, but not too surprised. Concubine Ling had never really treated Gu Chongqing and his brothers as her own sons. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used Gu Chonglin to deal with her. However, Concubine Ling was crazy to this extent, which made Madame Yao sigh. I heard that old Madame Ling fed her a bowl of infertility medicine before she married into the family, and the night she married into the family, she was fed another bowl of infertility medicine by old Madame Gu. Her heart is full of hatred. On the carriage, Nanny Fong told Madame Yao the news she heard. Madame Yao didn't know if the news was true or not, but Concubine Ling had been in the residence for many years and had never been pregnant. Madame Yao didn't come to the clinic to see Gu Chonglin but to see Gu Jiao. When she heard that Gu Chonglin had an accident in the middle of the night, Gu Chongqing carried him out to find a doctor and didn't come back until dawn. Gu Jiao's clinic at Miracle Hand Hall, so she knew who the doctor who worked hard to save Gu Chonglin last night was. Madame Yao made chicken soup for Gu Jiao. She had already removed the layer of oil on top. The soup was thick but not greasy, salty, fragrant and smooth. Gu Jiao drank a few mouthfuls in her room in the courtyard. It tasted pretty good. Madam, drink as well, she said to Yao Shi. I've already drunk it. Yao Shi placed the bowl that Gu Jiao had given her in front of her, and placed it in front of Gu Jiao. Dotingly, she said, you can drink. Gu Jiao had been busy for half the night. In the morning, she was so sleepy that she fell asleep immediately. After that, she treated Lu Yixing. Only now did she realize that she had not eaten much. He was quite hungry. Yao Shi saw that she was enjoying the food and felt both gratified and distressed. Yao Shi did not ask why Gu Jiao saved Gu Chonglin. Yao Shi believed that her daughter had her own considerations for everything she did. She also had her own unshakable position. She would not advise her daughter to do anything to Gu Chonglin, but she would not stop her daughter from making any decisions. Besides, she did owe Gu Chongqing. Whether it was for her or for the sake of a doctor, there was nothing wrong with her daughter's actions. Gu Jiao finished the chicken soup and ate the chicken. Her little stomach was full. Yao Shi was afraid that she would get tired and peeled another grapefruit for her. The grapefruit was sweet and sour. It was perfect for relieving grease. Gu Jiao ate very comfortably. Yao Shi saw the tiredness between her brows and said with heartache, "Go sleep for a while." Gu Jiao gave a small yawn. She really wanted to sleep after eating. However, she could not sleep for now. She had to go see how Gu Chonglin was doing. Gu Chonglin was placed in a room in the back of the house. It was right next to the emergency room. It was also quite close to Gu Jiao's courtyard. Gu Chonglin quietly lay on the bed. Marquis Gu went to the Ministry of Works. Gu Chongqing went back to his room to ask concubine Ling and tidy up Gu Chenglin's clothes. Gu Chengfeng stayed here to take care of him. But at this time Gu Chengfeng was not there. After asking Dr. Song, she learned that Gu Chonglin just woke up and Gu Chengfeng went to buy him food. "How is his body temperature?" Gu Jiao asked. Dr. Song said, "Just measured, it's normal." Under Gu Jiao's careful guidance, Dr. Song has become proficient in using a thermometer, blood pressure gauge, and stethoscope. Gu Jiao nodded her head and said, "When did he wake up? How long has he been awake? How is his consciousness?" Dr. Song carefully recalled. "He woke up half an hour ago. When he woke up he didn't speak. When I asked him he didn't answer. He was in a daze." Second young Master Gu said that he would buy him food, but as soon as he left, he closed his eyes and fell asleep again. There was no problem with the operation itself. The blood donor was a close relative, and the recipient had a certain probability of rejection. But Gu Jiao used a disposable white filter. The white blood cells that could easily cause rejection were successfully filtered out, so it was not a problem with the blood transfusion. So Gu Chenglin's strangeness should be a psychological blow. Concubine Ling's knife not only stabbed his heart, but also his soul and his beliefs. All of his beliefs seemed to have collapsed overnight. He began to be unsure whether this world was real or not. "That's right, Miss Gu." Dr. Song was used to this name and did not change it. Gu Jiao also liked this name more. Just now shopkeeper Wang came. He asked me to ask you the medical fee. Now they already knew that Gu Chengfeng was Gu Jiao's half-brother. They were on the same side, so Gu Jiao said bluntly, "Just charge what it should be. The operation fee is 10 taels, the medical fee is 10 taels, the examination fee is 10 taels. In addition, he is in intensive care, 3 taels a day." Dr. Song broke out in a cold sweat. Was it so expensive? Not long after, Gu Chengfeng came back in a hurry. He carried a big box of food. "Third brother, I bought your favorite crispy duck and red bean cake." Dr. Song looked at Gu Chonglin on the bed in embarrassment, and then looked at Gu Jiao. "Injured like this you can't eat such greasy things, right?" Gu Jiao did not stop him. Soon Dr. Song understood why Gu Jiao did not say anything to stop him. Gu Chonglin did not eat anything at all. He did not even drink water. After he woke up, he only opened his eyes and stared blankly at the beam. He did not respond. He did not respond when the spoon was put to his mouth. It was not easy to open his mouth and feed him, but all of it flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Gu Chengfeng anxiously looked back at Gu Jiao and Dr. Song. "You think of a way." Gu Jiao looked at him lightly. "I can't do anything about this." Gu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Although he was unwilling, he understood that Gu Jiao was right. Gu Chonglin did not have the will to live. Even if his injury was cured, his heart was dead. This kind of blow was even more unexpected than concubine Ling's betrayal. Gu Chengfeng would never have thought that this domineering, arrogant, and heartless younger brother of his would one day become like this. The people from Pine Crane Courtyard also arrived. They were old Madame Gu's confidant nanny and 2 clever maids. The confidant nanny was surnamed Gue. Seeing her master like this, she burst into tears. "Damn it! Old Madame Gu doted on her for a long time. But look at what she did." Gu Chengfeng did not speak. He could not say anything. Nanny Gue said to Gu Chengfeng. Second young master also did not sleep for a night. "Go back to the mansion. I will take care of third young master here." Gu Chengfeng endured and said, "I won't go. I want to wait for third brother to wake up." Completely awake, not as if his soul was sucked out. Nanny Gue could not persuade him and said to him, "Then second young master should eat something." Gu Chengfeng did not have the appetite, but he still nodded. Nanny Gue opened the food box. Inside were 2 bowls of millet porridge, a bowl of pork blood and tofu soup, a plate of radish stewed with crucian carp, a basket of steamed pork ribs, and a few stir-fried side dishes. When Gu Chengfeng saw the pork blood and pork ribs in the bowl, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. Gu Qinglin's blood was splattered. His flesh was opened, cleaned, and stitched up. Every detail was impossible to forget. Take it away. He could not eat it. Nanny Gue was confused. What's wrong, second young master? Are these dishes not well made? They are all very nutritious. Third young master lost too much blood, so I specially asked someone to buy fresh pork blood. It was freshly slaughtered, so it was still warm. It would have been better if she did not say anything. Once she said it, Gu Chengfeng could not take it anymore. In the end, he could only force himself to drink a bowl of millet porridge and could not eat anymore. On the other side, Gu Jinyu also heard about Gu Qinglin's injury. The girls' school was just next door, so she went straight to the medical center after school. Gu Chengfeng was in the backyard taking a breather. When he saw her, he frowned. What are you doing here? Gu Jinyu said softly, I heard that third brother was injured, so I came to see him. How is third brother? Is he out of danger? Gu Chengfeng and Gu Jinyu minded their own business. He did not really like her, but he did not hate her either. Today, unfortunately, he was in a very bad mood, and Gu Jinyu had bumped into him. What does it have to do with you? He said angrily. Gu Jinyu choked. Second brother was usually not so fierce. Gu Jinyu said gently, Second brother, I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried about third brother. Gu Chengfeng said sarcastically, Worried about him? I think you're just secretly happy in your heart. Don't think I don't know that all 4 of you, mother and children, wish for him to die. Gu Jinyu felt wronged. I didn't. Gu Chengfeng could not be bothered with her. He turned and went back into the house, closing the door and not allowing her to take even half a step in. Gu Jinyu was unjustly implicated. Yao Shi, Gu Jiao and Gu Yan did not like Gu Chenglin, but she sincerely hoped that Gu Chenglin would get better. Gu Jinyu bit her lip and was about to leave unhappily when she accidentally saw Gu Chongqing carrying a basket of herbs out of the storeroom. Eldest brother? She was about to go up and greet him when she saw Gu Jiao also coming out of the storeroom, carrying another basket of herbs. Leave it there. I'll move it. After Gu Chongqing placed the herbs on the shelf, he turned to take the basket in Gu Jiao's arms. How many more baskets are there? 5 baskets, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chongqing went to the storeroom and took out all 5 baskets of herbs. Then, the 2 of them started to sun the herbs together. Gu Chongqing still looked unsmiling. Perhaps even he himself did not realize that his brows were no longer as sharp as before. When he interacted with Gu Jiao, they even looked like siblings. When Gu Jiao walked under the shelf, Gu Chongqing would even put his hand under the shelf to prevent Gu Jiao from hitting her head. Gu Jinyu's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Why was it that she had put in so much effort, but eldest brother refused to even say a word to her? And this wild girl from the countryside had gained eldest brother's favor just because she was a medicine boy in this clinic? Third brother was not treated by her. She was just a medicine boy. Gu Jinyu gripped her handkerchief tightly. Just as she was about to leave, she saw Yao Shi walk out of the courtyard. Gu Jinyu was slightly startled. Was mother also here? She glanced at Gu Jiao and Gu Chongqing, who were not far away. Her heart suddenly filled with joy. Mother hated it when they interacted with eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. If mother found out, she would see what she would do. Jiao Jiao, are you drying the herbs again? Yao Shi walked over. Go rest. I'll do it. It's almost done, Gu Jiao said. Gu Chongqing and Yao Shi looked at each other. Gu Chongqing bowed slightly. Yao Shi nodded. She did not say anything else. She was very polite and distant. This was not the reaction Gu Jinyu had imagined. Shouldn't mother pull Gu Jiao away and scold Gu Jiao, telling her not to get involved with her 3 brothers? Why could she not talk to eldest brother but Gu Jiao could? Yao Shi did not stay long before going in. Gu Chongqing said to Gu Jiao, Wait for me. He went to the stable and took out a small box from the bundle hanging on the saddle. He handed it to Gu Jiao. Here. What is this? Gu Jiao asked. Open it and take a look, Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao made an O sound and opened the small box. She found 4 little figures inside. A little jade figure, a little golden figure, a little wooden figure, and a little iron figure. She did not need to guess to know that the little jade figure was for Gu Yan, the little golden figure was for little Jing Kong, and the little wooden figure was for Gu Xiaoshan. But why did it become an iron figure for her? Gu Jiao. This was a handicraft from the Liang Kingdom. Could not be bought on the market. It was not because Gu Jiao had cured Gu Chonglin that he wanted to give it to her. Long ago, after winning the leaf card game, Gu Chongqing had found this handicraft and planned to bring it to Bai Shui Tong next time. Gu Chongqing explained, "There is also a leaf card game under the box. Gu Jiao, so you only did it for the game." Chapter 193. Gu Jinyu saw that her elder brother had given Gu Jiao something and felt even more upset. She had given her brother so many gifts, but all she got in return was a word of thanks from him. Don't think that she didn't know that her birthday gift every year was prepared by concubine Ling. Her brother didn't even know what he gave her. Although she could not see what was in the box from her angle, how could something that her elder brother had personally chosen be bad? Gu Jinyu did not care about what was in the box. She cared about her elder brother's intentions. She was a girl who grew up in the countryside. She had neither looks nor talent. She even hit people at the slightest provocation. What did her elder brother see in her? Gu Jinyu did not go to meet with Yao Shi. She returned to the Marquis Fu alone, depressed. On the other side, the battle between the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of War finally came to an end. The Ministry of War had won, and the Minister of Works had been scolded badly by the Emperor. The Minister of Works was furious. When he returned to the Yamen, he called Marquis Gu over and questioned him on how he had handled the matter in the past. The Ministry of War said that they had looked for you many times. You used the excuse that you did not believe them? Marquis Gu refuted. There were not many times. At first, he did not explain clearly and only wanted me to rush out such a large batch of weapons within a month. At that time it was almost the end of the year. The Ministry of Works had many things to do. I really could not rush it. The previous dynasty's weapons manufacturing was not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works. After the start of the current dynasty, the responsibilities of the 6 ministries were redistributed. The Ministry of Works had changed the most. The Ministry of Works suddenly had many things to do. However, their salaries did not increase and their status did not increase. They could be said to be the leader of the 6 ministries. Minister Zhao knew that Marquis Gu was not lying. The Ministry of Works was in charge of the entire Zhao country's fields, irrigation, civil works, transportation, government-run industries, including but not limited to weapons manufacturing. Once the end of the year came, they would be so busy that they would have to split into 3 or 4 people. But what was he angry about? Marquis Gu did not investigate and insisted that the commoners could not have better wind-blowing technology than the imperial court. In the end, the commoners had it and the Ministry of War had brought it back. Now the entire Ministry of Works had to go to the Ministry of War to learn how to blow air. Was this something a human would do? Would he still have any face left? On the way back from the imperial court, he was almost laughed to death by his colleagues. I don't even know if I should call you stupid or arrogant. Minister Zhao was fuming with rage. Marquis Gu pursed his lips and said, "If you were here, would you believe it?" Minister Zhao choked. Marquis Gu had an expression of, "I knew it." See, who dares to believe it? Why wouldn't I believe it? Who didn't know how to give advice after the fact? Minister Zhao said seriously, "You didn't tell me at that time. If you did, I would have sent someone to the county to invite him over." Marquis Gu looked up at the sky. Go on. Zhao Shongshu. The old marquis had lived a valiant life. How could he give birth to such a naive son? But then again, he really didn't dare to believe it. When the Minister of War had told him about the civil wind-blowing technique, he had scoffed. That old man, the Minister of War, was also very bad. The piston bellows were clearly on the way, but he just didn't tell him. He had thought that the Ministry of War was bragging about it, so he didn't hesitate to ridicule him and say many harsh words. Now every word was slapping his own face. Minister Zhao asked, "I heard that it was invented by a 14 or 15-year-old girl. Weren't you in the county at that time? Have you heard of such a girl?" There were many girls in the county, and he had one at home. Unfortunately, she was born to be his nemesis. What's wrong? Do you know her? Minister Zhao saw that Marquis Gu's expression had suddenly become serious and asked. Marquis Gu waved his hand and said, "There are many 14-year-old girls. It can't be that girl randomly." Minister Zhao nodded. "That's true. But I heard from the people in the smithy that she is a little farmer's girl. Our Ministry of Works suffered a great loss this time. If we can find her, we will definitely be able to regain our face in front of His Majesty." A little farmer's girl in the county? It can't really be that girl, right? Marquis Gu quickly shook his head decisively. That girl was illiterate. It was more likely that she knew how to feed pigs and farm. She invented the piston bellows that could crush the Liang Kingdom's water pipes? How was that possible? Marquis Gu said, "Sir, in my opinion, that girl must be a disciple or family member of some otherworldly expert. She didn't want to enter the world, so she didn't reveal her identity." Minister Zhao thought for a while and said thoughtfully, "Ah, right. I heard from the people in the smithy that her surname seems to be Lu, or Gu." The sky gradually darkened. Gu Jiao finished a day of treatment and finally went to check on Gu Chenglin's condition. Gu Chengfeng had something to ask her. Now, as long as there was meat on the table, he would think of the scene of Gu Chenglin's surgery. Those scenes were simply too shocking. If this went on, he was afraid that he would become a monk. He wanted to know if there was any medicine for this illness. However, Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to speak and turned to leave. "Hey, you're leaving just like that?" Gu Chengfeng asked unhappily. Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Gu Chengfeng straightened his face and said, "What if my brother is in danger? There's Dr. Song." Gu Jiao said. Gu Chengfeng wanted to say something but hesitated. This Dr. Song was obviously a novice. When he was injured when the brothel collapsed, Dr. Song was the one who stitched him up. The stitches were crooked and ugly, and it hurt for a long time. "If you're not satisfied, you can go to another clinic," Gu Jiao said casually. She walked to the door and handed over the case to Dr. Song. She looked at Dr. Song encouragingly. "This kind of serious injury to the heart is very rare. You have to cherish this opportunity to practice." Dr. Song was full of ambition. "I will." Gu Chengfeng's face was full of black lines. "Is it really good for your clinic to cheat people like this? I'll write the bill." Gu Jiao threw a bill into Gu Chengfeng's arms. Gu Chengfeng took it and looked. "Why is it 1,000 taels again? Didn't you say that third brother's medical expenses were only a few dozen taels?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. "This is not his, it's yours." Gu Chengfeng glared. "What did I do?" Gu Jiao spread her hands. "I also gave you a needle." Gu Chengfeng flew into a rage. "Then it's 1,000 taels. And you were sneak attacking me, okay? Sneak attacking me and you still want to extort me?" Gu Jiao smiled evilly. Her eyes swept over Gu Chenglin. "If you don't pay, you can do as you see fit." Gu Chengfeng. Yao Shi and Gu Chongqing had already left. Nurse Gui, who always liked to wipe her tears, was also driven away by Gu Chengfeng. Only a servant who didn't speak much was left. At night, Gu Chengfeng and the servant took care of Gu Chenglin. Gu Jiao carried the small basket back home. Xiao Lulang and the other three all came back from the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy. The courtyard was noisy and full of the smell of home. Gu Jiao didn't sleep the whole night. Xiao Lulang didn't want her to come back and cook, so he went to cook dinner himself. As a result, he was unanimously opposed by the whole family. It was enough to be tortured by him for one day. If he came again, they really wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Fortunately, the old chancellor was at home today. Old Madam raised the kitchen knife and chased him over. Gu Jiao first put the small basket back in the east room and then went to the backyard. "Jiao Jiao Jiao Jiao." Little Jing Kong ran over and raised his little head to look at Gu Jiao cutely. "One day apart feels like 3 years. Jiao Jiao, we haven't seen each other for 3 years. I miss you so much." The corner of Gu Jiao's mouth twitched. Where did he learn to say such vulgar words of love? "Jiao Jiao, did you miss me?" Little Jing Kong continued to act cutely. "Yes." Gu Jiao patted his little bald head. Oh, he grew some more hair. Little Jing Kong pulled Gu Jiao's hand. "Jiao Jiao, did you carry me over last night? Did you miss me so much that you broke?" Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Lulang, who was chopping firewood in the courtyard, and nodded to little Jing Kong. And yes. Little Jing Kong proudly raised his little chin. I knew it. He thought of something and pulled Gu Jiao to a small basin. He pointed at the small fish in the basin and said, Jiao Jiao, look, my good friend gave it to me. You have a good friend? Gu Jiao was surprised. Little Jing Kong was not a very sociable child. She had never heard of him having any friends. She's from the class next door. Her name is Su Kanji. Kanji as in kanji. Little Jing Kong said. Gu Jiao was a little surprised that he actually made friends with someone from the class next door. She and Xiao Lulang had always been worried that little Jing Kong was too precocious and would not be able to play with his peers. Moreover, there was a gap between him and the adults. In the long run, it was inevitable that he would be isolated. Little Jing Kong showed off his small fish. Is it beautiful? Gu Jiao went against her conscience and said, Yes, it's quite beautiful. What kind of fish is it? She had never seen such an ugly fish. Little Jing Kong said seriously. Little Su said that they are piranhas. Gu Jiao's little body trembled. What kind of children were they? Why were they so cruel? I thought that you could be like a normal child and make friends with a normal child. I was really naive. Little Jing Kong's sense of beauty was not the same as that of normal people. His sense of beauty was influenced by his master. Then, he also influenced the few little monks in the temple. For example, the red birthmark that most people could not accept happened to be on little Jing Kong and the few little monks' sense of beauty. These few fish were the same. Not only did they look obedient, but their eyes were also fierce. However, there was a piece of golden fish scale on top of their heads that shone under the sun. Little Jing Kong was fascinated by them. Little Jing Kong took the initiative to talk to a child in the Imperial College for the first time because of these few beautiful fish. Of course, they were not piranhas. It was just a child's boast. They were just ordinary freshwater fish. However, they were not a species from Zhao country. They were transported from Liang country, which was far away. They were very precious. Of course, little Su did not say these things because he did not understand. Jiao Jiao, can I raise them? Little Jing Kong asked Gu Jiao. He was a sensible and polite child. Before raising pets, he would ask for Jiao Jiao's permission first. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, but you have to feed them and change their water by yourself. Also, we don't have any experience in raising fish, so we can't help you in this aspect. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded obediently. Jiao Jiao, don't worry. I will ask little Su for more advice. I will definitely raise them until they are fat. Then when I grow up, I can eat them. Gu Jiao, so you raise fish to eat them? The little birds that were jumping around in the yard suddenly stopped making any noise. At night, Gu Yan, who worked for little Jing Kong, went to the chicken coop to feed the 7 chickens. However, he found that they were all on a hunger strike. Gu Yan, There were 6 dishes and 1 soup for dinner. The children in the family were all at the age of growing up. The old chancellor prepared enough portions for little Jing Kong. He had a big appetite, but he did not grow taller. It was also worrying. The old chancellor's cooking successfully wiped away the shadow brought by Xiao Liulong's breakfast. The whole family was full. After dinner, the old madam asked about the situation of the day as usual. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang did not mention anything about Gu Chenglin's visit. The two of them did not think that Gu Chenglin was worthy of their family discussion time at the dinner table. Except for little Jing Kong making a new friend in the Imperial College, nothing new happened to the rest of the family. However, Xiao Lulang, who was always silent at the family meeting, spoke for the first time. There is a carpenter master near the Imperial College who wants to take in apprentices. Tomorrow, the Imperial College and Qinghe Academy will have a weekend break. I will take Xiaoshun there. Gu Xiaoshun was obsessed with wood carving. If he could find a reliable master to learn the craftsmanship, it would be a good path. Then I don't need to study anymore? Gu Xiaoshun asked excitedly. Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang said in unison, Don't even think about it. Gu Xiaoshun. Children from ordinary families did not need to study after they had a craft. However, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao were both people who attached great importance to education. Their children could study after school, but they could not drop out of school to learn a craft. Gu Yan, come with us, Xiao Lulang said. Why do I have to go? Gu Yan was confused. Xiao Lulang. You have nothing better to do. Gu Yan. From now on, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan would have to start a hard life of going to school during the day and learning craft at night. Little Jing Kong shook his head proudly. I don't need to learn craft. I can play. Ha ha ha. Xiao Lulang looked at him ruthlessly. From tomorrow onwards, you will have one more foreign language class. Little Jing Kong's face instantly darkened. Chapter 194. More you can find all the novels that you can't find online. But aren't you going to take the imperial examination in spring? Where do you have so much time to teach me? Don't you want to take the exam properly? Little Jing Kong wasn't easy to compromise. His words touched Gu Jiao's heart. Now the most important thing in the family was the imperial examination in spring next month. Whether she could become the tribute scholar's wife or not depended on Xiao Liulang's performance. Xiao Lulang. I knew you would say that. Xiao Lulang said seriously. It's not me who will teach you. It's granduncle who will teach you. Granduncle knows how to do it too. Little Jing Kong slumped on the chair soullessly. The next day, Xiao Lulang led Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan to become apprentices to a master. The apprenticeship process went smoothly. The master didn't ask for expensive gifts, and accepted the two disciples politely. The master's surname was Lu. He was a man with a square face. His real age was almost 50, but he looked less than 40. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and asked Gu Yan in a low voice. Gu Yan, have you heard of the master's name before? Gu Yan shook his head. No, I've only heard of Lu Yuan. Who is Lu Yuan? Gu Xiaoshan asked. He was a bumpkin and didn't know anything about the capital. Gu Yan explained patiently. A master. He's amazing. Although our master's surname is Lu, he has nothing to do with that master. Master Lu was the most famous craftsman in the Zhao kingdom. Even the emperor's dragon throne and dragon bed were made by him. It could be seen how important his position was in the Zhao kingdom. There were rumors that the swallow carved by Master Lu could fly, the fish carved by Master Lu could swim, and there were even rumors that Master Lu once carved a beauty. That beauty came to life and became Master Lu's wife. There were so many rumors about Master Lu that it would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to tell them all. However, this Master Lu was temperamental and eccentric. Once, he offended His Majesty and was almost sentenced to death. After that, Master Lu went into seclusion and no longer accepted any business from the imperial court. There were also people who said that Master Lu had changed his name and continued working as a carpenter in another place. Nowadays, many people on the market boasted that they were selling Master Lu's works. As the two of them were talking in the courtyard, a woman wearing a cotton dress came out with a basket of salted vegetables. Just by looking at her figure, this woman could be said to be graceful, but when they looked at her face, both of them were a little startled. It was a face that had been disfigured. Unlike the smooth birthmark on Gu Jiao's face, this face was covered with crisscross scars. It was hideous and frightening. A timid person would have been scared away on the spot. The two of them, however, did not move. They stared at each other for a long time without losing their composure. Gu Jiao was often looked down upon because of her disfigured face. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan would not treat others like this. Who are you? Gu Yan asked. His eyes were clear without a trace of fear or disdain. The woman smiled. Ordinary people would feel warm when they smiled, but she was different. When she smiled, all the scars on her face moved, making her look even more hideous and frightening. She said, "You're his new disciples, right? I'm your master's wife." So she was their master's wife. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, the two of them cupped their hands and bowed to her. Master's wife. The woman didn't say yes or no. She only smiled faintly. She put the basket of salted vegetables on the shelf to dry, then turned around and went into the room. Gu Yan was even more certain that this craftsman surnamed Lu was not Master Lu. Master Lu's wife was a great beauty. Anyone who saw her would be captivated by her beauty. His aunt, consort Shu, was already considered a peerless beauty in the 6 palaces, but it was said that compared to Master Lu's wife, she would still be overshadowed. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan waited in the courtyard for a while before Xiao Lulang and Master Lu came out. I'll leave the 2 children to you. Xiao Lulang cupped his hands and said to Master Lu. Master Lu also slightly returned the greeting. Young Master Xiao is too polite. I'll be going out with my wife for the next 2 days. I'll have them come back to class in 3 days. Okay. Xiao Lulang agreed. He let Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan say goodbye to Master Lu before leaving in the carriage. After the three of them left, Master Lu was about to return to his room when he saw his wife, Nan Xiang, come out of the room. It's windy. Why did you come out? Master Lu walked forward and held his wife's arm with concern. Nan Xiang looked at the carriage that was gradually disappearing at the end of the alley and asked him, "Why did you suddenly agree to accept disciples? Don't you hate being a master the most?" Alas! Master Lu sighed. That youth called Xiao Lulang is Elder Feng's disciple. I owed Elder Feng a favor in the past. This time, I'm returning it to Elder Feng. Elder Feng accepted a disciple. Nan Xiang curled her lips. That old fogey doesn't even like great scholar Zhuang. How could he take a liking to a crippled child? The great scholar Zhuang she spoke of was the fourth master of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Xianji. A while ago, he was appointed as the provincial governor of Yuzhou, and was one of the top scholars in the Zhao country. Zhuang Xianji had always respected Elder Feng, and hoped to inherit his mantle. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, Elder Feng didn't accept him as a disciple. I think that boy is not bad. Master Lu said. He doesn't seem like an ordinary country boy. How could someone that Elder Feng took a liking to be a simple person? Nan Xiang smiled faintly and changed the topic from Xiao Lulang. Isn't the price too high for a favor and 2 more disciples? Master Lu said, not at all. If it weren't for Elder Feng's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't have met you in my life. Elder Feng is our matchmaker. I have to repay this favor no matter what. Nan Xiang was amused. In front of outsiders she was worried that she would look too scary when she smiled, but in front of her husband she didn't have this concern. After she had laughed enough, she pulled her husband's hand and said, I like those 2 children. They are much better than those who came before. Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan weren't the first 2 who came to ask to be apprenticed to a master. There were countless people who came before them. There was no lack of talented people among them, but Nan Xiang didn't like any of them. As long as she appeared, those people would act as if they had seen a ghost. Some people were even scared to the point of peeing on the spot. It's good that Xianger likes them. He didn't look at aptitude when accepting disciples. It was all based on his wife's liking. Even if they were stupid, he would accept them. Needless to say, that pretty boy named Gu Yan seemed to be quite stupid. Teach them well. Nan Xiang said, don't fool them. Master Lu cleared his throat. I know, madam. Although he agreed readily, he actually had a plan in mind. Carpentry was hard, tiring, and boring. Most people wouldn't be able to persevere for more than a few days. At most 3 months. He was sure that those 2 children would come to him and beg him to stop learning. Xiao Lulang and the other 2 returned to Bai Shui Alley. From afar, they could hear the commotion in the courtyard. It turned out that Feng Lin and Lin Qingye had come. Together with the 2 of them was a familiar face that they had met in Ping City, Du Ruhan. Ever since Du Ruhan returned to the capital, he had been locked up at home to study by his uncle. He hadn't even been let out for the new year. It was only when his aunt pleaded with his uncle that Zhuang Xianji allowed him a day off. Du Ruhan had long heard that Feng Lin and Xiao Lulang were studying at the Imperial College. He wasn't familiar with Lin Qingye and didn't deliberately ask about him. It was only when he went to the Imperial College to look for Feng Lin that he bumped into him. According to Du Ruhan's intention, since the 2 of them had finally come to the capital, he would treat them to a hearty meal at the most famous restaurant in the capital, Drunken Immortal Restaurant. At night, they would rent a pleasure boat and go for a lake tour. It was simply too carefree. However, Feng Lin and Lin Qingye were thinking about Xiao Lulang and Jiao Nyang. They missed Jiao Nyang so much that they had to come and see her. Hence, Du Ruhan was dragged over by the 2 of them. Xiao Lulang didn't have any feelings towards Du Ruhan, but Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan were very curious about the guest in the house. Jiao Nyang's younger brother. Feng Lin introduced Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan to Du Ruhan, then introduced Du Ruhan to Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. He's my childhood playmate with your brother-in-law. You can call him older brother Du Xiao Lulang. You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan greeted the guest. Gu Jiao went to buy groceries. Not long after the three of them returned, she also entered the courtyard. She immediately noticed that there was an additional guest in the courtyard. Obviously, the guest also noticed her. Xiao Lulang was about to introduce the guest when Feng Lin ran over excitedly and said, "Jiao Nyang is back. What did you buy that's so heavy? I already said that you don't need to buy so many groceries. Little Cheng, hurry, hurry." Lin Qingye quickly came over and took the groceries in Gu Jiao's hands. Feng Lin said to Du Ruhan, "This is Jiao Nyang." Then he said to Gu Jiao, "Jiao Nyang, he's Liolong's and my neighbor when we were young. The three of us grew up together. His name is Du Ruhan. You can call him Little Belly. His aunt has married and moved to the capital. Now, he can be considered half a citizen of the capital. Next month, he'll be taking the imperial examination with us." Xiao Liolong's eyes were cold. "You talk a lot more when you meet Jiao Jiao. Also, who is the male master of this family?" Du Ruhan and Xiao Lulang were not as close to Feng Lin as they were to Xiao Lulang. Firstly, he had known Feng Lin for a longer time when they were young. Secondly, he always felt that this Xiao Lulang was not the Xiao Lulang from his childhood. In short, they were quite unfamiliar. However, Xiao Liolong's family members were quite easy to get along with, especially Xiao Liolong's great-aunt. The story started when Du Ruhan came to visit. He was a rational person. Even though Feng Lin told him not to be too formal, he still bought some things and brought them over. Among them was a box of sugar-fried chestnuts. Old Madam liked it so much that she called Han Henin over. Old Madam didn't keep the chestnuts at home anymore. It was easy for little Jing Kong to complain, so she kept them at the old chancellor's place. Old Madam felt that this young man was very smart and decided to bring him along. "Let's play?" Old Madam took out the leaf tiles that Gu Chongqing gave her. The new leaf tiles were very comfortable to the touch. Old Madam loved them so much that she couldn't put them down. Du Ruhan knew about the leaf tiles. It was just that his uncle didn't allow him to play them at home. Feng Lin didn't know how to play them, but Lin Qingye did. Old Madam called Gu Xiaoshun over. Gu Xiaoshun, Old Madam, Du Ruhan and Lin Qingye gathered a table of leaf tiles. Du Ruhan was a newbie. Reality proved that not every newbie was as lucky as Gu Chongqing. After a round of tiles, Du Ruhan lost so much that he only had his underwear left. Old Madam liked him even more. "Young man, you have a bright future." When it was close to lunch, someone came to the house again. I'll open the door, I'll open the door." Little Jing Kong went to open the door. He stuck his little head out of the door and looked at the person who came. "Who are you looking for?" The man said, "I'm looking for Xiao Lulang." Oh, little Jing Kong was disappointed. Why didn't he come to find him? He was no longer a child without friends. Little Jing Kong slowly went to the study to call Xiao Lulang. Xiao Lulang went to the door. He looked at the man with the goatee in front of him. The man had a kind and shrewd look. He was well dressed and had good manners. But Xiao Lulang didn't know him. "You are." The man cupped his hands. "My surname is Wang. Young Master Xiao, you can call me Wang Yuan. I've heard a lot about young Master Xiao. I'm here to visit you today. Can we talk inside?" Xiao Lulang looked at him again and brought him into his study. Little Jing Kong was also in his study doing exercises. Xiao Lulang said to him, "Rest for a while. You can do it later." Little Jing Kong looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you so kind all of a sudden?" Xiao Lulang said, "Jiao Jiao made delicious food." Little Clear Sky disappeared with a whoosh. Wang Yun laughed. "Is he young Master Zhao's younger brother? He's so cute." Was he cute? That was just a facade. He was actually a naughty little monk who made people go crazy. Xiao Lulang didn't want to ridicule the little monk in front of outsiders. He asked lightly, "I wonder why Master Wang is here?" Wang Yun didn't expect Xiao Lulang to be so direct. He was surprised and said with a smile, "I'm here today to discuss something important with young Master Xiao." Xiao Lulang asked, "About the imperial examination in spring?" Wang Yun was surprised again and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao is really smart. You even guessed this." Recently, many people had come to see Xiao Lulang about the imperial examination in spring. However, most of them came to the imperial college. Wang Yun was the only one who came to see him. Xiao Lulang said bluntly, "I don't have the energy to tutor others. Nor do I have the energy to guess the questions and write articles. There were only two kinds of people who came looking for Xiao Lulang. One was like Lin Qingye and Feng Lin, who were down to earth asking for advice. The other was to ask the teachers to place a bet on the topic and let Xiao Lulang write an article according to the topic and sell it to them. Xiao Lulang rejected them all. Wang Yun lowered his eyes and laughed. He flicked his wide sleeves and said, I'm not here to ask young Master Xiao to tutor my young master, nor am I here to buy young Master Zhao's essay. I want to ask young Master Xiao to. He said the last two words. Chapter 195. Novels with inner content that can't be found on the internet are available here. Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong ran into the kitchen with his short legs. Gu Jiao was cutting vegetables. She looked up at him and asked, What's wrong? Little Jing Kong grabbed his little bald head and asked in confusion, What do you mean by taking the exam? Gu Jiao stopped cutting vegetables. Little Jing Kong said, I just heard the guest who came to our house talking to brother-in-law. He asked brother-in-law to take the exam. Does that mean taking the exam with them? Like taking brother Feng Lin and brother Lin Qingye? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. She put the kitchen knife on the chopping board, took off her apron and walked out of the kitchen. In the study room, Xiao Lulang looked at Wang Yun indifferently. Wang Yun smiled and said, Isn't it too abrupt for me to say that? Young Master Xiao might not be able to accept it in a short time, but you will understand after I analyze it with you. I know more or less about young Master Zhao's situation. You came from the county and became a live-in son-in-law of a farmer's family. With such a family background, you can enter the Imperial College as a top scorer. I believe that young Master Xiao has put in a lot of effort in private. I admire young Master Zhao's ability, and I also believe that young Master Xiao can become a tribute scholar. There was usually a but in his words. Sure enough, Wang Yun continued, however, it won't be easy for young Master Xiao to become a grand scholar. The general examination will be conducted by the examiners. They will only look at the exam papers and not the candidates. After becoming a tribute scholar, His Majesty will hold the court examination personally. All the candidates will sit in front of His Majesty, and His Majesty will see their faces. He was talking about their faces, but his gaze fell on Xiao Liulang's legs. The meaning was obvious. How could His Majesty choose a cripple as the official jinshi? There were a total of 3 lists for grand scholars. The top 3 of the first list were the Zhuangyu, and the Tanhua, and were bestowed with the title of grand scholar. The second list ranged from the 4th to a certain number. They were called the 2 lists and were also part of the official grand scholar list. They were bestowed with the title of grand scholar. The rest were called the 3 lists. The emphasis on the word same already indicated that he was different from a grand scholar. Although the current dynasty relaxed the requirements for the imperial examinations compared to the previous dynasty, none of the grand scholars who passed the imperial examinations had a handicapped appearance or body. Wasn't that obvious enough? Wang Yun smiled faintly. However, you won't be able to pass the imperial exam. Why don't you help my young master? Xiao Lulang remained unmoved. Wang Yun continued to persuade him, besides, you're still young. You're only 18 this year. If you really want to take the exam, you can take it 3 years later. If you study for 3 more years, you'll be better at it. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning against His Highness, right? It sounded like he was thinking for Xiao Lulang, but after careful analysis, every word was looking down on Xiao Lulang. Gu Jiao's gaze was extremely cold. Behind Gu Jiao, Feng Lin, Lin Yezu, and Du Ruhen also came over to listen. They had heard of people who took the exam, but this was the first time they had encountered one. This person surnamed Wang was too disgusting. He didn't even look like he was asking for help. He had to belittle him and make him back off. It was as if this was the only way he could show off his status and wisdom. Wang Yun continued, Young Master Xiao will definitely be satisfied with the reward. Young Master Xiao can treat it as my young master using this money to buy 3 years of your time. In fact, young Master Xiao is the one who benefits. 3 more years of studying, 3 more years of learning, and a sum of money that can't be spent in a few lifetimes. Why not? More importantly, young Master Xiao can make friends with my young master. Even if he can't pass the imperial exam, My young master can still find a good official for young Master Xiao. What an arrogant tone. He even dared to say such things. What was his background? Feng Lin's face scrunched up. Although Du Ruhan wasn't close to Xiao Lulang, he was also angered by this shameless person. Xiao Lulang said indifferently, "You speak so confidently. How do I know if your young master is worth making friends with?" Wang Yun smiled arrogantly. "My young master's surname is He. Duke Luo's wife's surname is also He." Oh! When Wang Yun came out of the room, Gu Jiao and the others were no longer in the central room. Wang Yun cupped his hands at Xiao Lulang. "Young Master Xiao, why don't you consider it carefully? I will come back to ask you for an answer in 3 days." Halfway through the game, half of the mahjong players had run away. The old lady was depressed. In the kitchen, Du Ruhan, Lin Qingya, and Gu Jiao had a small meeting with Feng Lin and Du Ruhan. The few of them sat on the small bench. Du Ruhan said, "Duke Luo's residence is the only aristocratic family in the capital that can stand shoulder to shoulder with Marquis Shuamping's residence and the Zhuang family. There was also the Lu family in the past. If this candidate surnamed He is really from Duke Luo's family, then he really has the right to say such big words." With the power of the Duke Luo's residence, it was easy for Xiao Lulang to be a small official in the capital. In fact, it was faster than Xiao Lulang studying by himself. Why do I feel that Wang Yun looks a little familiar? Feng Lin rested his chin on his hand and was deep in thought. "I think I've seen him somewhere before." Du Ruhan frowned. "Now that you mention it, I think so too." "He Jinghong," Lin Qingye said. Du Ruhan had no impression of this name, but Feng Lin remembered it immediately. "It's him." "Who?" Gu Jiao asked. "The head of the Pingcheng examination," Feng Lin said. This happened when Xiao Lulang was taking the county examination. Xiao Lulang was the head of the examination in both the county and capital examinations. However, he missed the chance to be the head of the examination in the 3rd round of the college examination because someone had swapped the 8-part essay paper. Feng Lin paid special attention to the head of the examination in that round. The name was He Jinghong. Of course, he did not see him in person. Lin Qingye was not in Pingcheng during the child examinations. He only knew about He Jinghong because not long after, in June, He Jinghong also came to the province to take the examinations. He Jinghong stayed in the same inn as him, Xiao Lulang, and Feng Lin. I remember now. He stayed next door. Feng Lin said, "At first I didn't know that he was He Jinghong. I accidentally heard someone calling him. The one surnamed Wang is his family's steward, and he has appeared with him a few times." Feng Lin was someone who could not keep secrets. Since the head of the college examination was staying next door, he told Xiao Lulang, Du Ruhan, and Lin Qingye about it. Feng Lin said, "At that time, I even joked that this guy might have bribed the examiner to swap Liulong's examination paper. This guess was not without reason. Xiao Liulong's performance was too outstanding in the early stages. He was the best candidate for the head of the examination. There were only 2 types of people who could benefit from pulling him down. One type was those who were just above the line. As long as they could pull down someone who was sure to be in the top 50, their chances of passing the county examination would be much higher. The other type was those whose results were on par with Xiao Liulong's. If Xiao Lulang was pulled down, he would be the first. However, there was no evidence, so they could only give up. Moreover, Xiao Lulang himself did not care. Although Xiao Lulang did not care, it did not mean that Gu Jiao did not care. Gu Jiao's eyes flashed dangerously. "What did you get in the provincial examination?" 11th, Lin Qingye said. He remembered very clearly because he did not think that he would pass the provincial examination. He did not know how many times he had secretly read the examination paper at home. From first to last, he could recite it backwards. Feng Lin's provincial examination score was 17. He was 6 places ahead of Feng Lin. In Yuzhou it might be okay, but in the capital it was not enough. The capital was filled with top scorers. Who would care about a provincial capital's 11th? He Jinghong did not even pass the Imperial College. It was very likely that he would not pass the Imperial examination. As long as he passed the Imperial examination, the Duke Luo's household would have the power to control him. Although the court examination was hosted by the emperor, it was actually the deepest pool of water. It was true that the emperor hosted the court examination. The emperor could kick out the candidates he did not like on the spot. He could also remember the candidates he liked. However, it was impossible for the emperor to mark all the candidates' examination papers alone. The examination papers were still marked by the court officials. They would pick out a dozen or so outstanding papers. The emperor would look through them one by one or interview them. Then he would choose 3 first-rank grand scholars. At this point, it was the game between the emperor and the court officials. Among the dozen or so candidates, there were bound to be candidates from the major powers. There would also be candidates that the emperor had his eyes on. If the emperor wanted to protect his own people, he had to tolerate the court officials' people. Otherwise, if the court officials ranked the candidates the emperor had his eyes on outside of the top 10, the emperor would not even have the chance to promote them. Even if these people did not squeeze into the first-rank or first-rank lists, they were still official second-rank grand scholars. There was no risk of them becoming third-rank grand scholars. Of course, the court officials could not go overboard. If they stuffed an idiot into the examination, the emperor would still be angry. For someone like He Jinghong, one could say that he was not talented. But he was not outstanding enough. Moreover, he had achieved good results all along. If he could achieve outstanding results in the general examination, wouldn't it be more logical for him to be sent to the court examination? Is the emperor so cowardly? Gu Jiao asked. Du Ruhan sighed. In the past, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the one who ruled from behind the curtains. The power of the court was in the hands of her brother, Grand Tutor Zhuang. This year the situation might change slightly. After all, Empress Dowager Zhuang is ill, and has gone to the temporary imperial residence to recuperate. The power of the Zhuang family is not as strong as it used to be. However, it is also because of this that the various powers have to seize this opportunity. Otherwise, once the emperor takes back all the power, it will be difficult for them to control the court examination. Feng Lin and the other two spent a happy day in Baishui Alley. Du Ruhan lost so badly that he lost all his allowance for the next month. The old woman happily counted the money in her room. Feng Lin and the other two bid farewell. Before they left, the 3 of them looked at Xiao Lulang strangely. Xiao Lulang frowned. What's wrong? The 3 of them shook their heads. Nothing. Since Zhao Nyang asked them to pretend that they did not know anything, then they did not know anything. The 3 of them got on Lin Qingye's carriage and left. He turned around and entered the courtyard, only to find Gu Jiao coming out. It's so late, are you going out? He asked. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I'm going to the medical center. Xiao Lulang and the other 3 were on vacation. The second boss also gave Gu Jiao a day off, so that she could accompany her family at home. So, according to reason, she didn't need to go to the medical center. And even if she went, she never went empty-handed. She would always bring her own small basket with her small medicine box inside. Xiao Lulang looked at her deeply. Xiao Lulang misunderstood Gu Jiao. She really went to the medical center to see how Gu Chenglin was doing. She already took out Gu Chenglin's medicine and gave it to Dr. Song. So it didn't matter if she didn't bring her medicine box. Gu Jiao swore that she didn't want to find trouble with He Jinghong. She still didn't know where He Jinghong lived. But she didn't know if her luck was too good today. But when she came out of the medical center after seeing Gu Chenglin, she bumped into a group of birds. Young master, the parrot you wanted is here. A peddler handed a bird cage in front of a noble young master. He removed the cloth covering the bird cage and said, I spent a lot of money to get this. At first, the other person didn't want to sell it, but I spent a lot of effort to convince her. My aunt likes to raise birds, the noble young master said. The peddler smiled and said, I'm not bragging, but young master, you can't find a smarter parrot in the capital. The duke's wife will definitely like it. The noble young master was very satisfied. He threw a money bag to the peddler and ordered his attendants to take the bird cage. Then he turned around and walked into the alley. His surname was He, and his aunt was the duke's wife. The characteristics were too obvious. Gu Jiao couldn't ignore it even if she wanted to. I didn't want to find you. You came to me yourself, right? Gu Jiao followed him. Young master, he personally brought the bird cage over. As he walked, he thought about his aunt's expression when she was amused by the parrot. His mood was very good. He entered an alley. 7 or 8 attendants followed closely behind him. Originally, they were following him well, but unexpectedly, Shua! One was missing. Shua! Another one was missing. Young master, he turned around to take a look. He faintly felt that something was wrong, but the alley was narrow. After a while, he didn't notice that there were fewer people. Shua, shua, shua. When he turned around again, there was only one attendant left behind him. That attendant's eyes were wide open and his face was filled with fear. Young master, he was shocked. What happened to you? The attendant fell down with a thump. Gu Jiao appeared in front of young master He. She was wearing a narrow-sleeved green robe. Her hair was as black as ink. She used the white jade hairpin Xiao Lulang gave her to tie it into a single bun on her head. Her black hair was like satin, flowing naturally in the cold wind. Her eyes were cold and revealed a trace of disdain. He Jinghong, she said. Young master, he blocked the birdcage in front of him. Who are you? How do you know my name? Gu Jiao said bluntly. I heard that you cheated in the college entrance exam. Young master, his eyes flashed. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't. Seemed like there was. There was no need to talk nonsense. Gu Jiao sized him up and her eyes fell on his legs. She was thinking about whether to break his legs so that he wouldn't be able to crawl to the exam venue, or break his arms to take revenge for Xiao Liulong's college entrance exam. In the end, He Jinghong hugged the birdcage and ran away without saying anything. Gu Jiao didn't even bat an eyelid. She jumped up and stepped on the wall, jumping over his head. She turned around and gave a roundhouse kick, causing him to flip in the air and fall to the hard ground with a thump. The birdcage also fell to the ground and broke. The parrot that he spent a lot of money on flew away. Young master, he was a pampered aristocrat. When had he ever fallen like this? He felt as if his brain was about to scatter, and his internal organs were about to shift. Gu Jiao walked over calmly and looked down at him. She coldly grabbed his collar and lifted him up like she was picking up a little chick. But she suddenly felt that something was wrong. A black shadow fell by her feet. She followed the shadow and turned her head to look. Xiao Lulang had come to the alley and was standing at the entrance, looking at her without blinking, and He Jinghong in her hands. Gu Jiao's eyes rolled. She blinked and said innocently, he fell. I helped him up. She paused and said with a serious face, I don't fight. Xiao Lulang. He Jinghong. You go back first. Xiao Lulang said to Gu Jiao. Oh. Gu Jiao gently let go of He Jinghong. She was especially gentle, be careful, don't hit your head. He Jinghong was trembling all over. Gu Jiao left obediently. Xiao Lulang calmly reached out his hand to He Jinghong. He Jinghong looked at him in shock. He had been frightened by Gu Jiao just now. Now that he had calmed down, he remembered who Gu Jiao was. He and Xiao Lulang were both in the Imperial College. He paid close attention to Xiao Liulong's every move. Naturally, he had seen Gu Jiao, who always came to the Imperial College to pick him up after school. He Jinghong suddenly felt less afraid. A poor boy who didn't even dare to make a big fuss when someone else changed his exam papers. How dare he be so arrogant in front of him? Because of his disdain for Xiao Lulang, his disdain for Gu Jiao grew as well. He Jinghong grabbed Xiao Liulong's hand and stood up. He supported himself against the wall with one hand and covered his aching chest with the other. He said to Xiao Lulang fiercely, I'll remember this. That woman dared to treat him like this and let go of his expensive parrot. He wouldn't let her have it easy. Looking at He Jinghong's back, Xiao Lulang said calmly, Don't you want me to take the exam for you? He Jinghong stopped in his tracks. Xiao Lulang looked at him calmly. I'll take the exam for you and we'll forget about what happened today. He Jinghong turned to look at Xiao Lulang and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Is that woman that important to you? Xiao Lulang. I have another condition. He Jinghong, speak. Xiao Lulang said. You have to pay me the remuneration that Steward Wang promised me earlier. He Jinghong said mockingly, Ha, you hit me and you still want a remuneration? Xiao Lulang looked at him coldly. If I hadn't hit you, I wouldn't have agreed at all. He Jinghong's eyes flashed and he carefully calculated in his mind. He had started to pay attention to Xiao Liulong's 8-legged essay ever since he saw the other in Ping City. From the provincial examination to the Imperial College, Xiao Liulang's performance had been impeccable. If Xiao Lulang could really take the exam for him, then he wouldn't have to worry about his exam results. Other than Royal Prince and no one else could be better than Xiao Lulang. Alright, I agree. He Jinghong raised his chin and said, words are not proof. Xiao Lulang looked at a study not far away. You have to write a written pledge that as long as I take the tribute exam for you, you won't cause trouble for me and my family. He Jinghong frowned. You don't trust me? Xiao Lulang said honestly, that's right. He Jinghong choked. But to be honest, he did have the intention to settle accounts later. When Xiao Lulang took the exam for him, he would think of a way to deal with the two of them. Xiao Lulang continued. Not only do you have to write a pledge, you also have to swear to the heavens that if anything happens to me and my family in the capital, it will be on your head. He Jinghong pointed at his nose and said, don't go overboard. If you go out and bump into something, will it be on my head as well? Xiao Lulang made a sound of acknowledgement. That's right, it will be on your head. So do you agree or not? He Jinghong's teeth hurt. Only an idiot would agree. But the temptation of the tribute exam was too great. His aunt said that as long as he could pass the tribute exam, his uncle would have a way to make him a first or second ranking scholar. The Luo family only had one spot. His aunt told him to work hard and not lose to the other relatives. He Jinghong steeled his heart. Okay. No matter what, he had to agree first. Xiao Lulang and He Jinghong went to the study and asked for a quiet room. Xiao Lulang read and he wrote. The general content was that Xiao Lulang agreed to take the exam for him. The specific method was to write down the other person's name on the exam. Xiao Lulang promised to get him into the top 3. And he promised to pay Xiao Lulang 5,000 taels of silver as a reward. You can't kill the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness and cause trouble for me and my family. You can't take the reward back. You can't find someone to steal it back. You can't rob it back. He Jinghong. Finally, a contract was written and He Jinghong signed it. Xiao Lulang also signed it. He Jinghong said coldly, what if I can't get into the top 3? Xiao Lulang interrupted him. I'll refund you half of the reward. If I can't get into the tribute exam, I'll refund you all. He Jinghong snorted coldly. That's more like it. There were 2 copies, one for each side. He Jinghong paid half of the deposit first. After the results were released, the rest of the reward would be calculated according to the results. After putting away the document, He Jinghong stood up and patted Xiao Liulang's shoulder with satisfaction. Do well and don't let me down. Xiao Lulang curled his lips. Don't worry. Xiao Lulang rarely smiled, but when he did, it was mesmerizing. Even a man like He Jinghong was stunned. He quickly came back to his senses and cleared his throat uncomfortably. He turned around and left. Xiao Lulang looked at the document in his hand, and his smile gradually turned cold. He turned around and went to the capital office. With a piece of paper, he reported He Jinghong to the court. Before He Jinghong could return to the Duke's public house, he was arrested by the officials of the capital office. He Jinghong was stunned. What was going on? Yes, it's him. He forced me to write a contract and asked me to take the exam for him. He even threatened me and said that if I didn't agree, he would make my family suffer. In the court, Xiao Lulang said with a pained expression. Xiao Lulang had the title of a high scholar, so he didn't need to kneel. He Jinghong didn't need to kneel either, but he was too agitated. The officials forced him to kneel on the ground in a fit of anger. He Jinghong was going crazy. How could he lie through his teeth like that? Who was the one who forced him to write a contract? Xiao Lulang sighed. He said that his aunt is the famous duke's wife. I can't win against him. If I don't want to die, I should do as he says. Otherwise, he will kick me out of the Imperial College tomorrow. He Jinghong fumed. I didn't say that. Lord, don't listen to his nonsense. He was the one who made me write a contract. He was also the one who volunteered to take the exam for me. He set a trap for me. Xiao Lulang said, I have no grudge against you. Why would I set a trap for you? He Jinghong said angrily, because your wife beat me. You were afraid that I would take revenge on her. So you agreed to take the exam for me. As soon as he said agreed, He Jinghong realized that he had said the wrong thing. Xiao Lulang said with a pained expression, "Lord, this has nothing to do with my wife. My wife has never seen him. I don't know who he offended. He actually dared to throw dirty water on my wife's head and use this to threaten me." The capital governor had seen a lot of scams like this. He called He Jinghong's servants over. In the end, no one knew that they had seen Gu Jiao. He Jinghong was a scammer. The capital governor asked, "Do you have any other witnesses?" "No." "Yes." The two of them said in unison. The capital governor looked at the two of them and frowned. "Xiao Lulang, you said there are witnesses. Where is the witness?" Xiao Lulang said, "In Lord Zhuang's residence." The capital governor's heart skipped a beat. Which Lord Zhuang?" Xiao Lulang said seriously. "Fourth son of Grand Tutor Zhuang, Zhuang Xianji." Damn, the Zhuang family was involved. The capital governor broke out in cold sweat. He had to take this case seriously. Who is the witness you are talking about?" "Lord Zhuang's nephew, Du Ruhan." Xiao Lulang decisively sold Du Ruhan out. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya only knew that Du Ruhan had an uncle in the capital, but they didn't know who his uncle was. Xiao Lulang knew because he saw Du Ruhan and Zhuang Xianji enter the governor's residence together. Du Ruhan even called Zhuang Xianji his uncle. Zhuang Xianji was the son of Grand Tutor Zhuang. The father and son had different political views, so Zhuang Xianji left the residence. Zhuang Xianji wasn't in the residence, so Du Ruhan came alone. The capital governor said seriously. Top scorer Xiao said that high scholar he threatened top scorer Xiao and asked him to take the exam for him. He also said that you are the witness. Is this true? Du Ruhan glanced at Xiao Lulang. This kid hit it well. He had already found out that they were eavesdropping on him. Yes. Du Ruhan told him about how Wang Yun had threatened Xiao Lulang. He Jinghong's face turned pale. You are lying. Du Ruhan rolled his eyes. Whether I am lying or not won't Lord Zhuang check. Who are you to say such things? He looked at the capital governor. If Lord Zhuang doesn't believe me, you can send someone to ask around. Many of the neighbors have seen his servant coming. The capital governor really did send someone to ask around. The result was that Wang Yun had indeed been to Xiao Liulong's house. He Jinghong refuted, Lord Zhuang. Don't believe his side of the story. Why would he be at Xiao Liulong's house? They clearly know each other. They are in cahoots. Xiao Lulang sighed helplessly. If they know each other, then they are in cahoots. Young master, he even knows the Duke. Could it be that young master He's actions were instructed by the Duke? This accusation was false. The capital magistrate almost fell off his chair. He Jinghong also choked. He felt that Xiao Lulang was twisting words and forcing logic, but he had no way to refute it. There were witnesses and evidence. He Jinghong could not escape the crime of cheating in the spring examinations. Cheating in the imperial examinations was a serious crime, especially when it was used to extort and coerce others. The crime was especially serious. He Jinghong could forget about stepping into the examination hall for the rest of his life. Since he could not take the imperial examinations, he could only be abandoned by the Duke Luo's household. The Duke would not ruin his own reputation for an abandoned son. He Jinghong also did not have the ability to find trouble with Gu Jiao. This matter was quite big. When night fell, Gu Jiao also found out about it. The two of them took a walk in the courtyard. Gu Jiao asked him, "Aren't you afraid of putting yourself in danger?" After all, he had also signed the document. If he encountered a muddle-headed capital governor, he could be convicted as well. "What about you?" Xiao Lulang asked in return. Gu Jiao did not say anything. After a while, she said seriously, "I said that I only helped him up." Xiao Lulang raised his eyebrows. "Oh, then Luo Du and Zhao Rui, you also just happened to help them up? Then you helped them up until they couldn't get out of bed for a few months?" Gu Jiao defended her position. "I only helped them up." Xiao Lulang laughed softly. This was the first time Gu Jiao saw him laugh like this. So he knew how to laugh, and he looked so good when he laughed. What was that saying? Her brother's smile was not a smile. It was a poison that stole people's soul. Gu Jiao's mind suddenly flashed a thought. This man in the future can only smile for her. In the blink of an eye, it was February. The spring imperial examination was coming. Last year, during the autumn imperial examination, Xiao Lulang and his party encountered the hottest provincial examination. This year, unfortunately, there was no spring, only a rare cold. In the capital in February, the north wind blew. On the 5th day of the lunar month, there was a snowfall. The people who fell into the frozen lake during the cable bridge accident did not get sick. Instead, they fell sick in the cold. The business of the medical hall suddenly improved a lot. Gu Jiao let Dr. Song and the others make the medicine into pills. It was convenient to carry around. Even if they had to take the exam, they could continue to take the medicine. The exam was divided into 3 parts. The first part tested the 4 books and 5 classics. The second part tested the 8-part essay. The third part tested the policy. The content and process of the exam was similar to the provincial examination. They had to enter the exam a day before and leave the next day. The first day to enter the exam was the 8th. Gu Jiao woke up early. Chapter 196. Snowed at night. When she woke up in the morning, there was a layer of ice on the ground and it was slippery. Gu Jiao was already prepared. She spread the sand that she had collected a few days ago on the ground of the corridor and courtyard. She opened the courtyard door and wanted to spread the sand in the alley. However, she saw that everything in the alley was already paved. There was ash and straw mats. Gu Jiao was wondering what was going on when a neighbor opened the courtyard door not far away. A head popped out from inside and smiled at Gu Jiao. Lulang is going to take the exam, right? Aunt Lu. Gu Jiao greeted. She was one of the old lady's mahjong friends and had come to the house a few times. Gu Jiao understood that the road was paved by the neighbors. The materials used by each house were different, so the road was colorful. She always thought that their family was isolated, but the old lady had integrated their family into the alley. Gu Jiao thanked her. After that, a few more neighbors opened their doors and said auspicious words like wishing Xiao Lulang a high school student. Gu Jiao thanked them one by one. Her gratitude came from the bottom of her heart. They weren't Xiao Liulang's family and had no obligation to do this for Xiao Lulang. Their kindness wasn't due to duty but due to friendship. Of course, it was also thanks to her grandaunt. If her grandaunt didn't get along well with them and told them that Lulang was going to take the exam, they probably wouldn't even know that there was such a person in the alley. Every household also hung lanterns under the corridor, illuminating the alley brightly. Usually this was only done during the new year. Gu Jiao curved her lips. She liked the capital. Xiao Lulang also got up and the two had a simple breakfast. They knew that they would get up early and go out, so they let little Jing Kong sleep in the old lady's room last night. The carriage was already waiting at the entrance of the alley. However, it wasn't the old chancellor's carriage but Marquis Xian Ping's. Steward Lu saluted Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Young master, young madam, please get in the carriage." Not far away, Lu Quan stood beside another carriage with an aggrieved expression. He had arrived a step too late and had been snatched away by this bastard. Although they both had the same surname, they were not related. The iron hooves and wheels of the Marquis of Schwamping's Fu had anti-skid treatment according to the standards of war. They could charge and break through enemy lines in a world of ice and snow, so this kind of road condition was naturally not a problem. Xiao Lulang did not refuse. He first ordered the carriage to go to Lin Qingye's residence to pick up Lin Qingye and Fenglin. After that, he went straight to the tribute court. Countless carriages and horses skidded on the road, but the carriage of the Marquis of Schwamping's estate rode like it was on flat ground, arriving at its destination without being affected in the slightest. They were the first batch to arrive. The rest of the examinees were probably delayed by the road conditions. Gu Jiao lowered the curtain and said, "Fortunately, we're only entering today." Xiao Lulang nodded his head. Gu Jiao had inspected him once before leaving. Now she took out his bag and inspected it a second time. Xiao Lulang had to spend 3 days and 2 nights inside. He was not allowed to bring along silver charcoal or hand stoves. Gu Jiao could only put some thought into his clothing and food. Gu Jiao prepared a jar of dried chili for the 3 of them. If it was really cold, they could chew on some dried chili. After all, the room was so small that they could not get up and run around. There was no need to guard against mosquitoes in the winter, but they had to guard against the cold. Gu Jiao also packed cold medicine for the 3 of them, the kind that would not cause them to doze off. There was also frostbite cream. The seats for the examination were not assigned according to results. They were drawn on the spot. The three of them saw that it was about time and went down together to draw lots. The tribute court in the capital was much larger than the local tribute court. There were a total of 4 examination rooms in the north, south, east, and west. The three of them had drawn 3 examination rooms. Xiao Lulang was in the 5th examination room in the east examination room. The examination room was the same size as the local examination room, but the walls were a bit cleaner. There were still 2 wooden boards in the examination room. One was used as a table and the other as a bench. When sleeping, the 2 boards were put together to form a bed. The bedding was provided by the tribute court. After all, it was a cold day. It would not be good for the examinees to catch a cold. This examination was supervised by the Ministry of Rights and graded by the Hanlin Academy. As early as yesterday, the Hanlin Academy graders had already entered the inner hall of the tribute court. Just like the provincial examination, they could not leave until all the examination papers were finished. Not long after Xiao Lulang and the other 2 entered the tribute court, other examinees arrived one after another. Du Ruohan was not slow either. He was the 20th person. Gu Jiao also gave him a small medicine bag. Du Ruohan politely thanked her, but did not take it seriously. What kind of joke was this? He was in such good health, how could he get sick? After giving the medicine bag to Du Ruohan, Gu Jiao did not need to stay any longer. Let's go, Gu Jiao said. Steward Lu asked from the outer seat, where does young madam want to go? The medical center, Gu Jiao said. Half a month had passed, but that brat Gu Chunglin still had not been discharged. Gu Jiao planned to drive him away. Steward Lu's attitude towards Gu Jiao had greatly changed. Gu Jiao did not ask why, but from Xiao Liulong's attitude, it was not hard to guess that this illegitimate child had already met with Marquis Xianping. Moreover, Marquis Xianping's attitude towards him was not too disrespectful. Otherwise, Steward Lu would not have changed his attitude so quickly. At this time they were not in a hurry. The carriage slowly moved along the main street. Gu Jiao curiously admired the scenery along the way. She had never been to this area before, so it was quite fresh. Just as she was enjoying the scenery, Steward Lu suddenly smiled and said, "Young madam, how did you and the young master meet?" Gu Jiao said, "Your Marquis Xianping's residence is so powerful. Don't you know how to check it yourself?" "Of course we did. Didn't we need to verify it with you?" Steward Lu had already figured out the reason for his master's loss of composure. This illegitimate child Xiao Lulang actually looked very similar to the young marquis who had passed away. Their ages also matched. It was just that the young marquis's birthday was in the 12th lunar month, and Xiao Liulong's birthday was in the 1st lunar month. In fact, the interval should have been longer, but the young marquis was born a month premature. He said to the marquis, "They are both your flesh and blood brothers. It's not strange that they look alike. Could it be that the young marquis who had passed away came back to life?" His master clearly understood this, but he still wanted to ask around. Steward Lu smiled and said, "Young madam, when you saw the young master, did he have a mole under his right eye?" "No," Gu Jiao said. Steward Lu said, "You don't have to answer so quickly. Think carefully." Gu Jiao said, "I see him 180 times a day. Do I still need to think about whether or not he has a mole on his face?" Steward Lu was rendered speechless by this. Steward Lu thought that not only did he underestimate the young master, he also underestimated this young madam. She didn't have any of the poor temperament of a poor child. She wasn't easy to handle and wasn't easy to fool. It was true that if they weren't of the same family, they wouldn't enter the same house. The carriage drove on the streets of the southeast district. Because of the exam, several main streets were closed and only examinees were allowed to pass. They couldn't go back the way they came. They changed the street. The shops on this street were very novel and gave people a feeling of red flowers and green willows. "What is that?" Gu Jiao pointed to a loft on the left and asked. Steward Lu said, "Young madam, are you talking about the Jade Fragrance brothel?" "That's a brothel." Was this the brothel of the ancient times? After being here for so long, she still hadn't seen one. Gu Jiao opened the curtains slightly and curiously looked at the brothel in front of her. Steward Lu turned his head and saw her excited expression. He frowned slightly. Shouldn't girls avoid brothels like the plague when they hear about it? Why did you take a fancy to it? You didn't even blink? What kind of building is that? Gu Jiao pointed to another two-story shop and asked. Steward Lu said, Is it the Cloud Entertainment Hall? It's a theater. Are they here to listen to the theater? Gu Jiao asked. Steward Lu paused and explained. Men are here to listen to the theater. Gu Jiao, oh. The Imperial College was one of the most important schools in the Zhao country. It didn't allow this kind of place to indulge in a life of luxury. Gu Jiao hadn't even seen a gambling house or a martial arts hall, let alone a brothel or theater. Is that a gambling house? Gu Jiao pointed to a shop with a large gambling character hanging in front of it. Steward Lu. Yes, young madam. What about that one? It's also a gambling house. Why isn't there a gambling character written on it? It's a gambling house with a relatively high status. What about this one? An auction house. Gu Jiao asked for a few more places. They were either brothels, martial arts halls, or gambling houses. Her eyes were bright, as if they were emitting green light. Steward Lu. Young madam, is it really okay for you to be like this? When the Marquis asks later, it really wasn't me who led you astray. After crossing this street, the shops became much more serious. Gu Jiao lost interest. She yawned and put down the curtain. Steward Lu, who had carefully chosen the most noble street in the capital for Gu Jiao, and had even planned to be a tour guide, was speechless. When they reached the end of the street, a burst of shouting and quarreling attracted Gu Jiao's attention. Gu Jiao opened the curtain a little and looked at the shops on the street. What is this place? This is the Qingfeng gang. Steward Lu said. Gu Jiao poked her little head out. It seems very lively. What are they doing? Steward Lu helplessly closed his eyes, betting for the metropolitan examination. Young madam, can you not always be attracted by these shady things? What kind of bet for the metropolitan examination? Gu Jiao asked. Ranking. Steward Lu said. There were many similar gambling houses in the capital, but the most sensational one was the Spring Imperial Examination, which was held once every 3 years. All the major gambling houses in the capital would open the door for everyone to bet. There were all kinds of bets. The most popular ones were the Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan, followed by the Tanhua Zhuangyuan, the top 10 in the Metropolitan Examination, the top 10 in the Palace Examination, and so on. The higher the ranking, the more expensive the lowest bet. For example, the lowest bet for the top 10 in the Metropolitan Examination was 10 copper coins. But the lowest bet for the top 10 in the Palace Examination was 100 copper coins. It wasn't that the more expensive the bet, the more the bet. It mainly depended on the number of people betting. If everyone bet on the same person, then the odds for that person would be extremely low. The most popular person this year was Prince N. From the Huiyuan to the Zhuangyuan, everyone bet on him. In comparison, the competition for the second and third place was more intense. The Chen family's disciple, the Luo family's concubine-born son, the Zhao family's legitimate son. Gu Jiao even saw Du Ruhan's name on the betting list. Gu Jiao scanned from beginning to end. Not to mention the palace examination, she didn't even see Xiao Liulong's name in the metropolitan examination. What was going on? Her husband wasn't even worthy of being in the top 10? Young madam. Steward Lu followed behind Gu Jiao with a worried expression. Although all the major gambling houses in the capital had set up gambling games, the Cool Breeze house was different. It was actually an elegant place where people could drink tea, taste wine, and enjoy delicious food. One could even listen to storytelling and singing. The top-notch nobles and celebrities of the capital gathered here. Although his young madam was the daughter of the Marquis, she grew up in the countryside. He was afraid, to put it bluntly. Steward Lu was worried that Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to show her face. He wasn't afraid of losing face for the Marquis of Xianping since the Marquis was already shameless. But if she lost face and attracted the ridicule of others, she would be the one suffering. Gu Jiao left in a hurry and didn't bring any money. She turned to look at Steward Lu. Did you bring any money? Steward Lu was stunned. Gu Jiao reached out her hand and made a gesture of taking out money. Steward Lu didn't bring much. He only brought a few pieces of silver. Including the coachman's money, he only brought 10 taels. Gu Jiao walked into the Qingfeng gang. The waiter came forward and asked politely, "Miss, are you here to bet or to drink tea?" "I'll bet," Gu Jiao said. To be honest, Gu Jiao's clothes weren't luxurious. But every year at this time, there would be many commoners who came to bet. Compared to those people, Gu Jiao only had an extra red patch on her face. The waiter was knowledgeable and didn't lose his composure. He enthusiastically led Gu Jiao to the betting table and asked her, "Which master do you want to bet on?" The people who participated in the exam were all scholars with scholarly achievements. It wasn't wrong to call someone a master. Gu Jiao said, "The person I want to bet on, you don't have it on the list. Which one do you want to bet on?" The waiter said with a smile. Gu Jiao said, "Huiyuan and Zhuangyang." "Oh, isn't it on top? Look." The waiter pointed at the list hanging in the middle of the hall. Below Huiyuan and Zhuangyuan were Royal Prince An's names. Of course, there were also a few other examinees' names. But it was obvious that those examinees were there to serve as a foil for Royal Prince An. There were very few people who placed their bets and they were all actors. Gu Jiao said, "There's no examinee I want to bet on." The waiter said, "Then who do you want to bet on?" Gu Jiao said, "Xiao Lulang from the Imperial College." The waiter expressed that he hadn't heard of him. Xiao Lulang had a certain amount of fame in the Imperial College. After all, there weren't many new students who were directly promoted to the Hall of Character. There were only 2 this year. One was Royal Prince and the other was Xiao Lulang. Furthermore, Xiao Lulang almost always ranked first in the subsequent examinations. He even had a conflict with Zheng Sai, causing him to become infamous. However, those were all internal matters of the Imperial College. Outside of the Imperial College, who would recognize him? In the capital, there were countless aristocratic families and famous scholars. Although they might not be as outstanding as Royal Prince An, they definitely weren't someone a poor country bumpkin could compare to. "I want to bet on him. If he doesn't have it, I'll go to another place," Gu Jiao said and really turned to leave. This was a business with no loss. If his name wasn't on the list, it meant that he was bad. The waiter wouldn't miss out on this business. He quickly called out to Gu Jiao and said with a smile, "Miss, don't go. I'll help you write your name. How much do you want to bet?" The lowest bet for the top 10 is Hui Yuan, Zhuang Yuan and Big 3 Yuan. Gu Jiao said. The waiter was stunned. You want to bet on that person?" Gu Jiao nodded seriously. The waiter looked at her as if she was an idiot. All right. He really didn't know where this little idiot came from. This kind of bet was clearly going to be wasted. The waiter said, "Hui Yuan is 1 tael of silver per bet. Zhuang Yuan is 5 taels of silver per bet. How much do you want to bet?" Gu Jiao said, "All of them." Gu Jiao bet 5 on Hui Yuan and 1 on Zhuang Yuan. It was exactly 10 taels of silver. They were all Xiao Liulang's name. At this point, Xiao Liulang's name finally appeared on the betting list. Steward Lu shook his head. 10 taels of silver. His 10 taels of silver had been wasted just like that. He really didn't know where the young mistress got her confidence from. She thought that the young master could beat all the other scholars in the capital and become number 1. Even if she only bet on the top 10, it would be fine. Hui Yuan, Zhuang Yuan? She really dared to dream. Steward Lu followed and whispered to Gu Jiao, "Young mistress, can we leave now?" Gu Jiao paused and suddenly looked at the list that was covered by a translucent curtain. "What list is that?" "That?" Steward Lu frowned. The waiter cleverly walked forward and said with a smile, "That's the flower hairpin list. You can also bet on it." "What's the flower hairpin list?" Gu Jiao asked. The waiter said, "The flower hairpin list is a list of the girls. It's the last list to be announced. The examinees who pass the imperial examinations will participate in the court examinations that His Majesty will personally host in the 4th month. Those who do well in the court examinations will be appointed as first-class scholars by His Majesty. They are also known as Zhuang Yuan and Tanhua. These 3 can wear flowers and parade through the streets. Their flowers can be given away as gifts. Right now, everyone is placing bets on who will be able to obtain a first-class scholar's flower." "Can I only get one?" Gu Jiao blinked and asked. The waiter's mouth twitched. "What do you mean only one? Do you know how hard it is to obtain one? This flower was bestowed by His Majesty and had a special meaning. Most Zhuangyuan and Tanhua would not be willing to give it away. Thus the girls would fight over it. There were some who managed to get it, but that was too embarrassing for the court. Thus the court forbade fighting over it. There were only two ways to obtain a first-class scholar's flower hairpin. The first was for the other party to willingly give it away. The second was for the other party to issue a challenge. The other party could accept or reject the challenge. If the other party lost, they had to give the flower hairpin away. The waiter sighed. Miss, think about it. How talented are the people who can pass the first-class scholar exam? Who can challenge them? Don't even mention challenging their martial arts. They can refuse to accept challenges that they are not skilled in. Thus, unless they are willing to give it away, it has to be a smart girl like the Crown Prince Consort. At the mention of the Crown Prince Consort, the waiter couldn't help but add, Miss, you don't say. There really was someone who obtained 2 flower hairpins. Gu Jiao said calmly, that Crown Prince Consort? The waiter said with a face full of admiration, that's right, it's her. She challenged 2 first-class scholars in a row and won both of them. His Majesty said that she was born as a wrong girl. Otherwise, how could there be any men? Gu Jiao had no feelings towards that Crown Prince Consort. She wanted to see who was on the flower hairpin list. The waiter led her to take a look. There were many ladies' names on the flower hairpin list. Of course, it was not their real names. For example, the daughter of Duke Luo's family was 3rd Miss Luo. The most popular ones were Miss Gu and 2nd Miss Zhuang. She didn't need to guess to know that they were Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. Zhuang Yueshi was Prince An's sister. Prince An would definitely be the top scholar. There was a high possibility that he would give the flower hairpin to his sister. As for why he didn't give it to Zhuang Mengdai, Zhuang Yueshi was a talented girl while Zhuang Mengdai was an idiot. Even so, Zhuang Mengdai was still on the flower hairpin list. Her name was 5th Miss Zhuang. She had placed a bet on herself. Below Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi, it was 3rd Miss Luo, 4th Miss Zhou, Taoist nun Miaoana. Why was even a Taoist nun on the list? Gu Jiao saw a few familiar surnames on the list. They seemed to be the daughters of the female school. Miss, do you want to place a bet on the flower hairpin list? You can't go wrong if you place a bet with everyone. The waiter pointed at Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. There was a high chance that the two of them would get the flower hairpin. Gu Jiao was not interested in this. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a woman's voice came from the 2nd floor corridor. Servant, I want to place a bet. It was Zhuang Mengdai. Gu Jiao raised her eyes and looked. From her angle, she could see Zhuang Mengdai holding Zhuang Yueshi's arm as they walked out from a side room. The two of them were wearing veils so they could not see her from their angle. The shopkeeper personally went upstairs and cupped his hands to the two of them. May I ask the two Miss Zhuang, who do you want to place your bet on? Zhuang Mengdai smiled and said, place Miss Gu's bet. 5. The shopkeeper warmly said, how much do you want to place? I will write it down for you. Zhuang Mengdai smiled mockingly, wait, the one I want to place is not Miss Gu who is already on the list. Ah! The shopkeeper was stunned. Zhuang Mengdai looked at the side room across from them. It is Marquis Ding and Fu's eldest Miss Gu. You probably don't know yet, but the Miss Gu on the list is not some Marquis Fu's daughter. She is just a village girl who was mistakenly brought home. The real Gu family's eldest miss is someone else. Your Cool Breeze gang has opened such a large bet, but you don't even know if the person is real or fake. I really feel ashamed for your Cool Breeze gang. She scolded the Cool Breeze gang, but who could not tell that she was insinuating to ridicule Gu Jinyu? Gu Jinyu had also come to place her bet today. She wanted to see how popular she was. Who knew that she would meet a mad dog like Zhuang Mengdai? There were many people in the Cool Breeze gang. Once the news was released, the entire capital would quickly know. Gu Jinyu's face turned ashen. Zhuang Mengdai was in a good mood. She left a copper coin and left. That's right, the flower hairpin list was 1 copper coin for a bet. Zhuang Mengdai only placed 1 bet. Half an hour later, Gu Jiao's name appeared alone at the bottom of the flower hairpin list. Chapter 197. Novels with connotations that could not be found online are all available here. Gu Jiao was not interested in that flower hairpin, and was even less interested in Gu Jinyu's gossip. She turned and left. Gu Jinyu, who was in Cool Breeze brothel, was in a bad mood. Because of Zhuang Mengdia's words, the faces of the daughters in the room changed. Today was the day of the girls' school and everyone had nothing to do, so they invited her to Cool Breeze Brothel to place bets on the spring examinations and the 3-flower list. Gu Jinyu was a strong contender for the 3-flower list. She was born in the Marquis manor, and was the apple of Marquis Gu's eye. She was also deeply doted on by imperial concubine Shu, and was conferred the title of County Princess Hui by the emperor on her 15th birthday. Her talent was not known to every household in the capital, but it was well known. After entering the girls' school, she was like a fish in water and took many first places, sharing the limelight with Zhuang Yueshi. Who was Zhuang Yueshi? She was imperial tutor Zhuang's granddaughter, great scholar Zhuang Xianji's niece, and royal prince En's younger sister. It was not strange that she was outstanding. It was surprising that Gu Jinyu could be as famous as her. However, the capital was a place that paid attention to one's birth. It was like this for men and women. Jinyu, is what she said true? A young lady who was usually close to Gu Jinyu asked. A young lady beside her asked. That's right, that's right. Jinyu, young lady Zhuang is speaking nonsense, right? How could you not be Marquis Ding En's biological daughter? Marquis Ding En clearly dotes on you. Although she said this, the eyes of the daughters in the room clearly held a trace of doubt. Gu Jinyu clenched the handkerchief in her hand. She felt her cheeks burning as if she had been slapped in the face. It was also as if she had been stripped of her clothes. All the shame gushed out at this moment. If it was anyone else who said this, she would have denied it. After all, no one would go to the Marquis manor to verify it. Even if they did, the Marquis would protect her and say that she was his biological daughter. But it was Zhuang Mengdai. Zhuang Mengdai had already confirmed her identity. It was useless for her to deny it. It would only make things worse. Even if Marquis Gu appeared, it would be useless. Someone like Zhuang Mengdai would definitely go to the emperor or the empress dowager and force Marquis Gu to swear to the heavens that she, Gu Jinyu, was his biological daughter. Otherwise, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. This sounded ridiculous, but it was indeed something Zhuang Mengdai would do. Zhuang Mengdai held her sister's arm and smiled proudly at the opposite room. Ha ha ha, nothing to say, right? A fake young lady who uses the name of a real young lady to swindle people all day long. If I were her, I would have long gone back to my own village. I beg those people who are trying to curry favor with me to open their eyes. Not every pheasant can fly to the branch and become a phoenix. Stop talking, let's go. Zhuang Yueshi coldly brought her idiot sister away. I just remembered that I have something to do at home. Miss Gu, let's meet again next time. Miss Su stood up and said goodbye. Me too. I promised to accompany my mother to burn incense. Miss Gu, I'll leave first. Miss Yang exchanged glances with her companions and also stood up to leave the room. The remaining young ladies also left one after another. Those who were too thin-skinned to leave did not continue to bet on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. It was the first time she felt so embarrassed. What made her even more embarrassed was that those young ladies who had already bet on her actually went downstairs to bet on Zhuang Yueshi. The balance of power in the 3-flower list had been reversed. Zhuang Yueshi overpowered Gu Jinyu and became the most popular young lady. Gu Jinyu left Cool Breeze Gang in humiliation. Miss, are we going back to the residence? The coachman asked. To the Ministry of Works Yamen. She said. Yes. The coachman drove the carriage to the Ministry of Works Yamen. Marquis Gu had just returned from the Ministry of War learning how to blow air. When he reached the Yamen, he saw a familiar carriage. He walked over and lifted the curtain to take a look. Jinyu? Gu Jinyu's eyes were red and tears welled up in her eyes. Marquis Gu's heart ached. He sat in the carriage and asked her, "What's wrong? What happened? Did someone bully you?" Gu Jinyu choked with sobs. A servant girl at the side spoke up for her. "Marquis, you have to make a decision for young Miss. Young Miss was humiliated by someone today." Marquis Gu's face darkened. Who dares to humiliate the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu? The servant girl said, "It was Miss Zhuang. She said our young miss was a wild chicken from the countryside." This servant girl was also very capable. Zhuang Mengdai had said so much pain and she had summed it up in one sentence. She had also summed it up with 10 times the damage. Marquis Gu's face became extremely ugly. How could she be like this? Gu Jinyu choked. Actually, you can't blame Miss Zhuang. What she said was the truth. I am indeed not father's biological daughter. My biological parents are from the countryside. My birth is like that. Marquis Gu said with heartache. Father will not allow you to say this about yourself. In father's heart, you are father's biological daughter. The servant girl glanced at Marquis Gu and muttered, Young Miss is in trouble. After fifth Miss Zhuang said this, no one will bet on young Miss. This is only the first day. Who knows how young Miss will be bullied when she attends the girls' school in the future? Bully his daughter? How could this be? Marquis Gu did not understand much about betting. He only found out after asking the master and servant that Qing Feng Brothel had opened a bet for the spring examinations. There was a 3-flower roll. It was a bet on who could get the hairpin from the hands of the top 3 scholars. There were 3 hairpin flowers. Prince Anne's was most likely going to Zhuang Yueshi. Weren't there still 2 left? Marquis Gu felt that with Jin Yu's talent, she could win one of the 2. He could not let Jin Yu suffer this grievance. That afternoon, he took out 5,000 taels of silver from the treasury and brought it all to Qing Feng Brothel to bet. Which Miss Gu do you want to bet on? The shopkeeper asked. Are there many other Miss Gu? Marquis Gu asked. The shopkeeper did not recognize Marquis Gu and smiled as he explained the 2 Miss Gu. Marquis Ding and Fu has 2 Miss Gu. One is second Miss Gu and the other is eldest Miss Gu. That girl could also get on the roll? Marquis Gu rolled his eyes. Very quickly, he remembered what the servant girl had said. Zhuang Mengdai had deliberately bet a copper coin on Gu Jiao in order to humiliate Gu Jinyu. It seemed that Qing Feng Brothel had put that girl up at that time. She wanted to compete with Jinyu? Forget it. Marquis Gu did not say anything and bet all on Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's bet immediately caught up to Zhuang Yueshi's. Gu Jiao was still left alone at the end. Imperial concubine Shu also received news of the spring examinations bet, and secretly had a eunuch bring the money to Qing Feng Brothel to bet. Prince An was certain to win. There were too many people betting on him and the odds were too low. However, Imperial concubine Shu still bet. It was better to earn less than nothing. Imperial concubine Shu also bet on Gu Jinyu and Zhuang Yueshi. There was also Taoist nun Miao Yin. This Taoist nun had some background. She was Grand Secretary Yuan's direct granddaughter. Because it was not easy to raise her, she was sent to the Taoist temple. It was strange. She was clearly an infant who was about to die, but after entering the Taoist temple, she became full of vigor. Imperial concubine Shu had people ask around. Taoist nun Miao Yin could return to the capital at the age of 16. Counting the days, it should be around the release of the results. Imperial concubine Shu felt that just based on Grand Secretary Yuan's reputation, Taoist nun Miao Yin could get a hairpin. Grand Secretary Yuan's youngest son also participated in the spring examinations. His reputation was not as great as Prince An's, but like father like son. Imperial concubine Shu bet on him to be second. Following this, Imperial concubine Shu also bet on a Jiangnan scholar. This person was quite famous in Jiangnan. 3 years ago, during the spring examinations, he should have placed first. Unfortunately, he fell ill and missed the spring examinations. He had a good relationship with the 5th prince. The 5th prince strongly recommended this person. Imperial concubine Shu believed in her son's vision, so she bet on him to be third. After doing this, Imperial concubine Shu was worried that she missed something. She called her personal palace maid. Who did the crown princess bet? The palace maid said. This slave inquired. The crown princess didn't bet. Imperial concubine Shu didn't understand what the crown princess was thinking. Such a good opportunity to make money, it would be a waste if she didn't want it. The palace maid speculated. Among these scholars and beauties, only Prince An's talent can enter the crown princess's eyes. But the crown princess can't bet on Prince An. This was also true. Prince An was a member of the Zhuang family. Empress Xiao and the Zhuang family were sworn enemies. If the crown princess bet on the Zhuang family, wouldn't she be offending Empress Xiao? Imperial concubine Shu didn't stand on anyone's side in the harem. She could bet on anyone. And after Gu Jiao came out of the Qingfeng house, she went directly to the medical center. Dr. Song had just come out of Gu Chenglin's ward. His expression was complicated. Gu Jiao walked over and asked, "What's wrong? He still doesn't want to leave?" Dr. Song shook his head. "His wound has already healed. The stitches have also been removed. His pulse is very smooth. It doesn't make sense to stay here any longer." Although it takes 100 days to recover from a serious injury, Gu Chonglin was still young and vigorous. He could return to the Fu to recuperate. Why bother staying in their medical center? A large part of the reason why Gu Chonglin didn't want to leave was because he couldn't accept concubine Ling's betrayal. He refused to go back to the place where concubine Ling used to be and refused to hear any news about her. As long as he was in the Fu, these problems couldn't be solved. But he couldn't move to the Fu outside. Old Madame Gu wouldn't agree. Gu Jiao and Dr. Song went to his ward. When they entered the room, Gu Chonglin was lying on his side with his back to the door. The room was very dark, but it could be seen that he had lost a lot of weight. Gu Jiao came to the bed. "If you don't leave now," Gu Chonglin didn't turn around. He just silently raised a banknote. "The medical center's ward is for patients." He raised another banknote. "Business has been very good recently." 8 banknotes. One banknote was worth 100 taels. Gu Jiao put away 1,000 taels. "Take good care of yourself, Dr. Song." And after Gu Jiao took the banknotes, she went out happily. On the other side, Gu Chongfeng also finished his homework for the day and came to the medical center to take care of his younger brother. He used to do his homework during the day and do tasks at night. After Gu Chonglin was injured, he did his homework during the day and took care of Gu Chonglin during the night. Gu Chonglin's body was fine, but he became stiff and refused to communicate with others. Gu Chongfeng's secret was actually a little hard to keep from Gu Chonglin. But the silver lining was that Gu Chonglin's current state would not reveal Gu Chongfeng's secret. Gu Chongfeng got up early and worked late. After being squeezed dry again and again, he finally saved up 1,000 taels of silver. This was the last debt. After paying this, he wouldn't have to work so hard anymore. "Third brother, when second brother pays off the debt, I'll take you to a better medical center," Gu Chongfeng said as he reached under Gu Chonglin's pillow to feel for his banknotes. He touched it. Nothing. He touched it a second time, still nothing. He pulled out the pillow and sadly found that the 1,000 taels of silver that he painstakingly saved up was gone. He only felt that the sky had collapsed. "Third brother, where are my banknotes?" On the 9th day of the new year, the first exam officially began. The Imperial Guards had already surrounded the examination courtyard yesterday. Even a fly couldn't fly in. The invigilators took out the exam papers from the sealed boxes and distributed them to each examination shed. The examination courtyard in the capital had 4 examination sheds in the north, south, east, and west. There were up to 500 people in each sheds, adding up to 2,000 exam papers. After the exam papers were distributed, the examinees couldn't start writing immediately. They had to wait for the drum tower to ring 3 times before they could start writing. Yi was the same. After the bell rang 3 times, the examinees had to start writing. Otherwise, it would be considered cheating. There were a lot of examinees in the capital's examination courtyard. Correspondingly, there were also a lot of invigilators. There were people patrolling all day. In this kind of high-pressure environment, it was very difficult to cheat. The weather seemed to be colder. There were even some snowflakes early in the morning. The cold wind whistled. The examinees were all shivering from the cold. They couldn't even hold their brushes firmly. Xiao Lulang ate a piece of soy sauce jerky and a white steamed bun that was dipped in chili. He was sweating from the heat and his hands were very warm. This exam was about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were questions about the 4 books and 5 classics. There were also explanations and discussions. The number of questions was very large. Those who were able to pass this round were all outstanding people. Whether it was their mental state or their true ability, they were all better than those in the provincial examination. The difficulty of the first exam wasn't too difficult for them. They just couldn't handle the cold weather. Achoo! In a certain examination shed, Du Ruhan sneezed heavily. Last night, he kicked off his blanket and was woken up by the cold. After that, he didn't feel very well. He was dizzy and couldn't focus on the questions. Achoo! 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 After a few consecutive sneezes, he felt even dizzier. If this continued, he would definitely fail the exam. Du Ruhan suddenly felt sad. He couldn't fail the exam. If he failed, it would embarrass his aunt. His aunt already didn't have it easy in the residence. If he didn't succeed, his aunt wouldn't be able to raise her head in front of those people. Du Ruhan tried to force himself to review the questions, but his brain was too muddled. He really couldn't do it. He wanted to eat something to refresh himself. When he opened his bag, a small medicine bag fell out. He was stunned for a moment before he remembered that this was given to him by Gu Jiao. She said that it was cold medicine and frostbite cream. The cold medicine could be taken orally 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. The frostbite cream could be used externally. But would it really be effective? If he blindly took the medicine, it would be bad if he got a stomachache. Du Ruhan persisted for another hour. Seeing that the morning was about to pass, he didn't even finish a quarter of the questions. If this continued, it would be no different from giving up the exam. Du Ruhan gritted his teeth and took 2 cold medicine pills and swallowed them with water. Feng Lin and Lin Qingye's exam results were good. It wasn't because they were good, but because this was their first exam in the spring. They were young and already had the title of high scholar. Even if they didn't pass the exam, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Of course, Xiao Lulang still hoped that they could pass the exam, especially Lin Qingye. After all, when Xiao Lulang tutored Lin Qingye, he had promised to refund half the amount if it didn't work. That was more than 2,000 taels of silver. In the evening, the bell rang. All the examinees stopped writing and waited for the invigilators to seal their names and collect their papers. Their papers would first be sent to Qinghui Hall. The 6 Hanlin Academy examiners would use a red brush to transcribe the papers. The papers would also be sealed and sent to the inner hall. This was to prevent the examiners from recognizing the examinees' handwriting and cheating. The examinees came out on the 10th and the 11th came out again. The second exam was the 8-legged essay. The title came from the Analects of Confucius. Gentleman Zhou does not compare, Guanzhong's weapon is small. It was another 2 completely unrelated sentences. It was worth mentioning that the sentence Gentleman Zhou does not compare had appeared in an exam 11 years ago. In other words, this wasn't a new question. That year, there were quite a few outstanding 8-legged essays. If they wanted to amaze the graders again on this basis, it would be even more difficult. The examinees had to write a new sentence and also take into account the next sentence. The atmosphere in the examination hall was obviously more serious than the first exam. Other than the whistling of the wind, there was only the rustling of the examinees' writing. Not long after, someone fell ill. It was a high scholar in his 50s. He became a shotsi in his 30s and became a high scholar in his 40s. This was his 6th exam in the spring. If he didn't pass the exam soon, he would be 60 the next time. One could imagine the pressure he was under. But the heavens didn't look after him because of the pressure he was under. His body was already weak, and he was sitting in the furthest corner of the examination hall. The cold wind blew into his body. In the first exam, he already had a bad feeling. He braced himself and persevered. When it came to the second exam, he couldn't take it anymore and collapsed before he finished writing. If it was just a cold, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But he had a stroke. He could only be carried out by the Imperial Guards. This year's exam was a failure. This was his most well-prepared exam and also his best performance. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to pass the exam. Unfortunately, there was an accident. The old high scholar's collapse added a lot of psychological pressure to the examinees. The examination hall became even more silent. While the examinees were busy answering the questions, the 6 examiners of the Hanlin Academy had also finished copying the exam papers for the first exam. The examinees' papers were sealed and placed in special cabinets. Only when all 3 exams were finished would they be taken out and filed together with the red papers. The red papers for the first exam were sent to the inner hall under the escort of the Imperial Guards. The 6 examiners all let out a sigh of relief. One of them saw that there was no one else in Qinghui Hall and whispered, "I feel like I copied Royal Prince N's exam paper." Not only was one question wrong, but the handwriting was also unique. After seeing so many exam papers for the spring imperial examination, the handwriting on that paper was definitely the best. It could almost be compared to the calligraphy of a calligraphy master. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, An examiner opposite him said, "I feel that Royal Prince An's exam paper should be with me." He had also copied a perfect answer sheet. It was definitely the kind that couldn't be faulted. Other than Royal Prince An, no one else in the entire Zhao country could do it. The exam paper was covered so no one could see who it was. When they copied Shi Ye's paper, they only numbered the ink and red papers. After copying, they placed the two papers side by side and stamped the joint. If there was a mistake in the number, they could search for the stamp. The examiners were very careful. Until now, there had never been a mistake in the exam paper. The two of them started to argue in a low voice. No one could convince the other. The examinees didn't know anything about the examiner's argument. The exam time was about to end and they were writing furiously. Royal Prince An had put down his brush long ago. He would lose his sight at night, so he tried to finish his exam papers in the morning. The bell rang and the second exam was over. The examiners came to seal the papers. There were many people wailing in this exam. It was obvious that the first exam was too smooth, causing them to underestimate the difficulty of the second exam. However, the real nightmare was the third exam. This exam was about strategy. The questions were so tricky that some examinees wanted to faint at first glance. It was actually about the eldest son's virtue. In the spring and autumn annals, it was said that the eldest son was not chosen based on virtue. It meant that only the eldest son had the right to inherit the family property. Even if the son of a concubine was born earlier than the eldest son should be the most important. Unless the eldest son died, then the son of a concubine could inherit the family property. For example, the young Marquis of Zhao Du was the youngest son in the family. He had two older brothers who were born of concubines, but they did not have the right to inherit. Only he could be called the young Marquis. Now that he was dead, Marquis Xianping's family property should be inherited by the eldest son of a concubine, unless another eldest son appeared in Princess Xianyang's belly. If the family had many sons of a wife, then the eldest son of a wife would be the most important. The eldest son of a wife would inherit the family property. For example, Gu Chongqing of Marquis Ding and Fu. These two belonged to the eldest son of a wife. The eldest son's virtue matched the position, but there were also those whose virtue did not match the position. For example, the dethroned crown prince. Empress Dowager Zhuang had no children. Noble consort Lu's son was the eldest prince. He was conferred the title of heir apparent by the previous emperor. After he rebelled with the Lu family, he was demoted to a concubine. According to the rules, the second prince should have been appointed, but it was the fifth prince who was the current emperor. After the emperor ascended the throne, he appointed Empress Zhao's son as the crown prince. If one agreed with the idea of appointing the eldest son of a wife and not the most virtuous, then the emperor's throne was not obtained through proper means. But if one disagreed, then they were criticizing the emperor for appointing the crown prince incorrectly. After all, everyone knew that although the crown prince was the son of a wife, he was not the most outstanding of the princes. This was a question that would send them to their deaths. The examinees from Yuzhou all went crazy. Who did the examinees from Yuzhou offend this time? The questions in the provincial examination were about removing vassals. The questions in the metropolitan examination were even more tricky. They were even asking about the emperor's family matters. Although they did not explicitly say that it was a matter of appointing the crown prince, no one was an idiot. Moreover, the appointment of the crown prince was not strictly a matter of the emperor's family. It was a matter of the country. Since it was a matter of the country, there was nothing that could not be used to test this group of high scholars. In short, it was right to test them. Luckily, the weather was cold, so no one got heatstroke. Only 2 old high scholars got a cold. They were all scared by this question. When Prince An received the question, Shi Yi slightly furrowed his brows. He did not understand who came up with this question. Was it Hanlin Academy, or His Majesty? If it was His Majesty, then what was His Majesty's intention? Was he dissatisfied with the crown prince? Or was he trying to beat down the Zhuang family who wanted to pull the crown prince down? After all, the crown prince was the crown prince. If it was the crown prince, then it should be imperial concubine Zhuang's eldest prince. Royal Prince An quickly smiled. Interesting. This question was really interesting. Feng Lin and Lin Qingya were basically kneeling at this question. The two of them did not have many political cells and could not understand the deep meaning behind this question. They only thought that it was the literal meaning of the question. He was the only son in Feng Lin's family. What was there to appoint? It was all his. Although Lin Qingye was the son of a concubine, his father said that there was no future in inheriting the family business. Only by becoming an official would one have a future. Therefore, his brothers did not want to inherit the family business at all. They all wanted to become officials. If he could not pass the Jinshi exam, then he would have to go back and inherit the family business like his brothers and become the richest person in a region. He did not want to. It was so sad. When Xiao Lulang received the exam question, his expression did not change much. However, he could clearly feel that the difficulty of this exam was higher than the previous ones. He closed his eyes and made a draft in his mind. After he finished, he was not in a hurry to write. Instead, he sat for an hour and overturned his previous thoughts. The examinees in the examination courtyard were all exhausted from the exam. They wanted to throw their pens away. Outside the examination courtyard, on the quiet and cold bluestone path, a thin figure stared at the walls of the examination courtyard in a daze. The exam question was spread out an hour after the exam started. Now it had spread to all the tea houses and wine shops. However, no one could send in the answers. The man stood in front of the towering wall. He held a piece of paper in his hand. On it was written the exam question. His eyes shone with excitement. He knew how to do it. He knew how to do it. He knew how to write it. No less than 10 answers had already flashed through his mind. He clenched the ball of paper in his hand. His body could not help but tremble slightly. Who is it? A patrolling Imperial Guard noticed him. He broke into a run. In order not to disturb the examinees, horses were not allowed in the vicinity. The Imperial Guards patrolled on foot. However, they were enough to catch this weak man. It's you. The Imperial Guard pinned the man to the ground and recognized him. Lu Yisheng. The Imperial Guard was not surprised. The examination courtyard in the capital held all kinds of exams every year. Every time they would catch this lunatic outside. The Imperial Guard said coldly, "You can't go in. Why do you always come here?" "I'm just passing by," Lu Yisheng said. He felt a little uncomfortable being pinned to the ground with his hands behind his back. What happened? Another Imperial Guard walked over. "It's Lu Yisheng," the first Imperial Guard said. He actually wanted to chase Lu Yisheng away. However, it was clear that his companion did not want to let Lu Yisheng off so easily. His companion squatted down and pulled out a piece of paper from Lu Yisheng's fist. On it were the questions for today's examination. He immediately laughed disdainfully. "You actually stole the questions for the spring examination. What are you trying to do? Are you colluding with the people inside to cheat?" This kind of exam questions had already been spread out. The Imperial Guard also knew this. However, he did not like this guy and wanted to humiliate him. Lu Yisheng was dragged into a side alley. A snowflake-like fist greeted him. He was beaten until his face was covered in blood, and his whole body was twitching. "That's enough. It's the spring examination. Don't kill him." The first Imperial Guard could not stand it anymore. He persuaded his companion and pulled him back to the patrol path. Snowflakes fluttered down. Lu Yisheng lay on the cold street and looked at the gray sky. He could not see any hope. He wanted to die. However, he also knew that those people would not let him die. They wanted him to live and bear the sins of the deposed crown prince and the Lu family. The cold snowflakes fell on his wounds. If only he could freeze to death like this. He closed his eyes and sneered. Suddenly, the light above his head dimmed and the snowflakes on his body disappeared. He slowly opened his eyes. Someone held an oil paper umbrella for him. The umbrella was painted with flowers and chicks in a very clumsy way. However, the handle of the umbrella was delicately engraved with words. The girl under the umbrella had a jade-like temperament. There was a big red spot on the left side of her face. At this moment it was as bright as a peach in the snow. Gu Jiao squatted down and put the umbrella aside. He raised his hand to stop Gu Jiao. "Don't move," Gu Jiao said. Lu Yisheng did not move. Gu Jiao put the small basket on the ground and took out a small medicine box from it. She took a few tongue depressors and put them in his mouth. Bite it. It might hurt a little. Lu Yixing bit the tongue depressors. Gu Jiao pinched his right arm and returned to her original position with a crack. And his thigh. This was more painful. Gu Jiao gently put her hand on his left leg and lifted his leg. I'll count to 3 and then put it back in place. If you can, nod your head. Lu Yixing nodded with cold sweat. This action made him very shy. Gu Jiao, one crack. It was put back in place. Lu Yixing did not even have time to welcome the pain. Of course, the pain was so intense that tears came out of his eyes. However, he endured it. Gu Jiao used the stethoscope to listen to his breathing. When she touched one of his ribs, he groaned in pain. Gu Jiao took back the stethoscope, untied his coat, and put her hand in. He suddenly panicked. What are you doing? Shh, don't move. Gu Jiao carefully touched his ribs. Her movements were very careful. The ribs are fractured. The dislocation is not very obvious. Can heal on its own. Gu Jiao retracted her hand. This hand was wandering around his chest just now. Lu Yixing was a little embarrassed. You female doctors are also, you're a doctor. Gu Jiao corrected him. Lu Yixing did not speak. Gu Jiao stood up. Wait for me here. I'll call a carriage for you. No need. Lu Yixing stopped her. Gu Jiao looked at him strangely. Lu Yixing suddenly could not look her in the eyes. He lowered his eyes. I said no need. Pausing for a moment, he clenched his fists and looked at her coldly. I'll say the same thing again. If you saved me so that I can repay you one day, then you're wrong. You should have bet your chips on those examinees, not me. A street rat that everyone hates. Gu Jiao gave a long sigh. You still don't believe in yourself. Lu Yixing laughed at himself. You're wrong. I'm a waste that doesn't even have the qualifications to take the imperial examinations. Gu Jiao said. Oh, you want to take the imperial examinations? Lu Yixing turned his face away. I don't want to, and it's impossible. Gu Jiao said seriously. There's nothing impossible in this world. Is that so? Lu Yixing sneered. A cold wind blew and Gu Jiao's oil paper umbrella rolled over. Little Chick wearing a small flower on his head appeared in front of him without any warning. He suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule. Have you heard of the flower hairpin for the Grand Scholars? Every year, His Majesty will personally appoint 3 first-rank Grand Scholars and give them flower hairpins. If you can get their flower hairpins, I'll believe you. There's nothing impossible in this world. Remember, it's not 1 flower, it's 3 flowers. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Even the current crown princess only got 2 flowers. Chapter 198. On the 15th of February, the 3rd round of the examination came to an end. The candidates spent an exciting and difficult night in the examination hall. On the 16th, they were released from the examination hall after another round of strict body searches. There were many people outside the examination hall. Gu Jiao came early and got a good seat. The door of the examination hall opened and the candidates came out one after another. Except for the county examination, Gu Jiao took over Xiao Liulang's examination. Gu Jiao missed the other provincial, college, and provincial examinations because she was out of town. This was the first time Gu Jiao waited for him to come out of the examination hall in a sea of people. It was very similar to the family members outside the examination hall in her previous life. Fortunately, she didn't have to wait for too long before she saw Xiao Lulang coming out with a bag. She could see him in the crowd at a glance. It wasn't because he was holding a walking stick, but because of his temperament and appearance. He was 1 in a million. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up as a smile appeared in her eyes. Xiao Lulang also saw her and walked through the crowd towards her. Her eyes seemed to be sparkling, brighter than the stars in the Milky Way. How are you? Are you okay? Gu Jiao took the bag from his hand. It wasn't heavy, so she put it in her small basket. Xiao Lulang nodded. Yes, it's quite smooth. The first 2 rounds of the examination were very cold, but the weather was good for the 3rd round. Why are you here? Xiao Lulang looked at Gu Jiao's son. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms in front of his chest, raised his chin and snorted. Do you think I want to come? It's not easy to have a day off. If it wasn't for Jiao Jiao, I wouldn't have come. Little thing. Xiao Lulang played with his buzz-cut hair, which was getting prickly. The group turned around and walked towards the alley. Lu Quan was already waiting for them. The family of 3 got into the carriage. Little Jing Kong sat opposite Xiao Lulang with his arms crossed in front of his chest and looked at him seriously. Xiao Lulang was baffled by his stare and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me like that?" Little Jing Kong said sternly, "I want to see how you did in the exam. I want to know if you did well." When he was waiting outside, he had observed the examinees who came out. Some of them were dejected, and some were apathetic. None of them were in high spirits. He was observing which type of bad brother-in-law belonged to. Xiao Lulang gave Little Jing Kong a strange look. Gu Jiao leaned over and whispered in his ear. He has good friends now. He said that if you don't do well, he won't be able to raise his head in front of his classmates. Xiao Lulang was speechless. Gu Jiao said nonchalantly, "The exam is over. The results don't matter." Xiao Lulang breathed a sigh of relief. His wife was so considerate. Wait, wife. Why did he have such thoughts? Before he could recover from his shock, Little Jing Kong threw another heavy blow. "Jiao Jiao bet that you'll be the first in the exam." He bet 1,000 taels. Xiao Lulang shuddered. "Oh." Gu Jiao looked up at the sky. She couldn't see anything. She didn't have anything. The medical center was still in the stage of investing money. Because of the mass production of drugs, they had also set up a small pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Lulang was very curious about where the 1,000 taels came from. Gu Jiao thought, "It's all from Gu Chonglin." Xiao Lulang face-bombed. He only took 9 days for the exam. It was not like the provincial examinations that took 2 months. Why did he feel that his family was turned upside down? "So, did you do well in the exam?" Little Jing Kong asked seriously. Xiao Lulang took a deep breath and said, "Yes, he did well in the exam. Fortunately, he did well in the exam. He didn't let the 1,000 taels go to waste." But then again, the imperial examination was not like mathematics and astronomy. There were standard answers. If it was right, then it was right. If it was wrong, then it was wrong. It was very arbitrary. Therefore, it was not certain whether he could be the first or not. Fortunately, it was only 1,000 taels. If he didn't get the first place, he could recruit a few more students like Lin Qingya. After working hard for a year and a half, he could fill the gap. But it turned out that he was happy too early. Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. "You'd better do well in the exam. The neighbors also bet on you to be the first." Xiao Lulang was stunned again. "How much did they bet?" Little tycoon landlord Jing Kong calmly said, "Not much. It adds up to about 7,000 or 8,000 taels." That was 7,000, 8,000 taels. Xiao Lulang covered his chest. When he returned to Jadewater Alley, the old chancellor called Xiao Lulang over. The old chancellor already knew about the exam questions. Although the imperial court prohibited the leaking of the questions, once the exam started, the questions would be spread out in various ways within 2 hours. Therefore, the examinees were not allowed to enter the court after the exam started. The old chancellor wasn't worried about the first exam. Xiao Lulang had memorized the 4 books and 5 classics. The 4 books were not difficult for him. In addition, the examinees also had to compose a poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and 4 classics. Xiao Lulang told the old chancellor about his poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes and the classics. The old chancellor nodded. There was nothing wrong with it. The old chancellor then asked Xiao Lulang about his 8-legged essay and strategy. The old chancellor had some doubts about the 8-legged essay. Too much attention was paid to the formality, and it restricted the examinee's performance. However, he didn't have the final say on this. The emperor also didn't have the final say on this. The rules passed down by the ancestors weren't easy to be abolished. Xiao Liulang's 8-legged essay was also very outstanding. However, the strategy made the old chancellor break out in cold sweat. The eldest son of the first wife had always been a sensitive topic. The current emperor was neither the eldest son nor the eldest son. Strictly speaking, he wasn't considered a sage. He hid it deeper. At least at that time, he didn't seem to be worthy of the throne. Of course, after he ascended the throne, he displayed a series of methods and wisdom that were amazing. Even the old chancellor, who was a senior official of 2 dynasties, didn't dare to say that the emperor didn't deserve to sit on the dragon throne. Compared to the previous emperor, his methods were much more ruthless. At least the previous emperor didn't win against Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, he sent Empress Dowager Zhuang into the temporary imperial residence. In Zhao country, Hanlin Academy would draft a set of questions for the imperial examination in spring every year, and send it to the imperial study for the emperor to choose. The emperor would choose one set of questions for the main examination and 5 sets of questions for the backup. The old chancellor dared to conclude that Hanlin Academy wouldn't give the questions to the eldest son of the first wife. The emperor must have added it himself. His Majesty is really unpredictable. The old chancellor had the same thought as Commandery Prince, and was the emperor dissatisfied with the crown prince or the eldest prince who coveted the crown prince's position? Or was he warning those princes who were neither the eldest son of the first wife nor the eldest son of the first wife but thought that they were worthy of the throne and could copy his path to the throne? The examinee's answers revolved around which kind of successor was more beneficial to the country, or quoted the classics to point out the pros and cons of each of the 3. No matter which one it was all within the scope of hereditary system. However, Xiao Lulang jumped out of this scope. Wasn't this telling the emperor that if his son couldn't do it, then he could change it to someone else's son? This kind of speech could be directly punished in the previous dynasty. However, even in the current dynasty where speech was relatively free, it was still too daring. The old chancellor simply didn't know how this disciple's brain grew. He even dared to write this kind of speech? Fortunately, his last sentence of flattery wasn't bad. The reason why the emperor could inherit the throne was because he was the most capable person in the world. It had nothing to do with birth or bloodline. The old chancellor's cold sweat turned into hot sweat halfway through. Wait a minute, where did this brat learn how to flatter people? Was he so shameless? Why did he feel that this brat suddenly lit up some kind of incredible skill? He definitely didn't learn it from him. He definitely didn't teach such a little flatterer. The old chancellor felt that there was no problem with Xiao Luolang's ability, so he could only leave the rest to heaven's will. After the 9th day of the spring imperial examination, many examinees fell ill and the business of the medical hall boomed again. At the same time, the batch of golden sore medicine that Gu Chongqing placed before the new year was also completed. Gu Jiao tested the efficacy of the medicine and only sent it to the military camp after it passed the test. Before the new year, she sent a letter to Xuanningsiang, saying that everything was fine with Zhou Erzwang. Xuanningsiang replied to her letter, telling her about the village's matters and the progress of the medicinal field. She also sent some things. There were things for her and also things for Zhou Erzwang. Gu Chongqing often came to the medical hall to visit Zhou Erzwang. Gu Jiao gave him the things that Xuanningsiang sent to Zhou Erzwang, and asked him to send it to Zhou Erzwang. If Zhou Erzwang had a reply, she also asked him to send it over so that she could send it back to the village. When she was replying to Xuanningsiang's letter, Gu Jiao suddenly discovered a very sad thing. That was, Xuanningsiang's calligraphy was actually better than hers. Gu Jiao, oh, is this girl learning to write from someone? She has improved so much? Xiao Lulang, who was passing by the door, glanced at her and silently went back to the room. He doubled the copybook that Gu Jiao practiced every day. There were more than 1,000 copies of the exam papers for the spring imperial examination. While copying, they were also sent to the Internal Affairs Hall for marking. There were a total of 20 graders and they were in groups of 4. In other words, every exam paper had to be marked by 4 graders. If 2 of the graders gave an unqualified answer, then there was no need to send the exam paper to the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the graders' unqualified answers were not given blindly. Later, there would be a special person to review the exam papers. Graders who maliciously marked the exam papers would be severely punished. Every group of graders would pick the top 50 out of 500 exam papers and hand them over to the chief and deputy chief officials. These people were basically the candidates who could become tribute scholars. Of course, the chief and deputy chief officials would carefully mark the exam papers. If there were any objections, they would be put aside. The eliminated exam papers would also be ranked according to the results. The chief and deputy chief officials would select the number of tribute scholars from the first few eliminated candidates. In addition, there were 10 special places. These were the people that His Majesty and the ministers had stuffed into the list. The names of these people were directly reported. It did not matter if they were among the 200 exam papers. If they happened to be there, then there would be 200 tribute scholars this year. If they were not there, then there would only be a few more. As for the ranking of these people in the palace examination, it was not the grader's concern. Copying, marking, preliminary examination, re-examination, and ranking. After a series of operations, the results would not be released until next month. Xiao Lulang was very calm. Every day, he took little Jing Kong to and from school as usual. It was no different from the days before the exam. Gu Jiao was also very calm. It was completely impossible to tell that she had bet all her assets. Gu Jinyu had not been having a good time recently. Ever since Zhuang Mengdai had exposed her identity, her popularity in the girls' school had plummeted. Many of the daughters who had tried to curry favor with her in the past had gradually distanced themselves from her. She was so angry that she asked for sick leave at home. On this day, she was recuperating at home when Chi Mama suddenly came to the door. Chi Mama was the old maid by Consort Shu's side and was highly valued by her. Gu Jinyu warmly received her. "What brings Chi Mama here?" Chi Mama patted Gu Jinyu's hand and said with a smile, If Her Majesty didn't ask the Marquis, I wouldn't have known that you were sick. You didn't even tell Her Majesty that you were sick. Don't you know that Her Majesty loves you?" Gu Jinyu was touched and said softly, "It's not a serious illness. It's not good to disturb Aunt." Chi Mama glanced at her. "Are you treating me like an outsider?" Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and smiled. Chi Mama asked the little palace maid to put a few brocade boxes on the table. "These are all given to you by Her Majesty. There are snow lotuses and ginseng. They are all good things. You must remember to eat them." Gu Jinyu was moved. "Thank you, Aunt." Chi Mama took her hand and said, "We are family. Nyang Nyang has no daughter and has always treated you as her own daughter. You must take care of yourself and don't make Nyang Nyang worry again." "Yes, Jinyu will remember," Gu Jinyu said obediently. Chi Mama went straight to the point. By the way, I came here today for another matter. Her Majesty wants to see you." Gu Jinyu followed Chi Mama into the palace. Consort Shu was the head of the palace. She had her own palace and did not have to let other young masters live in her side palace like a second-rank concubine. She lived in Changchun Palace with the fifth prince and was very carefree. The weather was good today. Consort Shu was flipping through the fifth prince's homework in the small pavilion of Changchun Palace. Gu Jinyu went forward to greet her. "Aunt?" Consort Shu waved at her. "You came at the right time. Little Fifth just wrote an essay. Take a look." "Yes." Gu Jinyu sat down beside Consort Shu and Consort Shu handed her the fifth prince's essay. The fifth prince was the same age as Gu Chonglin. Every day, he went to the study with his older brothers and was taught by the prestigious scholars in the court. To be honest, the fifth prince was not very talented. His homework was basically done by Gu Jinyu. After Gu Jinyu read it, she smiled and praised, "Your Highness has improved." "I think so too." Consort Shu was very happy with this answer. She asked the palace maid to keep the essay and then looked at Gu Jinyu. She said dotingly, "Child, you did such a big thing in the county city. Why didn't you say anything?" Huh? Gu Jinyu was stunned. The change in topic caught her off guard. Consort Shu glared at her and pulled her hand. "Are you still trying to hide it? If I hadn't gone to deliver snacks to His Majesty just now, I wouldn't have known that you did such a big thing behind your family's back. Why are you so secretive?" Gu Jinyu was even more puzzled. What did she do? Consort Shu held her hand tightly, her eyes full of excitement. Bellows. Chapter 199. There are novels with connotations that cannot be found online here. It turned out that the court had found out about the young lady and confirmed that her surname was Gu, not Lu. They also heard that she was the daughter of a marquis. As for which marquis, they were not sure. But were there many marquis with the surname Gu in the world? Between March and June last year, she had coincidentally appeared in that county town. Consort Shu could guess that it was Gu Jinyu even if she used her toes. Imperial concubine Shu poked her head lightly. "Look at you, this child. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. Why didn't you say it? If you had said it earlier, your father would not have made such a big mistake." He let the Ministry of War ride on his head. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Imperial concubine Shu smiled and said, "When you were young, you liked to draw on paper. The fifth prince also drew with you. At that time, I thought that you were all thinking about useless things. Now it seems that I have misunderstood you." Granny Qi smiled, "Your Highness. Do you still remember when the county princess asked someone to improve the food box when she was young?" Consort Shu held her temples and smiled in realization. I almost forgot if you didn't mention it." "Yes. Is that food box still there?" Granny Qi smiled, "Yes. I will keep it." Consort Shu ordered, "Quickly bring it over." Granny Qi went to the storeroom and took out an old food box that Gu Jinyu had used when she was young. The food boxes in the palace were layered, like a walking steamer. Gu Jinyu felt that this kind of food box was inconvenient. She said that if she wanted to take something from the bottom, she had to take the top as well. It would be better if each layer could be separated. She took apart Consort Shu's snack box and made a fixed frame, but it could be pulled open from the side to have several small drawers. An 8-year-old child's hands were not too skillful. It was all done by her mouth, and the eunuchs did according to her ideas. At that time, she even received a few words of praise from His Majesty. This kind of food box also existed among the people at that time. As it was not warm enough, it was usually only used to hold snacks. Gu Jinyu had never seen it before. She had thought of it herself. His Majesty thought it was rare for an 8-year-old girl to be so intelligent. It was also from then on that Consort Shu discovered Gu Jinyu's talent and often summoned Gu Jinyu to the palace to study with the fifth prince. Concubine Shu whispered, "Tell Auntie the truth. Did you do it on purpose?" Gu Jinyu stared at her blankly. Imperial concubine Shu smiled happily. "That's true. The effect of doing this is indeed much better than revealing your identity from the start. You have successfully caused a sensation in the imperial court and also caught His Majesty's attention. The more indifferent you are to fame and fortune, the more His Majesty appreciates you." Gu Jinyu wanted to say something but stopped. What did she do to change the wind direction? She had never heard of it before. "Nyang, the thing you wanted is here. Where do you want it?" A young eunuch walked over with a piston bellows. Gu Jinyu looked at Consort Shu in confusion. Consort Shu said to Gu Jinyu, "Come. Tell Auntie how to use this thing. Later, if your Majesty wants to chat with this consort will have a common topic with your Majesty." This bellows had been taken from the Ministry of War. Nowadays there were many such bellows. Gu Jinyu had never seen one before, but she was indeed very smart. She had someone bring over tools and personally dismantled the bellows. Then she put it back in its original place. Then she understood the principle behind this kind of wind-blowing technique. The bellows had 3 levels. The first level was where the lever was. There was a wind outlet at each end of the bellows. There was a movable valve at the wind outlet. When the lever was pushed, the first valve at the back opened. Wind poured in from there. The second valve automatically closed. Wind was forced from the wind outlet under the second valve into the second small bellows on the second level. Under the small bellows was an air outlet that was connected to the boiler. When the lever was pulled back, the second valve at the front opened. Wind poured in from the second valve. The first valve closed. Wind poured in from the first valve into the first small bellows on the second level. The first small bellows also had an air outlet that was also connected to the boiler. The 2 small bellows were independent and did not affect each other. The only thing they had in common was that they were both connected to the boiler. They could both send wind into the boiler. This kind of double-acting piston bellows produced wind regardless of whether it was pushed or pulled. It did not waste any physical strength or movement. This design was too exquisite. Gu Jinyu was in awe. Compared to this, her own food box paled in comparison. No, her own food box could not even be considered a small magician. But, did His Majesty and the people from the Ministry of War make a mistake? This was not something she had done. "How did you think of this method?" Imperial concubine Shu asked. Gu Jinyu thought that Imperial concubine Shu was talking about the bellows. Just as she was about to confess, Imperial concubine Shu interrupted her. "Not saying who you are, just leaving behind a blueprint. Afterwards leave some clues. Surname Gu, connection to Marquis Ding and Fu. It does not feel deliberate at all. You are truly worthy of being someone this one taught." The focus of the imperial concubines was always different from normal people. Gu Jinyu was very puzzled. Was there really a mistake somewhere? Marquis Ding and Fu only had 2 girls. One was her, but she had never drawn any blueprints. It couldn't be that wild girl who grew up in the countryside. She couldn't even read a single word. How could she have made such an exquisite tool? While Gu Jinyu was puzzled, Imperial Concubine Shu suddenly patted her hand. The Imperial Garden's 4 seasons osmanthus has bloomed. Come, let's go pick some. In a moment, we'll have the Imperial kitchen make osmanthus cakes and bring some for your father. Gu Jinyu sighed and was pulled to the Imperial Garden by Imperial Concubine Shu. The flowers in the Imperial Garden bloomed beautifully. They were colorful and contended with each other. Coincidentally, they were not the only ones who came to admire the flowers. Imperial Concubine Zhuang was also present. Imperial Concubine Zhuang was a few years older than Imperial Concubine Shu. She was not as beautiful as Imperial Concubine Shu, but she was still dignified and elegant. She had an outstanding temperament. Older sister Imperial Concubine, what a coincidence! Imperial Concubine Shu smiled and greeted her. Imperial Concubine Zhuang returned half a bow. The 2 were both first-rank official concubines, but Imperial Concubine was the head of the 4 concubines. Her status was naturally higher than Imperial Concubine Shu's. Gu Jinyu also bowed to Imperial Concubine Zhuang. Greetings to Imperial Concubine. Imperial Concubine Zhuang gracefully smiled. So it is County Princess Hui. There is no need for County Princess Hui. Thank you, Imperial Concubine. Gu Jinyu rose. Gu Jinyu often entered the palace and had seen Imperial Concubine Zhuang several times. But for some reason, she felt that Imperial Concubine Zhuang was particularly gentle this time. Imperial Concubine Zhuang's gentle gaze fell on Gu Jinyu's face. County Princess Hui is of marriageable age. You haven't talked about marriage yet, right? Aunt. It was Zhuang Yueshi who came over with a basket of freshly picked flowers. She saw Imperial Concubine Shu and Gu Jinyu and bowed. Gu Jinyu was a county princess, but she did not dare to accept Zhuang Yueshi's bow in front of Imperial Concubine Zhuang. She also bowed slightly to return the bow. And what were you talking about just now? Zhuang Yueshi asked. Imperial Concubine Zhuang smiled. We were talking about County Princess Hui's marriage. Speaking of which, you are 1 year older than County Princess Hui. You haven't talked about marriage yet. In the Zhao Kingdom, women would only consider marriage after reaching the age of 15. Most of the wealthy families were not in a hurry. Some women would get married at the age of 18 or 19. As for men, most of them would only get married after reaching the age of 20. Why did Imperial Concubine Zhuang suddenly ask about Gu Jinyu's marriage? Her intention was somewhat thought-provoking. Imperial Concubine Shu smiled and said, Not yet. Imperial Concubine Zhuang said, I heard that she has an older sister who is already married. The smile on Gu Jinyu's face froze. Imperial Concubine Shu looked as usual. My sister grew up in the countryside and married early. Since Imperial Concubine Zhuang already knew, there was no point in hiding it. It was better to say it openly. Imperial Concubine Zhuang smiled and sighed. Imperial Concubine Shu, you have to be more careful. She is such a good niece. I don't know which family's brat will take advantage of her. Imperial Concubine Shu was amused by Imperial Concubine Zhuang. They teased Gu Jinyu for a while before returning to their respective palaces. Imperial Concubine Zhuang and Imperial Concubine Shu's topic always revolved around Gu Jinyu. Zhuang Yueshi, who was at the side, seemed to be neglected. This was the first time that Gu Jinyu was the protagonist in front of a favored concubine. On the way back to Changchun Palace, Imperial Concubine Shu touched the buyao in her hair bun and said proudly, It seems that Imperial Concubine Zhuang also knows about your invention of the bellows. Her news is really fast. I happened to hear it when I went to deliver snacks to His Majesty. I don't know how she found out. Humph, it must be someone around His Majesty who told her. Gu Jinyu suddenly realized that the reason why Imperial Concubine Zhuang's attitude towards her was so abnormal was because of this? Was the power of a bellows so great? Gu Jinyu suddenly didn't have the courage to confess to Imperial Concubine Shu. Why did Imperial Concubine suddenly ask about my marriage? Could it be that she wanted to set her up with Prince In? Imperial Concubine Shu said carelessly, Most likely she wants to win you over. After the crown prince got Wen Linlang, he was like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid she wants to imitate Empress Xiao and find a good wife for her son. But Prince Ning already had a wife. If she married him, wouldn't she only be a concubine? Princess Ning was not a kind person. It was difficult for a concubine to survive under her. Moreover, Gu Jinyu didn't like Prince Ning. She liked Prince, and Gu Jinyu pulled Imperial concubine Shu's arm and pleaded, "Aunt, I don't want to marry Prince Ning." Imperial concubine Shu waved her hand. "It may not be Prince Ning," Gu Jinyu said. "She only has one son." Imperial concubine Shu said, "Doesn't she also have a nephew?" Gu Jinyu's eyes lit up. "Aunt is talking about Princeton." Kombiku mobile reading website. mshbqg.com. Chapter 200. Aunt. On the way back to Yongshou Palace, Zhuang Yueshi couldn't help but call out to noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang glanced at her. "What's wrong?" Zhuang Yueshi was a noble daughter of the Zhuang family. She was dignified and quiet. Calling her aunt was really inappropriate. Zhuang Yueshi knew it was inappropriate. She handed the flower basket in her hand to the palace maid and caught up with noble consort Zhuang. She whispered, "You was inappropriate. Please punish me." Noble consort Zhuang said sternly, "You've been acting weird since you met County Princess Hui. Tell me, what do you have against her?" "No," Zhuang Yueshi whispered. Noble consort Zhuang knew her niece well. She was the most noble daughter in the capital since she was a child. She was smart and beautiful. She had never met a rival. Gu Jinyu's reputation was not as good as Zhuang Yueshi's in the early years. However, she was first conferred the title of County Princess. Later, she shone in the girls' school and gradually became as famous as Zhuang Yueshi. Gu Jinyu had not surpassed Zhuang Yueshi yet. However, with Zhuang Yueshi's nobility, it was a failure to be on par with her. Noble consort Zhuang continued to walk forward. She said, "You don't like County Princess Hui because of this? I told you that you are the daughter of the Zhuang family. You have to have a high vision and can't be small." Zhuang Yueshi was not because of this. Zhuang Yueshi looked down and said, "You are right." She paused and said, "But why do you suddenly care about County Princess Hui's marriage? Do you want to be a matchmaker for her?" Noble consort Zhuang smiled faintly. "I want to, but she has to agree first." Zhuang Yueshi was just testing her aunt. She didn't expect to get such an answer. "Aunt? Who do you want to marry her to? Eldest cousin? Or?" Noble consort Zhuang smiled but didn't say anything. Zhuang Yueshi's heart skipped a beat. "Aunt, you want to marry her to my brother and make her my sister-in-law?" There were several sons in the Zhuang family, but only Prince and noble consort Zhuang neither admitted nor denied it. Zhuang Yueshi panicked. "Aunt, she is not good enough for brother. She's not a true daughter of a marquis. She's just a peasant girl from the countryside. Even if His Majesty bestows her the title of County Princess, it's just a good reputation. She doesn't even have a living allowance, so what kind of County Princess is she?" Noble consort Zhuang stopped, and the palace maids also stopped. Noble consort Zhuang stroked a four-season osmanthus in the basket. "County Princess is indeed not worthy, but what if she becomes a princess?" Zhuang Yueshi was stunned. On the other side, Marquis Gu was once again summoned by Minister Zhao to the main hall where he handled official business. Marquis Gu had been scolded badly recently, and he knew that he would not be able to avoid another round of scolding. However, to Marquis Gu's surprise, Minister Zhao's expression was exceptionally gentle. He didn't look like he was going to scold him at all. "Marquis Gu, eh?" When Minister Zhao saw Marquis Gu, he smiled brightly for the first time in months. "Assistant Minister Gu, how was your day?" Marquis Gu was confused by his superior's expression and tone. Did he eat well? Did he wear warm clothes? Was it inconvenient for him to go out? Did his child have any difficulties in her studies? He didn't understand what was going on at all. Minister Zhao personally took Marquis Gu's wrist and invited him to sit down on a chair. Marquis Gu looked at the hand that was holding him and wanted to tell him that men shouldn't touch each other. Minister Zhao smiled and said, "You really have such a promising daughter. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Marquis Gu was completely outside of the situation. Minister Zhao's smile disappeared and he sighed. You hid it from me for a long time. Why did you hide such an important matter? What did I hide from you? Marquis Gu was confused. Minister Zhao said, just now, people from the Ministry of War came and asked me if the bellows were invented by your daughter? Marquis Gu pointed at himself. My daughter? Minister Zhao frowned. You still don't know? Marquis Gu shook his head like a rattledrum. Minister Zhao said, then let me ask you, do you have a daughter? Marquis Gu nodded. Yes. Minister Zhao continued, last summer, were you and your daughter in Yozhou's Qingchuan town? Marquis Gu nodded again. Yes. Minister Zhao continued, is your daughter exceptionally smart? Marquis Gu nodded heavily. Yes. His Jinyu had to be smart. She had to be smart. If it weren't for the fact that women couldn't participate in the imperial examinations, his Jinyu could at least pass the Grand Scholar exam. Minister Zhao clapped the back of his right hand against his left palm. Isn't that settled? Last year, other than your daughter, was there any other daughter from the Marquis' household with the surname Gu? When Marquis Gu heard this, he understood what was going on. It turned out that the imperial court had found clues about that little girl. But he hadn't heard Jinyu mention it. Marquis Gu wasn't so eager for quick success to claim credit for himself. He decided to first return to the residence to ask Gu Jinyu about the situation. The speed at which this matter fermented was far faster than Gu Jinyu had imagined. She had only been focused on reading books and didn't pay attention to what was going on outside. She had no idea what the invention of wind blowing meant to the Zhao country. His Majesty looked calm, but in reality he was laughing like a fool. That group of bastards from the Liang country had only used a bit of inferior drainage technology to trade for their Zhao country's mines. Although the two countries hadn't been at war, this was even more unbearable than losing a battle. This was great, they could hold their heads up high. The 6 ministries had also been swept by this technology. Not only could it be used to make iron, it could also improve the quality of metallurgy. What did the Zhao country have? Gold mines. But then again, the Zhao country's productivity was the lowest among the 6 countries. Thus, even if it had many mines, it was still a poor country. The common people seemed to have a good life. That was because the 2 emperors still had a conscience and didn't wantonly exploit the common people. They even reduced taxes. The national treasury was actually very poor. Otherwise, how could they have sold the Imperial College's degree to Lin Qingye? Half of the building that the Lin family had donated to the Imperial College had been taken by His Majesty into the national treasury. However, even though Gu Jinyu didn't know the movements of the Imperial Court and the 6 ministries, she had personally experienced the changes in the people around her. When she had returned from the palace, her personal maid had informed her that an official from the women's school had come and asked her how she was recovering and when she would return to class. Gu Jinyu had been resting at home for so long. The female official had not come earlier or later, but at this time, who could say that she hadn't been instructed by the crown princess? Could it be that the crown princess had also heard about the bellows? It wasn't strange. Both consort Shu and noble consort Zhuang had heard about it, so how could the crown princess not have? After that, the daughters who were on good terms with her but had distanced themselves from her because of her past came back. They came to the Fu to visit her, chatting and laughing as if the previous unhappiness had never happened. Why was this? Their fathers, who were officials in the imperial court, must have sent them to her to find out the truth. If she really was the inventor of the bellows, then no matter how lowly her birth was, no one could look down on her. She had done a good deed that benefited the country and the people. Even His Majesty would praise her. But what if the true inventor ran out one day? Gu Jinyu was in a dilemma. When Marquis Gu returned to the Marquis Fu, Gu Jinyu was tidying up her large chest. This chest was filled with small things that she had written, drawn, and made. Yao Shi had not thrown them away and had kept them for her. She moved back to her own courtyard and took out all the manuscripts. She wanted to see if she had ever had the inspiration for the bellows. Jinyu, what are you doing? Marquis Gu entered the room and looked at the manuscripts on the floor. He asked in confusion. Gu Jinyu raised her slightly disheveled face and said, I'm looking for something. What are you looking for? Marquis Gu walked in. Father will help you look. Sketch. Gu Jinyu said. A sketch that looks similar to the bellows. You're talking about this? Marquis Gu bent down and picked up a piece of paper that had been sandwiched between the pages of a book. On the paper, there was a very immature drawing of a crooked chest. There was something that he didn't know if it was a handle or a lever. There were 2 or 3 layers below. At first glance it looked somewhat similar to a bellows. Gu Jinyu didn't know what she had drawn. But it definitely wasn't a bellows. But if it was a little forced, it did look like a bellows. Jinyu, did you really invent the bellows? Marquis Gu asked. Gu Jinyu was not in a rush to answer Marquis Gu's question. Instead she said, Father, what did the people from the 6 ministries say? What clues did they find? Marquis Gu said. They said it was a girl with the surname Gu. She is related to Marquis Ding and Fu. She should be the Marquis Fu's daughter. Ah, that's right, she's 14 or 15 years old. That's right, the Ministry of War had been to the front lines. Among the clues that they had gathered, there was a very useful piece of age. She was basically going up against Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu had a bold guess in her heart, but she did not dare say it. She went to Yao Shi's courtyard. Yao Shi was currently making clothes for Gu Jiao. Mother. Gu Jinyu walked over. The excitement in her heart made her ignore the clothes in Yao Shi's hands. She crouched down and grabbed Yao Shi's hand, asking, Has elder sister come recently? What is it? Are you looking for her for something? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jinyu shook her head. No, I haven't gone to the girls' school for a few days. I haven't seen elder sister, so I wanted to ask how she is doing. The girls' school was next to the medical center. When Gu Jinyu went to school, she would occasionally run into Gu Jiao, but the two basically did not interact. In the medical center, other than the Zhuang sisters, no one knew that she was sisters with the medical center's medicine boy. When her daughter was mentioned, Yao Shi's brow was filled with affection. Your elder sister is doing well. It's just that your brother-in-law just finished taking the spring examinations. She's been a little busy. Gu Jinyu did not care. What kind of good reputation could a poor country boy get? Unlike Royal Princeton, who would definitely get first place. When Royal Princeton got first place, he would give her the hairpin. Is your health better? I heard that you went into the palace today. Yao Shi said. I'm fine. I should have come to pay respects to mother first, but Chi Mama urged me, so I could only go see aunt first. Mother, don't be angry at me. I won't. Yao Shi said. That's right. Mother, you didn't throw away my previous manuscripts, right? Gu Jinyu took out a few pieces of paper that she had drawn on when she was young from her pouch. They're the same as these? Yao Shi asked. Didn't you take them all? Gu Jinyu said. I'm talking about the ones in the mountain villa. Yao Shi explained. These were brought over from the mountain villa. Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes. Then has elder sister seen these things? Yao Shi shook her head. I haven't shown them to her. Gu Jinyu looked up at Yao Shi. Then did she look through them herself? Yao Shi asked strangely. Why would she look through your things? She was not a child. Children would not do this. When Gu Yan was young, he never looked through Gu Jinyu's things. Gu Jinyu smiled. That's not what I meant. She's my elder sister. Elder sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. I know that she actually cares about me. Yao Shi said. Even if she cares about you, she wouldn't look through your things. Jiao Jiao was a polite and good child. Gu Jinyu did not argue with her mother, and changed the topic to talk about other things. Soon Yao Shi began to feel sleepy. Yao Shi had been feeling sleepy recently. Gu Jinyu told her mother to rest well. After walking out of the yard, Gu Jinyu suddenly muttered, No matter who it is, they must have gotten the inspiration after secretly looking at my drawings. The servant girl. Young miss, what are you saying? Gu Jinyu ignored her. She firmly believed in her own conclusion, and was no longer worried that she would be exposed. That's right, she was the country's genius girl. Others had simply stolen her inspiration. She was the true owner. The next day Gu Jinyu went to school. As expected, those young ladies who had been estranged from her all rushed over to curry favor with her. Miss Gu, I heard that you were the one who invented the quartz bellows. Is that true? That's right, that's right. Is it true? Quick, say something. At the entrance of the girls' school, Gu Jinyu was blocked by the young ladies. Although everyone's tone was inquiring, their eyes were very certain. Otherwise, Gu Jinyu had pretended to be sick at home for so long. Suddenly coming to school, wasn't it because she had made a comeback? Gu Jinyu smiled modestly and said, His Majesty has not announced it to the public yet. Everyone don't spread the news. Chapter 201. This was tantamount to admitting it. Everyone looked at her with even more admiration. Gu Jinyu walked into the girls' school surrounded by everyone. Before entering, she glanced at the clinic, trying to find Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't come to the clinic today. She went to the courier station to send a letter to Xuanningsiang. There was a letter from her, a letter from Zhou Erzwang, who Gu Chongqing brought over from the military camp. There were also some trinkets from the capital for Go Hua. Go Hua was 2 years old now. She could walk, run, and jump. She was especially good at calling people, especially her father. Gu Jiao asked Xuanningsiang if she had any plans to find a father for Go Hua in the letter. Gu Jiao didn't have those rigid thoughts. In Gu Jiao's opinion, Xuanningsiang was still young. She was only 2 years older than her, 17 this year. Gu Jiao didn't think that a woman had to find a man to be complete, but she didn't have to be a widow for the sake of reputation. She had the right to pursue her own happiness. From her good handwriting, it could be seen that Xuanningsiang wasn't a widow who was numb to life and resigned to her fate. She had been by the old madam's side for so long. The old madam didn't like her for nothing. She had her own pursuits. However, she was afraid. She was afraid that this kind of pursuit would be rebellious. She was afraid that it would lead to everyone's disdain and ridicule. When Gu Jiao came out of the courier station, she bumped into someone. They weren't close, but they had seen each other before. The other party was dressed in a maroon brocade robe. He was unrestrained and flamboyant. His features were handsome and his eyes were devilish. However, Gu Jiao didn't like his devilish charm. Gu Jiao pretended not to see him and walked forward expressionlessly. The moment they brushed past each other, the man suddenly stretched out his arm and blocked Gu Jiao's path. Miss, long time no see. The fourth prince smiled. What a coincidence. Are you here to send a letter too? Gu Jiao looked at the arm in front of her and felt a little annoyed. In all fairness, the fourth prince was not bad looking. If she had not seen that beautiful monk, perhaps he could be considered to be in Gu Jiao's sense of beauty. But if there was a comparison, there would be harm, right? They were both devilishly charming little beauties, but the beautiful monk had thrown him a dozen streets away. Gu Jiao was annoyed. The fourth prince's gaze was unmistakable. Oh, the little lady's temper is quite fierce. But it doesn't matter, His Highness disdains taming a weak horse. The weather is dry, do you have time for a cup of tea? Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently. Not thirsty. The fourth prince persevered. The desserts in the Jade house are not bad. Miss, do you want to try them? Gu Jiao said, not hungry. The fourth prince said, then let's go watch a play. Gu Jiao was annoyed to a certain extent, but she suddenly calmed down. She looked at him from head to toe. Do you have a lot of money on you? The fourth prince was startled. What kind of words was this? He was a dignified prince, did he need to give money to watch a play? But he also brought money. He smiled and said, I brought a lot. What does Miss like? This prince will buy for Mississippi. Gu Jiao seriously thought about it. Then let's go to a place where there is no one. Do it cleanly. Don't let her husband find out. The fourth prince did not expect the little girl to be so tactful. He was stunned for a moment, but then he thought it was normal. He was a prince. Who would have the courage to go against him? I know a place where there will be no outsiders. The fourth prince smiled proudly and turned around to open the curtain of the carriage. Are you sure? Gu Jiao asked. Her husband was a scholar and might become an official in the future. Openly robbing someone was not suitable for a future tribute soldier wife. So Gu Jiao decided to give him one last chance. If he really wanted to court death, then she could only help him. The fourth prince was a bit puzzled. Wasn't she asking the wrong question? He should be the one asking her, right? I'm sure, Mississippi. Please, he gestured. Just as Gu Jiao was about to get on the carriage, another carriage came. The carriage stopped next to the two people. The curtain was opened and a handsome figure walked down. Your Highness, long time no see. It was the exact same opening, but it was said carelessly. When he heard it, he felt that there was an ulterior motive. The fourth prince narrowed his eyes and looked at the youth in front of him. He said, "Royal Princein?" Royal Princein smiled warmly and his eyes fell on Gu Jiao. He said, "Isn't this Miss Gu? Miss Gu doesn't need to go to the clinic today?" "You know each other?" the fourth prince asked suspiciously. Royal Princein smiled slightly. "When my younger sister and I were traveling, we stayed at the Marquis Ding and Manor for a few days. This is the eldest young miss of the Marquis Ding and Manor." The fourth prince did not know much about the Marquis Ding and Manor. He had only seen Gu Jinyu. Royal Princein continued, "I just came out of the palace. I heard that the emperor was looking for your highnesses. I don't know if something happened." Since he said this, how could the fourth prince still be in the mood to flirt with a beauty? The fourth prince looked deeply at Royal Prince and in Gu Jiao before sitting in the carriage and leaving. Royal Princein turned to look at Gu Jiao. His temperament was warm and his voice was low. "That is the current fourth prince." Gu Jiao knew. Royal Princein saw that she was not surprised and paused. He smiled to himself. That's true. She was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. How could she be so easily tricked into a carriage by a man? "Are you going back to the clinic?" he asked. Gu Jiao nodded. Royal Princein was about to say that he would send her off when there was a sound above his head. It was a tile that had fallen from the roof. Gu Jiao was on his side. Opposite was the carriage and to the side was the corner. It could be said that there was no way to avoid it. Royal Princein stepped forward and used his tall body to protect her, blocking the tile for her. However, the pain he imagined did not come. He blinked and raised his head to look. The tile had already been nailed to the roof of the carriage by Gu Jiao's needle. Royal Princein took a step back and helplessly smiled. "Miss Gu, have you always been this powerful? You make it so that I can't even save the beauty." Directorate. Xiao Lulang was released from school. When he went out, he saw Gu Jiao carrying a small basket and waiting for him under a large tree. She also carried 2 small bags of medicine in her hands, one on each side. Although the weather had cleared up, it was still not warm. Especially after the sun set, the wind on the streets became even colder. Xiao Lulang leaned on his walking stick and hurriedly walked over. "Why didn't you wear more clothes?" "It wasn't cold when I went out," she said. That meant that it was cold now. Xiao Lulang keenly caught the message in her words. He took off his cloak and was about to hand it to Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao looked at the medicine bags in her hands. The meaning behind her words was obvious. Both of her hands were full. People around them looked at them. The light in Xiao Liulang's eyes flickered slightly, but he still draped the cloak over her body. His jade-like slender fingers gently tied the ribbon. "Lulang, your wife came to pick you up again?" A supervisor, who was on good terms with Feng Lin and thus knew Xiao Lulang, joked as he passed by. Xiao Lulang vaguely replied. Gu Jiao looked at him with bright eyes. Written all over her face was, "I'm your wife? Is that so? Is that so? Is that so?" Xiao Lulang coughed softly and looked away. "Let's go home." Gu Jiao followed behind him and slowly walked out. Suddenly, a pile of snow fell from a big tree. Xiao Lulang pulled her over with one hand and raised his other arm above her head. The snow fell down and drenched his sleeve. She didn't move in his arms and looked at him with wide eyes. She was so obedient. This appearance was too deceptive. Even Xiao Lulang, who was with her all the time, couldn't resist. His chest was suddenly filled with blood. Too obedient. He couldn't stand it. Xiao Liulang's breathing became irregular, and he quickly turned his face away. Gu Jiao pressed her little head against his chest and said, "Your heart is beating so fast." Xiao Lulang suddenly took a step back. "No?" Gu Jiao looked at his red little ears. "You clearly have." Xiao Lulang said seriously, "If I say no, then no." After saying that, he ran away, but he was too nervous and took the wrong path. With a bang, he hit a tree. Gu Jiao, ha ha ha. After the spring exams, the atmosphere in the house was much more relaxed. The old madam went out to play cards and didn't forget to bring her husband along. If she lost, it would be her husband's. If she won, it would be hers. Gu Yin and Gu Shaoshun went to the Lu family's house every day after school to learn. They also ate dinner there. To be honest, the master's wife's cooking wasn't very good. She was comparable to Xiao Lulang, but the master said it was delicious, so they could only bite the bullet and eat. Ever since little Jing Kong made his first good friend in the Imperial College, he would play with his good friend every day after school. Today was no exception. Compared to studying, Gu Jiao thought that little Jing Kong lacked communication with his peers. Therefore, she supported his after-school activities. But today there was one more person in their small group, Qin Chuyu. Little Jing Kong was confused. Why is he here? Su Tangtang whispered, sigh, my father must have asked me to take him with me. I'm also worried. Su Tangtang and Qin Chuyu didn't know each other. Qin Chuyu and little Jing Kong were in the same class. He was in the ordinary class. His father introduced him, so he had to listen. Little Jing Kong didn't like Qin Chuyu. First of all, Qin Chuyu was spoiled and unreasonable. Second of all, as long as he was with Qin Chuyu, those people wouldn't listen to him. Little Jing Kong didn't understand what kind of emotion this was, so he instinctively wasn't used to it. Su Tangtang didn't like Qin Chuyu, but he could sense that his friend didn't like Qin Chuyu. He felt that he had done something wrong, so he whispered, I'm sorry, I won't take him with me next time. It's okay, for your sake I can play with him. Little Jing Kong was a generous child. As long as he didn't steal his Jiao Jiao, everything else was negotiable. What are you playing? Qin Chuyu asked. Su Tangtang said, we're building a house. Qin Chuyu said arrogantly, what's so good about building such a small house? If you want to build a house, build a palace. What's a palace? Little Jing Kong was a good kid who asked questions whenever he didn't know anything. The palace is where my father, the emperor, lives. Qin Chuyu almost spilled the beans. He was so guilty that he broke out in a sweat. Fortunately, the two kids didn't realize it. Little Jing Kong asked again, what's an emperor? He grew up in a temple and didn't know about this kind of information. Now that he was at home, his family never mentioned anything about an emperor. Su Tangtang was born in an official's family, so he knew about this. He explained to his friend, it's the master of the Zhao state, the most powerful person in the world. Oh, little Jing Kong didn't really understand and didn't really want to understand. He was only interested in their small house. I've never seen a palace, so I don't know how to build one. Su Tangtang shrugged. I've never seen one either. They hadn't even seen a palace before. What a bunch of country bumpkins. Qin Chuyu remembered his father's teachings. He couldn't expose his identity as a prince. However, he secretly made a mental note to ask the crown prince consort's sister-in-law during the next holiday, so that he could bring his two little friends into the imperial palace to play. The next day, His Majesty personally summoned Marquis Gu to verify the bellows. Concubine Shu was also present. The smile on Concubine Shu's face never disappeared. His Majesty was still quite cautious. He asked, I heard that Assistant Minister Gu has a daughter. Concubine Shu had mentioned Gu Jinyu's background to His Majesty. Before that, His Majesty had already promised Concubine Shu to bestow her the title of County Princess. He didn't go back on his word just because she wasn't born in the Marquis' family. It didn't matter if she was just a county princess without a fief or a manor. However, the bellows matter was very important. Marquis Gu cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, my eldest daughter grew up in the countryside and didn't study much. The meaning of his words was obvious. How could an illiterate person come up with such an amazing invention? Marquis Gu didn't look like he was lying. Moreover, His Majesty didn't think he had to lie. Who would give the credit of their biological daughter to their adopted daughter? His Majesty drafted an imperial edict to bestow Gu Jinyu the title of secondary second-rank Infanta Hui. She was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Generally speaking, only the legitimate daughter of a prince had the right to be bestowed the title of Infanta. The daughter of the prince's family was a second-rank Infanta. The daughter of the crown prince's family was a first-rank Infanta. Gu Jinyu was the first Infanta who wasn't born in the imperial family. Her rank was slightly lower than that of the imperial family's Infanta, but it was only half a rank lower. She also had a fief of 500 households. Although this fief didn't cost much silver, its significance was too great. From today onwards, she was truly recognized by the imperial family. With her status, it couldn't be said that she wasn't good enough for a prince. Of course, His Majesty didn't forget the carpenter who made the bellows and the old blacksmith who was the first to promote the use of the bellows. He decided to call the two of them to the capital to bestow rewards. Oh. Chapter 202. The imperial edict had been issued half a month ago. The old blacksmith and the carpenter were already on their way. They should reach the capital in a few days. Gu Jinyu did not know that the old blacksmith and the carpenter were coming to the capital. After she was conferred the title of princess, she first went to Cunning Palace to visit Empress Xiao and receive the gold seal and treasured book. Then she went to Consort Shu's Changchun Palace to sit for a while. All the concubines sent congratulatory gifts. Even noble consort Zhuang and the crown princess sent gifts. These two were the most powerful women in the harem other than Empress Dowager Zhuang and the Empress. Their attitudes largely represented the direction of the harem. It was rare that the winds were in the same direction. Aunt did not misjudge you. Consort Shu held Gu Jinyu's hand proudly, her eyes full of praise. The emperor was not the only one who could hold his head high. Gu Jinyu was also proud. Whether it was Yao Shi's favoritism towards Gu Jiao or the cold treatment Gu Jinyu received at the girls' school, at this moment, all the haze seemed to have been swept away. Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis's residence proudly. She could not avoid being praised by Marquis Gu and old Madame Gu again. Ever since Concubine Ling's incident, old Madame Gu had been on the verge of depression. Hearing that Gu Jinyu was so promising and had made the Marquis's residence proud, her face glowed again. She held Gu Jinyu's hand affectionately. Your grandfather is not in the residence. If he was, he would definitely praise you. Grandfather. That was an extremely lofty word in Gu Jinyu's heart. She did not even dare to say it. Would grandfather really be proud of her? In her impression, grandfather was an unreachable existence. Everyone in the family was very afraid of him. He never seemed to be satisfied with any child. Even though eldest brother worked so hard, grandfather still looked at him with a picky gaze. If grandfather really praised her, Gu Jinyu felt that she could brag about it for the rest of her life. Gu Jinyu left old Madame Gu's courtyard and planned to go to Yao Shi's courtyard. She wanted to tell Yao Shi that she had made a great contribution and had been conferred the title of princess. She wanted her mother to know that she was the smartest daughter in the family and was most worthy of Yao Shi's attention and love. On the way, she unexpectedly bumped into Gu Chongqing. Her eyebrows curved as she walked up to Gu Chongqing and bowed. Big brother. Gu Chongqing nodded slightly. Gu Jinyu looked at the bundle in his hand and asked with a smile, eldest brother, did you come back from outside? What did you take? A little prey, Gu Chongqing said. Today, he hunted 2 birds in the military camp. He planned to send them to Baishui Alley for Gu Yan and little Jingkong to play with. Gu Jinyu could hear his indifference. In the past, she would have left tactfully, but today she was exceptionally confident. She smiled and said, I've never hunted in my life. Big brother, is it convenient for you to bring me along next time? Women can't enter the military as they please. Gu Chongqing tactfully declined. Gu Jinyu was slightly disappointed but not too disappointed. She took out a jade pendant from her pouch and raised her small face with a gentle smile. For big brother. What is this? Gu Chongqing asked. Gu Jinyu smiled wholeheartedly and said, it's a warm jade from His Majesty. Giving the jade pendant was secondary. It was more important to remind big brother that she had become an imperial daughter. When Gu Chongqing saw the jade pendant, he finally remembered the news he had heard in the military camp. Gu Jinyu had made great contributions and had been conferred the title of secondary second-rank imperial daughter Hui. Congratulations, Gu Chongqing said calmly. He did not take the jade pendant. Since it's a gift from His Majesty, then keep it well. Don't lose it. All right. Gu Jinyu sincerely hoped that Gu Chongqing would accept this jade pendant. Gu Chongqing returned to the courtyard. There were not many ripples in Gu Chongqing's heart. He had not counted on relying on Gu Jinyu to bring the Marquis food to greater heights. Thus, whether Gu Jinyu became an imperial daughter or not had little to do with him. After Gu Jinyu had finished showing off in front of Big Brother, she was impatient to let others know. Unfortunately, Yao Shi was not in the Fu. Yao Shi had gone to Jade Water Alley. She had finished making the clothes for Gu Jiao and brought them for Gu Jiao to try on. The result was great. The sleeves and trousers were shorter again. Had this child only just begun to grow? Yao Shi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled down the sleeves and trousers that had been gathered. After changing the clothes, she took out the family's clothes to see if there was anything that needed mending. She had hired an embroiderer to make the clothes for the rest of the family. Every month there would be new clothes. The matriarch and Xiao Liulang's clothes were durable. Mainly these two were not easy to move. The others' clothes were a bit too horrible to look at. In the past it was Gu Jiao who mended them. Today when Yao Shi saw it, she nearly choked from laughing. She had thought that her daughter was omnipotent, but it turned out that she was also a simpleton. Gu Jiao had just finished watering the vegetable garden. When she came to the inner courtyard, she saw Yao Shi holding a pair of clothes and trembling with laughter. "What's wrong?" she asked in confusion. Yao Shi's tears came out of her eyes from laughing. After a long time she stopped laughing and asked Gu Jiao, "Jiao, who did you learn your needlework from?" Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Self-taught? Yao Shi knew. Otherwise, who would know how to sew? Yao Shi was about to die from her daughter's teasing. She patted the stool to the side and indicated for Gu Jiao to sit. Then she held the place that Gu Jiao had mended and said, "You don't need to tie a knot with each stitch, and you don't need to leave the thread outside. Like this?" Yao Shi took it apart and sewed it again for Gu Jiao to see. "Oh." Gu Jiao thought seriously. "I thought that I was very good at sewing." After all, sewing clothes had improved her surgical skills. She could sew faster than before. As the mother and daughter chatted, Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan returned from the academy. Today, they did not need to go to Master Lu's place to learn. The two did not know that Gu Jiao and Yao Shi were both at home. So they bickered and each entered the courtyard with a chicken feather on their head. Gu Xiaoshan had a small gang in the countryside. At that time, he was the #1 bully in the surrounding villages. The chicken feather on his head was the symbol of his chicken feather gang. After that, he was sent to Tianxiang Academy by Gu Jiao. On the surface he seemed to have changed, but in reality, he was still a gang of celestial monkeys. Today he was finally caught red-handed by Gu Jiao. Older sister. Gu Xiaoshan plucked the chicken feather on her head. Her eyes moved, and she also plucked the chicken feather on Gu Yan's head. The two stood there motionlessly, waiting for Gu Jiao's decision. Jiao. Auntie Zhang, who was in the alley, came to the door. "The wall behind my kitchen is about to collapse. I'll go take a look for you." Gu Jiao looked at the two celestial monkeys in the house, put down the water bucket used to water the flowers, and went to her house with Auntie Zhang. The first time the neighbors found out that Gu Jiao was capable was when the roof of the old chancellor next door leaked. Gu Jiao climbed up and directly renovated the roof. After that, the neighbors all knew that Grandmother Zhuang's grandniece-in-law was capable. Auntie Zhang's courtyard wall cracked and needed to be repaired with mud. In ancient times there was no cement. It was all lime mortar and rammed earth. Lime mortar was not stable enough, and it was easy to get damp in rainy days. Rammed earth was a better choice. The raw materials of rammed earth were red mud, coarse sand, and lime blocks. There were still lime blocks and coarse sand in Auntie Zhang's house. Little Jing Kong used up the red mud. Recently he was obsessed with building houses with his friends, so he really didn't know where to get more. Auntie Zhang was very anxious. Can't it be repaired today? I don't think it'll last until tomorrow." The courtyard wall was connected to the kitchen. Once it collapsed, the people who were cooking in the kitchen would be in danger. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said to her, "Wait a minute." Gu Jiao went back to her house and went to the kitchen to find glutinous rice. She cooked a pot of glutinous rice soup, and then poured the thick glutinous rice into the evenly mixed lime mortar. "Older sister, what are you doing?" Gu Xiaoshan asked curiously. Gu Yan also squatted down and looked at her eagerly. "Why did you pour the rice soup into it?" Gu Jiao gave each of them a stick and gestured for them to keep stirring. "This is glutinous rice mortar. It's better than rammed earth. It's more suitable for pasting walls." The process of ramming earth was actually very difficult. It needed to mix the 3 raw materials together, and then use a tool to pound it over and over again. The more times it was hammered, the stronger the rammed earth would be. Glutinous rice mortar was not so complicated, but its firmness was much higher. This was because the cooked glutinous rice soup contained amylopectin, which was the perfect natural adhesive. It was an exaggeration to say that the strength of the lime paste adhered by it was almost comparable to the concrete in his previous life. Be careful, don't get it on your bodies, Gu Jiao said. Okay. The two of them nodded. When Gu Jinyu arrived at Jade Water Alley, she saw the three siblings mixing the mortar together. Gu Jinyu's brows furrowed. In her impression, Gu Yan had always been a sickly person who would pant when walking. She did not expect him to know how to work, much less do this kind of rough work. Yao Shi sat to the side, leisurely mending clothes. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with Gu Yan's work. Gu Jinyu composed herself and walked into the courtyard. Mother, older sister, younger brother, what are you doing? Gu Yan glanced at her and ignored her. Gu Yan hated her. He hated her when he did not know her background, and hated her even more now that he knew. Gu Jiao also ignored her and continued to make her glutinous rice mortar. She did not speak to Gu Shaoshan, so Gu Shaoshan naturally would not ignore her. Yao Shi turned to look at her. Oh, it's Jinyu. Why are you here? Gu Jinyu gently said. I did not see mother in the manor, so I guess that mother must have come here. I brought some things for older sister and younger brother. Gu Yan rolled his eyes. Who cares? The mortar was quickly finished. Gu Jiao found a bucket and filled it with a large bucket. I'll do it. Gu Shaoshan carried the bucket to Aunt Zhang's house. Gu Yan also wanted to carry it, but he could not lift it. Thus he carried a small shovel. The three siblings went to mend the walls of Aunt Zhang's house. Yao Shi sighed. Gu Jinyu looked at the dirty mortar on the floor, and the unfinished glutinous rice soup. She frowned in disdain and turned to look at Yao Shi. Mother, how can older sister let younger brother do rough work? Younger brother's body is so weak. It's precisely because he's weak that he has to do more work. Don't you see that your younger brother is much more energetic than before? If Gu Yan had not taken medicine every day, Yao Shi would have thought that her son was already a normal person. Gu Jinyu pursed her lips, but the imperial physicians all said that younger brother cannot work too hard. He needs to rest more. Yao Shi said, your older sister is a doctor. She knows what's best for Yan. Gu Jinyu gaped. She was just a medicine boy. How could she be a doctor? Gu Jinyu's gaze landed on the glutinous rice soup and mortar. This was nonsense. The glutinous rice soup was food, but Gu Jiao had used it to mend the mud. Otherwise, why would she say that she grew up in the countryside? She did not have any common sense. Gu Jinyu could not see it, but he endured and did not say, Mother. What is it? Yao Shi asked. Gu Jinyu smiled and took out a golden seal and a book from his sleeve. He handed them to Yao Shi. Yao Shi was slightly startled. This is... Open it and take a look, Gu Jinyu said proudly. Yao Shi opened the box with the golden seal and flipped it over. It was the imperial daughter's seal. Gu Jinyu waited for Yao Shi's praise. Yao Shi had heard about the bellows. Yao Shi did not understand the court's rules, but becoming an imperial daughter was an honor. Yao Shi nodded in satisfaction. Mother, Jinyu is really amazing. Receiving Yao Shi's approval, Gu Jinyu was very happy. Not long after, the three siblings returned. The three were covered in dirt from pasting the wall. Their hair was covered in dust. Aunt Zhang carried a jar of pickled vegetables and walked in. She said to Yao Shi, Yao, your children are really capable. They finished it in one go. The joy and pride in Yao Shi's eyes almost overflowed. She was even happier than when she saw Gu Jinyu's imperial daughter seal. Yes, they are all very capable. What was so good about pasting a wall? Gu Jinyu frowned. Gu Jinyu had brought many things bestowed by the emperor to show everyone the good news of her becoming an imperial daughter. However, other than Yao Shi's slight praise at the beginning, Gu Jiao's group treated Gu Jinyu and her valuables like air. Gu Jinyu did not feel the joy of showing off at all. The gold, silver, and jewels she had brought could not compare to a jar of worthless pickled vegetables. As expected, they came from the countryside and did not know what was good for them. At night, Gu Jinyu returned to the Marquis Fu. A servant girl told her that in the 4 hours she had been gone, many young ladies had come to visit and left gifts. They were all to congratulate her for being conferred the imperial daughter title. Gu Jinyu felt a little better. When Marquis Gu returned to the Fu, Gu Jinyu told him about her visit to Jade Water Alley. When she mentioned that Gu Jiao had pasted up a neighbor's wall, She especially praised her. Actually, older sister is also very capable. If Marquis Gu had been present at the time, he probably would have also felt that the three siblings were very capable. But when Gu Jinyu, who had invented the bellows, singled them out, there was a stark contrast. Marquis Gu snorted, "What's so good about pasting up a wall? She can only do this. Day after day when I told her to go study, she wouldn't. She had to do these things that could not be shown in public. Can't she learn from you? Study well, play well, and be the eldest miss of the Marquis Fu." Gu Jinyu warmly said, "Older sister's happiness is most important." Marquis Gu snorted coldly, "She is happy. She had stolen his son. It was said that one was marked by the company one kept. He was really worried that Yan would become a country bumpkin if he spent all his time with that girl." Gu Yan, who was worried about becoming a country bumpkin, was now playing checkers with the #1 prodigy of Zhao country, little Jing Kong. He had successfully lost the 18th round tonight. With a black face, he went to the study of the #1 prodigy of Zhao country to find his brother-in-law to play 5 in a row for consolation. In the end, he was defeated consecutively for 5 rounds. The heartbroken baby Yen went to old Madam's house to play cards with old Madam and her 2 mahjong buddies for a while. Old Chancellor also checked on his homework and completed his perfect, defeated, and pretentious bitter day. The response to the first batch of golden sore medicine for the military camp was good. The military camp quickly placed a second batch of orders. Gu Jiao was busy earning money every day. Gu Jinyu was not idle either. The invention of the bellows had greatly stimulated her. She was exceptionally smart since she was young. She did not believe that she could not think of something that others could think of. Moreover, the bellows was just that. It was exquisite, but the principle was very simple. Wasn't it just increasing the wind to make the fire burn brighter? What was so difficult about that? Gu Jinyu had an idea. She took out a pen and paper and improved the ratio of the furnace to the bellows. She doubled the number of bellows. This would increase the firepower and the effect of smelting iron would be higher. Gu Jinyu took the blueprint and entered the palace. She told Consort Shu her idea. Originally, it could be completed in a month. After the improvement, it can be completed in half a month. "Oh my god, it's so fast?" Consort Shu was shocked. "Yes." Gu Jinyu nodded with certainty. "This is like the water drains that the imperial court used in the past. Because the wind was not strong enough, the effect was not high enough." Consort Shu did not know much about this, but she heard that it was better than the current furnace. Naturally, it was a great contribution. Consort Shu led Gu Jinyu to the royal study to meet His Majesty. The borders had not been peaceful recently. His Majesty was discussing important matters with the military officials. If an ordinary person came, the eunuchs would not rashly announce it. But who asked this Princess Hui to be His Majesty's favorite? Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Your Highness, please wait a moment. Princess Hui, please wait a moment. This old servant will go and announce it." Old servant? In the past, Eunuch Wei had called himself a miscellaneous person in front of Gu Jinyu. "Thank you for your trouble, Eunuch Wei," Consort Shu said. Gu Jinyu also nodded. Eunuch Wei took small steps into the room and whispered a few words to His Majesty. His Majesty was almost annoyed to death by the problems at the borders. Coincidentally, he also needed some exciting news. So he dismissed the military officials and called Gu Jinyu and Consort Shu in. And Gu Jinyu did not disappoint him. His Majesty was actually a layman, but he trusted Gu Jinyu. He immediately sent someone to send the blueprint to the Ministry of Works. The Ministry of Works Manufacturing Department looked at Gu Jinyu's blueprint with a suspicious expression. "There are so many bellows. Will there be no problem?" His colleague at the side said, "It's Miss Gu's blueprint. What problem can there be?" His Majesty personally sent someone to deliver it. Hurry. Since it was His Majesty's order, there was no way around it. The manufacturing department immediately ordered his subordinates to improve the ratio of the furnace and bellows according to Gu Jinyu's blueprint. The results proved that the efficiency had indeed increased. They could produce almost 2 days' worth of goods in 1 day. His Majesty was very pleased. He rewarded Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu, and the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu was in the limelight in the capital. Everyone praised her as the second wondrous woman after the crown prince consort, and even faintly showed signs of standing shoulder to shoulder with the crown prince consort. In the Eastern Palace, a junior palace maid spoke up for the crown princess. "Your Highness, is a wild girl from the countryside worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as you?" Gu Jinyu's background could not be hidden from the Eastern Palace. Now that she was a princess, there was even less need to hide it from the world. Not only did the commoners not discriminate against her, they valued her even more because of this. They thought that she was a commoner's princess. Not only did she not put on airs, but she also demonstrated to the world that even a pheasant could become a phoenix. The crown princess knelt on the cushion and calmly practiced her calligraphy. It was as if no matter how many storms she experienced, she remained as indifferent as a chrysanthemum. Being in the limelight for a moment is nothing. She has to be in the limelight for a lifetime to be considered capable. She did not express any dissatisfaction with Gu Jinyu's limelight at all. The crown princess had seen too many people in the limelight who disappeared in the blink of an eye like shooting stars. His Majesty's favorites came and went, but how many of them lasted? She would never be jealous of a woman who stole her limelight because she knew that it was all temporary. On a sunny afternoon, the old blacksmith and the carpenter finally arrived in the capital after a long journey of more than a month. They were escorted by officials all the way, so it was not too difficult. It was just that the old blacksmith was old and could not bear it. Because they were summoned by His Majesty, the officials did not dare to delay. After entering the capital, they took the two to the post house to bathe and change before immediately entering the palace to meet His Majesty. The two had not even been to the capital, much less the palace. Walking on the shiny white marble floor, the two did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lowly craftsmen like them had never dreamed that they would be able to meet His Majesty. They would really bring honor to their ancestors. The old blacksmith was nervous and excited. His old legs trembled as he walked. To be able to meet His Majesty, it is worth it even if I die here. The one who received them was Eunuch Wei, who served His Majesty. Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "You cannot say this word in the throne room. It is taboo." The old blacksmith hurriedly covered his mouth. Of course, he did not forget to glance at Eunuch Wei. He was clearly a man, so why did he speak so strangely? The carpenter was a young man in his early 30s. Young people adapted quickly, but he was so excited that he could not take care of himself. After taking 2 steps, he stumbled and almost fell. The junior eunuchs at the side covered their mouths and snickered. Eunuch Wei's eyes swept over them, and the junior eunuchs' expressions all became solemn. Eunuch Wei led them to the side hall. He respectfully reported outside the door, "Your Majesty, the craftsmen from the county town have arrived. Come in." His Majesty was in a good mood. The two had changed their clothes at the post house. The officials had also taught them the etiquette of kowtowing on the way here. As for whether they could learn it or not, that was another matter. The two had not yet seen His Majesty, but they felt their legs go weak just by hearing his majestic voice. "Please." Eunuch Wei smiled and reminded them. The two trembled as they stepped over the threshold. The palace was grand and untainted. The two did not feel like they had come to the imperial palace, but rather a fairy palace. "Kneel." Eunuch Wei saluted. The two fell to their knees with a plop. They had completely forgotten the etiquette they had learned earlier. The two brought out the strength they used to kowtow to their ancestors and kowtowed 3 times to His Majesty. After they were done, the two wanted to light incense, but unfortunately, they did not have any. His Majesty was very magnanimous and respectful to his own people. He would not put on the sacred and majestic air in front of the courtiers. "You may rise," he said. The two. "Why is there this?" The officials did not say anything. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly lay flat on the ground. "His Majesty." Eunuch Wei. His Majesty almost laughed out loud. "Quickly help them up." "Yes." Eunuch Wei also struggled to hold back his laughter, and personally helped the old blacksmith and the carpenter up. They were two honest people. Otherwise, they would not have taught the blowing technique to the imperial court and the local craftsmen without hiding anything. This was also the reason why His Majesty decided to reward them. However, to His Majesty's surprise, they actually refused His Majesty's reward. The old blacksmith said sincerely, "It was not us who did it. It was that girl." If your majesty wants to reward that girl. We have received enough benefits. My iron shop is famous, and Ah Cheng's shop also has endless business. We have never earned so much money in our lives. Now that we can see His Majesty again, we can die without regrets. When they returned to the county town, they would be people who had seen His Majesty. They could brag about it for 18 generations. The word death had always been a taboo in front of His Majesty. However, when it came from a commoner's mouth with such sincerity, His Majesty only felt happy. Once he was happy, he would reward them even more. His Majesty smiled and said, "If you have any other requests, just say it." The two had discussed it on the way here. The old blacksmith said, "We want to see that girl and thank her in person. That young lady was a noble person in their lives, so they had to thank her no matter what." His Majesty was in a good mood today and approved their request. Gu Jinyu was brought into the palace. Eunuch Wei wanted to give her a surprise, so he did not say who had come. He only knew that they were two old friends from the county town. Gu Jinyu wondered if she had any old friends in the county town. Could it be two servant girls from the manor? Was Yuru back? In the end, she saw two unfamiliar men. The two unfamiliar men were also looking at her. Gu Jinyu had an ominous premonition. She frowned, gathered her thoughts, and bowed. "Your Majesty." His Majesty raised his hand to indicate for her to rise. He looked at the carpenter and the old blacksmith. "Do you still remember them?" Gu Jinyu was stunned. These two people, did she know them? The old blacksmith and the carpenter had the same doubts. That's right, did they know this girl? His Majesty teased the two. "What's wrong? It's only been half a year, and you don't recognize your little benefactor? You even said that you wanted to thank her in person." Gu Jinyu's heart skipped a beat. The old blacksmith frowned. "Your Majesty, you're mistaken. She's not that girl." Chapter 203. No one in the throne room dared to speak like this in front of His Majesty. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Gu Jinyu's expression also changed slightly. However, it was not because of the other party's inappropriate choice of words. She forced herself to remain calm. His Majesty looked at Gu Jinyu strangely and said to the old blacksmith and carpenter, "She is Miss Gu." The carpenter had never seen Gu Jinyu before and could not comment. But the old blacksmith remembered clearly and waved his hand. "She is not. Miss Gu does not look like this." Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "Could it be that you have mistaken her? Take a look again." The old blacksmith had been working his whole life and did not know much about the ways of the world. He was not tactful, and when his temper flared up, he even forgot that he was talking to His Majesty. "No need to look. Miss Gu stayed in my shop for an entire afternoon. How could I not remember what she looks like? Also, her voice is not like this. No, you are mistaken." Eunuch Wei smiled awkwardly. "Are you sure that the lady's surname is Gu and she is the daughter of the Marquis?" Yes. The old blacksmith hurriedly nodded. When Xiao Sanzi went to the blacksmith shop to help Gu Jiao get the farm tools, the old blacksmith insisted on giving Miss Gu a bonus. Xiao Sanzi was pestered until he could not bear it and accidentally said, "Miss Gu is the daughter of the Marquis. Why would she lack your money?" Xiao Sanzi had let it slip, but after that, he was especially cautious and did not speak of it again. Eunuch Wei said, "But she is the daughter of the Marquis and her surname is Gu. There is no other daughter of the Marquis with the surname Gu in this world." As he spoke to this point, he suddenly paused. No, there was a second. Marquis Gu's family had two daughters. One was his biological daughter who grew up in the countryside, and the other was his adopted daughter who grew up by his side. Although they were swapped, Marquis Gu had always treated his adopted daughter as his own, and this adopted daughter was very capable. If the swapping incident had not been exposed, no one would have suspected that she was not the real daughter of an aristocratic family. What Eunuch Wei guessed, His Majesty guessed it too. However, Marquis Gu once swore that his own daughter was illiterate. So who was the one lying? The old blacksmith's expression was magnanimous, but Gu Jinyu's face was deathly pale. His Majesty's stern gaze landed on Gu Jinyu's face. "What do you have to say?" Gu Jinyu clenched her fists to prevent herself from showing her cowardice. Your Majesty, I was the one who invented the bellows. The old blacksmith was anxious. Aya, you little doll, how could you lie? You didn't even go to my shop. If you don't believe me, call them all over. The old blacksmith was not the only one at the blacksmith shop that day. The other blacksmiths had also seen Gu Jiao. How dare you? This is the princess. Eunuch Wei reminded him in a low voice. The old blacksmith didn't care if she was a princess or not. He only knew that she wasn't the person he was looking for. She couldn't claim credit for herself. Your Majesty. Gu Jinyu bowed and said, it's true that this official's daughter has never been to a blacksmith shop, but this official's daughter did design the bellows. His Majesty frowned and said, then what did you say at the beginning? Gu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your Majesty only asked this official's daughter if the bellows were my invention. He didn't ask if this official's daughter had ever been to a blacksmith shop. His Majesty's frown deepened. Then aren't you curious how someone else managed to make your own thing? Gu Jinyu said, I was curious, but I wasn't too surprised. After all, this official's daughter had mentioned it to many people. Even my personal maid knew about it. His Majesty's gaze was already suspicious. Are you implying that someone stole your results? No, it's not like that. The old blacksmith refuted. Miss Gu wouldn't steal. Gu Jinyu shook her head and said earnestly, I didn't say that she stole. Perhaps she had good intentions and wanted to help you, so I don't blame that person. The old blacksmith was stunned. He was smart, generous, and selfless. He had all of them. But the old blacksmith still felt that something was wrong. It had nothing to do with evidence. It was just his intuition, which he had lived for most of his life. Gu Jinyu had already made up her mind. She insisted that the inspiration was her own. If His Majesty wanted to investigate, he could only investigate the people around her. She had already bribed the maids and they would provide her with favorable statements. More importantly, her father would definitely side with her. As for that girl, what evidence could she produce? Blueprints? Who didn't have them? She had already grasped the principles behind the bellows. If she really confronted her, it would be as if no one could win against that girl. But Gu Jinyu had never expected that just when she thought that she had victory in her grasp, the Ministry of Works suddenly sent bad news. The furnace for smelting iron had exploded. It had been the furnace that Gu Jinyu had modified with the bellows. It had only taken 3 days. To be exact, it hadn't even taken 3 days. This morning the furnace had exploded. The explosion of that furnace had been so powerful that it had completely destroyed the furnace that the Ministry of Works had just built. This was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that there had been many craftsmen from the imperial court present. They had all been seriously injured by the explosion. The person who had come to report was a deputy supervisor from the Ministry of Works. He had rushed over from the scene. He had just gone to the latrine and was not near the furnace. Otherwise, he would have also been seriously injured. Bring him in, His Majesty said in a low voice. In an instant he no longer had that amiable aura. The old blacksmith and the carpenter both saw what was called the true might of the emperor. He sat on the wooden chair and exuded an unshakable aura. It was so oppressive that the two could not breathe. The deputy supervisor entered the side hall in a sorry state. His legs gave out and he knelt down. He concisely recounted the incident. When he mentioned that it was Gu Jinyu who had modified the furnace, he glanced at Gu Jinyu with a complicated expression. The blood drained from Gu Jinyu's face. The old blacksmith asked anxiously, Why did it explode? How big is your furnace? How many bellows did you use? The deputy supervisor did not know this commoner, but since he could appear in His Majesty's royal study and His Majesty did not stop him, he told him the truth. The old blacksmith lamented, Miss Gu said that such a big furnace could only use 2 bellows at most. Who told you to use 6? Aren't you courting death? When Gu Jiao had taught the technique to the old blacksmith, she had naturally told him what to pay attention to. The old blacksmith had told the imperial court without reservation. Why did you decide on your own? The old blacksmith was very anxious. The deputy supervisor felt bitter because it was the princess' idea. She had invented the bellows. If she wanted to modify it, who would question her? His Majesty's gaze on Gu Jinyu suddenly turned cold. Gu Jinyu broke out in a cold sweat. She braced herself and said, "My design will not have any problems." "There must be some other problem," the deputy manufacturing supervisor said. "No, we are strictly following the princess's blueprint. Moreover, the operation of the bellows was very simple. As long as it was connected correctly, there would not be any mistakes." At this time, no one wanted to be the scapegoat. His Majesty turned to look at the old blacksmith and the carpenter. "Sir, please go and take a look at the scene." The old blacksmith and the carpenter followed the deputy supervisor to the Ministry of Works. Gu Jinyu also went. The scene was a big fire. Thick smoke rose everywhere. It was a mess. The injured blacksmith was carried out by the guards with wooden planks. The bloody scene was too horrible to look at. Gu Jinyu only felt her stomach churning. She covered her chest and turned around to retch. Gu Jiao was resting today. The 4 men at home had all gone to school. The old lady had also brought the old chancellor out to play cards. She was alone at home. She had planned to take a break for half a day, but before she could rest for a while, Xiao Sanzi came. "Miss Gu. Miss Gu. Not good. Something big happened." Gu Jiao said lightly. "Is Gu Chenglin not eating again? Or Gu Chengfeng defaulting on the medical fees again?" "Neither." Xiao Sanzi said in horror. The furnace in the Ministry of Works exploded. In Zhao country there was no public hospital like in Gu Jiao's previous life. The imperial court had limited doctors. The largest was the imperial medical department, but there were not many people. The second largest was the medical officers in the military camp. They were far away from the fire. Generally, when such an emergency occurred, the imperial court would requisition doctors from the major medical centers in the capital. The miracle hall was also in the requisition scope. Gu Jiao took the medicine box and went to the scene with Dr. Song and 2 other doctors. The scene was more chaotic than Gu Jiao imagined. Amidst the thick smoke, there were injured people being carried out by the guards from the collapsed smelting room. Doctors from other medical centers had already arrived and were treating the injuries of several injured people. Gu Jiao was not in a hurry to treat the injuries. Instead, she took out the cloth strips of various colors that she had prepared in advance and handed them to the 3 doctors of the Miracle Hall. "Do as I said before?" "Yes." The 3 nodded. Minister Zhao was originally outside inspecting the city's defense. When he heard that something had happened in the government office, he rushed back without stopping. Beside him stood a young man with an honorable aura. The young man was wearing a brocade robe. He was tall and had a cold face. Between his eyebrows, there was an aura of a superior. At this time, almost all of the injured people were carried out. There were dozens of people with light and serious injuries. The doctors from the major medical centers were treating the injured people. But among this group of people, there were a few doctors who acted differently. They were not in a hurry to save the patients. Instead, they quickly examined the patients. According to the severity of their injuries, they pasted different colored cloth strips. The patients with the red cloth strips were in critical condition. The patients with the yellow cloth strips were not lightly injured, but they were still conscious. The patients with the green cloth strips were slightly injured. They first treated the patients with the red cloth strips, then the patients with the yellow cloth strips, and finally the patients with the green cloth strips. Compared to the chaos in the other medical centers, their side was orderly and orderly. The young man slightly narrowed his eyes. Soon he found a patient with a black cloth strip. He was lying quietly on the floor. The doctors came and went, but no one cared about his condition. "Is he dead?" the young man asked. Minister Zhao hurriedly ran over and used his hand to check the patient's breathing. He came back and reported, "He seems to still be breathing. But why aren't they treating him?" Minister Zhao expressed his confusion. The old blacksmith and the carpenter also joined in the rescue. Although the 2 did not know medicine, they could help get the person out of the ruins. In the thick smoke, there was a small figure that could not be ignored. She was wearing a blue robe and had a slender figure. Her sleeves were rolled up, revealing her white wrists. Her side profile was as perfect as jade, but there was a red birthmark on the left side of her face. Her white hand dripped through the blood. She was calm and composed. There was no panic or disdain in her eyes. The young man stared at her. "Who is that?" Minister Zhao said. "Your Highness, That seems to be the female doctor of the Miracle Hall. The young man murmured, Miracle Hall? The rescue efforts at the scene were in full swing. But Gu Jinyu was completely panicking. She really did not expect that the furnace she had modified would have such a big accident. There were dozens of injured people, and people were still being dug out of the ruins. At this moment she really felt afraid. She did not dare to think about how His Majesty would hold her accountable. She seemed to be standing in front of a dangerous wall that could collapse at any moment. Her entire body began to tremble. In her panic, she noticed the injured person who was covered in black cloth. As if she had seen a life-saving straw, she quickly ran toward the injured person. She did not care about the ashes and blood on the ground, nor did she care about the injured person's mangled flesh. She knelt down next to the injured person. Someone come. Is there a doctor coming to save him? She cried out in despair, even shouting out the hesitation in her heart. Her elegant and clean dress was stained with blood. She took out a clean white silk handkerchief and held it in her hand. She lowered her head and carefully wiped the injured person. Doctor! Doctor! She cried out in a choked voice. She was a good person, not someone who disregarded human life. She had a conscience and a compassionate heart. She gritted her teeth and roared, I am a royal princess. I order you to save him. This was the treatment area of the Miracle Hall. The doctors of the Miracle Hall were engrossed in treating the patients at hand. No one paid her any attention.